I need to. Is that all I need to do? Play the theme tune? Let me let people in. Oh, what's happened here? These bloody computers. We're looking for Mog as well, aren't we? Although he must be around because he was just...
Mog's here.
Mog's there, a sort of disembodied, not disemboweled, but disembodied presence. And Alindo is here. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Right, I'm gonna I'm gonna play the theme tune. Okay. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Well, we're in Dubai for India versus New Zealand. India stay put. New Zealand have to fly in. And to my mind, strangely enough, we could be doing exactly the same thing this time next week. Because this, although it will decide the semi-finals, I wouldn't bet against both these teams coming through, whoever they have to play. And... well, so this is the dress rehearsal. Good morning, good afternoon, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. I'm Guerrilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson, and I'm joined this morning by Anindo. Hello, Anindo.
Hello, hello, hello.
And he's finally shown his face. He was just a disembodied voice a few moments ago, hiding away there deep in the cybersphere. It's Mog.
This is just a CGI representation of me anyway.
Oh, I thought so. Yes, I mean, yes. I suppose you would be. I think you'd be quite complicated to recreate through AI, but anyway, we shall see.
It would be a long learning process.
Actually, that's a very good point. We could all just AI ourselves, and then none of us would have to get out of bed and do any of this. We could just
we just lay down and die somewhere.
Exactly.
Right.
We could actually watch the cricket while our AI representatives were doing the kind of thing we do. I'm not sure how you program something to say effing Muppets every few minutes, but that's
it could learn.
They could learn.
Just,
they could.
Just a couple of if-then statements.
Yeah. I actually. I'll talk about AI later on, but let's talk about cricket for now, because that's what we're here for, certainly in the short term. India get to bat first. They've been put into bat by New Zealand. I think that's the first time they've had to bat first in this tournament. Is this a good thing for India, just to have a taste of setting a target in Indo?
Oh, absolutely. I don't know what Rohit Sharma said at the toss, because I didn't see that, but I would imagine that's what he would have done if he had won the toss, because they've chased twice. Going into the semi-finals, you want as much experience on this pitch, since they're playing, on the same ground, as you can. So why not?
Absolutely, and I imagine, Mog, that are you rooting for your friends across the Tasman Sea? Is it the Tasman Sea? Friends, are they friends?
Well,
your friends.
My general rule is I back whoever's playing against Australia or India. So
okay, that kind of makes it. That kind of makes it obvious where your loyalties lie today. Now. Let us have a look at the teams. Just having a quick skirt through. Varun Chakravarti has come in for India.
In place of Harshad Rana.
Ah, right. Okay, so an extra spinner. So we've got Chakravarti, Yadav, Jadeja, Akshar Patel.
You've got four spinners.
Four spinners on the slow Dubai pitch. Now, this interested me. Just before the start, I was watching the pitch report, and apparently it is soil that's been brought in from Pakistan. So if you can't play in Pakistan itself, you're going to have to play on Pakistani soil in another way, which is quite funny to me. It seems it's a bit sneaky, isn't it? Although you would have thought if they had brought Pakistani soil in, that these pitches would be a bit more lively than they've been so far.
Well, I guess the weather's not the same.
That's true. That's true.
Where you're packing it in is not the same. That's all. It's sand, not to forget, all around the soil.
Yeah, it does look very flat and very grassless. Let's put it that way as well. But I'm hoping for something a little bit better than we saw this time last week, which was a really turgid first innings from Pakistan. India were a bit more exciting, it has to be said. But
I doubt you're going to see a repeat of that one from India here.
No. I'll let you know what the New Zealand team is. Will Young, Kane Williamson, Rachin Ravindra, Tom Latham, Glenn Phillips, Michael Bracewell, Mitchell Santner, Matt Henry, Kyle Jamieson, Will O'Rourke, Daryl Mitchell. I mean, they've got plenty of bowling options as well, haven't they?
Yeah, it's a bloody good team.
It really is. How do they get such a good team without playing baseball all the time? It's very, very
I think
mystifying.
they've got 10 islands hidden away which no one else knows about, which only plays cricket.
Do you think
breeding farms?
Yeah, do you think it's aliens, sort of somewhere off the coast of the
It's
South
AI.
Island, or it's AI?
Somewhere in the South Pacific. It's just huge warehouses full of things being constructed.
Yeah, that's possibly what it is. Right, we should say
penguins.
Oh, penguins.
Yeah, and penguins.
Oh, yeah,
Cricket
penguins.
and penguins. That's all there is on those islands.
Penguins. I reckon there's a couple of puffins as well, to be honest.
That's why they wear black and white, so they blend in.
Oh, I was watching. I had the misfortune to go and watch Wimbledon play Bromley yesterday, and Bromley were playing in a kit reminiscent of the old New Zealand hideous.
All Blacks?
No, not the All Blacks. The cricket team. The sort
beige
of
one.
Yeah, beige, all beige.
Oh, that was horrible.
Yeah, someone said that when the Bromley players got into a huddle before the start, they all looked like they were naked, which they kind of did in a way. Anyway, Rohit Sharma has gone out to the middle. He will be opening up, and I'm going to jingle him.
Kortjaya Wardner, Popkula Sacra, when I'm 264.
And he will be opening with this man.
There are plenty of guys who talk like they know what they're doing. Liars and frauds.
Morgan is most
Showman
jazzy.
Gill is the real deal. He doesn't talk, he does it, shows them how.
He's nothing if not able to play different styles as Mog. Was that you? Is that your guitar? Was that you playing, Mog? Was that actually?
Yeah, I don't want to give away the tricks as how that's done, but yeah, it's...
That was superb.
me.
Do you not perform live anywhere? You know, you should
God,
be doing.
no.
You should be doing dark jazz clubs in Melbourne.
Just
I'd go.
smoky jazz holes down back streets.
I'd come
I
over
don't
just to
think
see
so.
that. Yeah, no. Oh, all right then, fair enough. Right. Who is going to be opening the bowling for New Zealand? Look at that incredible average that Shubman Gill's got in ODIs. 800s, 1550s, and 62 he averages in this form of the game. I'm presuming it's going to be Matt Henry, now aged 33, but getting better all the time, it seems, which kind of reminds me of a Beatles song, but this isn't it.
You can never trust a man with two first names, Matt Henry.
Right, we'll come to your tweets on YouTube. Great to have you along, those people joining us. Don't forget that you can super chat us if you want your tweet to go to the top of the pile. And, well, you give us some money for that. In comes Henry, bowls first ball, gets a thick inside edge, does Rohit, doesn't know where it's gone down to long leg. Ravindra is round to field, and they get back for 2. So, runs from the very start. Mog, you might want to say good morning to some people on YouTube.
I sure will. Sylvain D, Rich Turner Music, Farong, Dawn of the Dead. Kundan is back for, I think, their second day ever. Jonathan Shawland, Zhong Jina, and Lack.
Onto the back foot goes Rohit. There is a slip in position. He plays this off the back foot. And there is no run. What was I going to say? Yeah, well, actually, there is cause for celebration today for England cricket fans, or English cricket fans, and that is because unfortunately none of us are able to get there, and we haven't actually replied to him, so I don't know if he's listening. Onto the back foot he goes. This is straight up at just back of the leg, turn towards mid wicket. But it is the 50th birthday of none other than our theme tune composer and former Gorilla stroke test match sofa core jingler, James Sherwood. So a shout out for James Sherwood.
Happy birthday.
I hope
Doesn't
he's
look
listening.
a day over 30.
You know you're old when you get jealous of people getting to 50. Henry in bowls. Oh, now he's beaten him there outside the off stump, and taken by the keeper. There is obviously no run. Is that Latham now keeping wicket today? Yes, it is. I was going to say Devon Conway is not in the team, but Devon Conway hasn't been keeping in this tournament, has he? But he's lost his place. Will Young is still there. Ravindra has come back in for New Zealand. Gives them so many options.
Yeah, I don't know why Rohit's hanging his bat out.
Oh, he's done it again. Well,
Oh.
he's playing down a line, but he's playing down a line that is not one on which the ball is on. Because,
Fortunately.
yeah, I mean, he played a lovely forward defensive, sort of shadow batting there, but was well and truly beaten.
He's playing right into Matt Henry's
His channel.
attempts to lure him out.
Yeah.
If you like.
Never quite sure what you're going to get from Rowett these days. Henry in
Yeah.
bowls. Well, you're going to get 4 runs there because
Oh,
he's
that's what
gone
you're
back to
supposed to
that. That is Rowett at his best. He's hammered that away to mid-wicket, and it's the first one of these.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
I should say, Mog, when you get to 50, which must be years and years away, we will, of course, mark it in such manner.
You'll all be well dead by then.
Probably true. Right, any tweets?
Yes, Jean Gina was wondering, obviously on YouTube, watching my little name caption, which just says "I heart BCCI."
Oh, that's what that is. Oh, that's why I did. That's why I didn't
What does it
recognise you
say,
this
sorry?
morning.
I heart BCCI.
Of course you do. Who doesn't? We all do. Now, back into the New Zealand setup is a very tall man opening the bowling.
And that's the story of how Kyle Jameson became a man.
Onto the front foot comes Shubman Gill, defends his first ball. Jameson,
He runs in fast, a huge big man, and he bowls at 127.
yeah, but he's huge and he gets bounce. He can get the ball to swing if there is any swing. I don't think there's going to be much swing out there today, if any. But
Well, Matt Henry was getting some movement.
yeah, it was getting movement. I think mainly off the pitch. Yeah,
Off the pitch,
Jameson in. Oh, now that has gone.
Whoa.
It's curved away from Gill, who's onto the front foot and is beaten by that one in his defensive mode. The slip, who's a little bit wider for Jameson than he is for Henry, would have been interested by that. But, nothing came of it in the end. He's on such a great run, is Shubman Gill, isn't he? I mean, he's phenomenal at the moment.
Yeah.
Jameson in again. The slip's gone even wider, and that starts a bit too wide. Does move a little bit in the air, but Shubman is not in the least bit interested in that. Through the keeper it goes, and there is no run. Now, the GPL presumably is open, the Guerrilla Prediction League, and without Messi Jez being here, I'm not sure how much is in the pot, but it's bound to be. Have we had any winners? I haven't been in for a couple of days. Have we had any?
No,
No one's aware, so it's probably up to sort of 70, 80 quid.
Well, it was already 78 a couple of days ago.
Oh, right, okay, well, there you go, probably well into the 80s. That's straighter, but met with the full face of the bat, doesn't try to overhit. In fact, they're only going to get one. I thought they might get a second, but the fielders from mid-off and mid-on are quickly onto it. So Gill is off the mark, 7 for no wicket. The GPL is the Guerrilla Prediction League.
It's at 80.
It's 80, is it? Right. You
Yep,
estimate how many runs will be scored in the day. That's put the two totals together, and if you get it on the nose, you get all that's in the pot. You pay us £1 for the privilege of having a guess. You can have as many guesses as you wish, and then it gets exciting towards the end of the day to see if you're anywhere near. And we have had over the years we've been doing this, we have had, I think, a highest win of 200 quid or more, which is kind of pretty good for just putting in a quid, isn't it? Jameson in. Oh, it gets swing, but it's very full. Rowett decides not to aim the drive at it. He just pushes it out to extra cover. Yeah, sorry.
But to be perfectly accurate, it's £1.25 now.
£1.25? Is it?
It's not a quid.
Okay.
125.
Is it?
Yep.
How did that happen?
Well, unless you're making me pay that. Everybody else pays a quid.
We are. We slapped on a BCCI tariff.
I mean, 25% is too very high, even for
Yeah.
BCCI.
Yes, that's true. Jameson in, 2 wide, left alone. Dies a little bit on its way through to Latham. End of the second over, just a single from it. After 2 overs, India are 7 for none. Mog. Or should I say, I heart BCCI. Oh, hello. You've gone quiet, Mog. Have you muted yourself? Can't hear Mog. What has happened? Well, we'll come back to Mog.
Is that working?
Yay! There he
Ah,
is. There he is.
Yeah, it's just
Earlier we had his voice and no body. Now we have his body. Well, now we had his body and no voice.
yeah, it's a stupid friggin' headset.
Keeping us on our toes.
Friggin'.
Anyone been in touch?
There was a bunch, but we'll wait now.
Yep. Henry starts the over, finds the outside edge of Gill's bat, but it goes to ground, goes wide of the slip, down to third man, and they take a single. Interestingly enough, that it may be going to build, but there's a really quite a sparse crowd so far in Dubai. Maybe they're saving their money for the final. Could be.
Yeah, but I guess they'll come in. They will come in as the match progresses. Once they find out India's batting, will probably come in faster.
Yes.
It's not a big place anyway.
The news will get to the city centre. Down the wicket comes Rowett, and wow! It's a slog, but it's a very good slog. Over cow, all the way for one of these.
The number of the day really hops and kicks. The number of the day is 666.
Who does he think he is, an Indo? Phil Salt?
Gee, I hope so.
Playing a shot like that, for goodness sake. Goodness sake. In comes Henry again. It's a coordinated attack on Matt Henry. May not be the worst thing to do. He finds the outside edge again. Down to third man once more. Score moves on to 15 for no wicket.
That was a quintessential Rohit shot, right? Just,
What, the smack? The smack
yeah,
over.
completely.
It was down the wicket.
Cow corner, I guess.
Yeah, it is cow. It is cow. But that's good cow. He kept his eye on it. He smashed it. And
The follow through was made sure it's going to go far.
indeed. And Gill tries to do the same thing, but he gets nowhere near it. And it's a good ball from Henry. Maybe he saw him coming, and he beats him. Outside edge goes over the top of the stumps as much as anything. So looks like India are just going to have a bit of fun. I'm thinking, we've been deadly serious throughout this tournament and the 3 ODIs before against England. We're just going to have a bit of fun.
There's no place for that.
Honestly, I don't think it matters to India who they're playing in the semi-finals because it's unpredictable either way. It's not like one week.
Oh, him on the pad! That's close, and that's out.
Yep, that's done.
That looked absolutely plumb, and Henry fights back, and that's really good bowling, and it's a rare failure for Gill. You have to say. That said, he's thinking about reviewing it, and being Shubman Gill, he is going to review it. I think he hasn't got a hope in hell. That looked very much out.
Looked fairly good.
I was definitely in. Were you definitely in? I don't know.
Unless, of course, he's got the thinnest of thin inside edges. We're looking at that at the moment, but we haven't got ultra edge showing. We're just looking at the pictures, and it does look mighty close. Here comes ultra edge. This could be crucial.
Very close.
Oh, nothing on it. Nothing on it.
It's very close, but
Yeah.
I think it's going to be umpire's call on the leg stump.
Yeah, it looked. I mean, he'd gone slightly across his crease. I think that's going to be given. It looked plumb on first viewing. Yeah, maybe if the umpire hadn't given it, he's got a chance. He would have had a chance because at worst it'd be clipping the leg stump. But I think that's gone.
I think Gill knows it's gone.
Yeah, but it's taking an awful long time to find out, for sure. It's certainly not hitting over the top.
No,
it's hitting leg stump.
Yep.
It's hitting leg stump
Yep.
just beneath the bail. It is out, which gives me the chance to play this jingle.
Better out than in, better in than out. Ah, better out than in, better in than out. In, out, shake it all about.
Well, shaking the core of the Indian side by getting rid of one of their recent mainstays. It's the law of averages, isn't it? I'm a great believer in the law of averages.
I'd much rather he failed today than in the semi-final or the final.
Exactly. No, and you made a very good point about, and I meant to bring it up before the start actually, about who India or even New Zealand would like to play in the semi-finals. I mean, but the point is, I think you've got 4 pretty good teams in the semi-finals,
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Anyone could beat anyone on the day.
I think they'll all be more than happy to
it's
play
not like there's a
Australia.
choice.
Sorry, say again.
Sorry.
I think they'll all be fairly happy if they get to play Australia.
Yeah, but I did see that Matthew.
Maybe because of the bowling, that they're not going to have to face Cummins and Starr.
Yeah.
Maybe that's true. But then there's also still Travis Head.
Well, Australia, when they've had the chance to play, they've been pretty good.
Yeah.
Anyway, Virat Kohli, who else has come to the crease? And Henry is in, bowls to him, he's onto the front foot and defends. Even he defends firmly, doesn't he, Kohli?
Yeah.
Goes up to mid-off. There is no run. It's the end of the over. I'll just jingle the genius up, and then we'll talk Twitter. Not Twitter, but you know what I mean.
Let's go chasing lots of runs today. It's my invitation. Let's all take a trip on my ecstasy. I'm Virat Kohli. Everybody loves me, Virat Kohli. Can't you see the best in history?
Jameson takes the ball and beats Rowett on the forward defensive outside the off stump with a little bit of movement away. And Virat Kohli, of course, he is completely occupying all the space, so much that we didn't get a chance to get to your contributions.
This might be the longest
on
jingle
YouTube.
I've ever done.
It is. I mean, and talk about showing your range, Mog, from a sort of jazz guitar to sort of operatic musical theatre. Is that fair to call it that?
That's a Freddie Mercury song originally.
Oh, is it really? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Left alone outside the off stump. I suppose it has got a bit sort of Freddie Mercury vibes about it, definitely. Do you want to sort of stick in a few YouTubes between deliveries?
Yeah, I'll say a few quick hellos to Dan DeCastro, Drake Mongreen, Kundan, Lucky Six, who says he's very jealous of my musical talent. If I didn't like Cats, he'd despise me.
Oh, hello. It's a replay. Yeah, they're doing it again.
Yeah. That's good.
I've done a Tony.
Dawn of the Dead 13's here. I think I may have already said that.
Good delivery, full, threatening the off stump. A little bit of movement away. 137 Ks that one, but defended once more. So an interesting contest, this one, I have to say, so far. 15 for 1.
Jameson's never easy to get away. I mean, it's a bit like Marco Jansen when he's on song.
Yeah, Marco Jansen. Well, I'm not saying. I mean, he came onto the scene and looked good, but he's really ripping up a few trees. Jansen, he's looks an incredibly good find as a bowler, and he can bat. God, he can smack it. Onto the back foot goes Rowett and hits it firmly into the offside. Doesn't pierce the field, so there is no run.
South Africa will forever be grateful to Virat Kohli for discovering Marco Jansen.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, because he and his brother were brought in as net bowlers because Virat wanted left-arm youngsters bowling to them at the South Africa tour. And then after he saw him bowl, he picked him in the IPL, and he got into South Africa team well after that.
Shorter and nicely timed this time by Rohit. It's only going to get one. Will Rohit have the speed to come back for two? Yes, he will. As the third man has to run round to his right. 17 for one. That's right, I've forgotten about that. There is another Janssen. They're twins, aren't they?
Yeah, they're twins.
What's happened to the other Janssen? He's
He didn't really make it as big as Marty Janssen.
is he playing first class cricket in
physically or skill-wise?
No. I think skill wise, yeah.
but he's also a left arm quick. Yeah.
Yeah, I think both of them are left arm quick.
I wonder if their dad was a left arm quick or their mum. Anyway, in comes Jameson, bowls to Rohit, straighter, and he skews that a little bit out into the offside, straight to extra cover. Another good over from Jameson. He's gone for three
runs
from
into
two,
overs.
and after four, India put into bat are 17 to 1. Mog.
Sidhu says should prefer Australia. Not that good of a team. Glad he agrees with me. Tony Bishop makes a comment about me not having my microphone on. Peter Smith says it's not on free to air in New Zealand, which is always going to be a pain to see it. Leah has arrived. Hello.
All hell is about to break loose.
Is it?
Well,
I hope
India's
so.
right.
New Zealand lead the head-to-head in tournaments against India, ODI tournaments. This is tucked away to square leg mid-wicket. As Henry starts a new over. New Zealand have won 6, India 5. Their last meeting, though, India 2023 World Cup, won in Mumbai. Lockie V is saying Tony's cat come home. Yes, he has. The Duke has rolled in.
Thought that was going to be the announcement at the start.
Oh, now jabbed into the onside. They think about a single. Will they get through for it? No, they decide against it. Score remains 17 for 1. I mean, Tony was saying that Tony's cat's called Duke and his other cat's called Ella. You know, and if you know his jazz, you'll know why. But, however, he reckoned that he probably got stuck in a shed somewhere. But I reckon he was out. I reckon he was out on the town at some sort of dingy, smoky club, looking to see if Mog was there, playing some tunes. Lifted over mid-on by Kohli. That's an unusual shot for Kohli to get off the mark with, but it has brought him 4 runs.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
Do you think he mishit that slightly, or?
Yeah, I think he missed it that a little bit because it's just, I don't think that's where his bat was pointing.
No, and it's not what you would expect Kohli to get going with, to be honest. Anyway, 21 for 1. In comes Henry. Bowls. Oh, now he had a little poach at that outside the off stump, and was beaten. So
He's talking to himself, reminding himself not to do that.
don't do it, Virat. So, you're better
Mental
than that.
note.
You're better than that, Virat. Yes, he really did have a little prod. Followed the ball a little bit. We haven't had any super chats this morning. Get your super chats on, and is it smash the like button? We want
Smash
your
that
likes.
like and subscribe button.
Subscribe. Oh, now that's a flamboyant, dashing drive from Kohli. I think he is definitely out there to have a bit of fun. It was a lovely shot.
Like 6 fielders on the around.
Yeah, I mean, he
the
deserved
off.
runs for it, to be honest, because it was like it really was a flashing blade. Which, of course, Mog, you know a bit about flashing blades, don't you, with your collection of swords? Henry into completely over, and he just drops this down, and it runs behind him along the ground. But I mean, he wasn't in trouble with that ball, but he could easily have got in trouble by dragging it back onto the stumps. Anyway, end of the over, and Mog's got some more contributions from YouTube.
the punters, so to speak. Defunct says, hello from Otago, NZ. Hello. Fluffy 3-0 India. Fluffy 3-1 India says,
They're eating the cat.
Lucky 6 says, this tournament is our last chance to see Virat play cricket. He'll be busy being the next James Bond.
Oh, what you mean now that Amazon have taken over James Bond?
Yeah, then Amazon has it. Yeah.
Yeah. What could possibly go wrong? James Bond will be a CIA agent before long. Well, actually, that's if the CIA still exists. Down the leg side, that should be a wide from Jamieson as he starts his third over. It is indeed.
Wide.
We were hoping to have Binface in again today, but in the end, he had some things to attend to, and it would have been quite entertaining to get his views on events of recent days. But some of you come here to get away from that, so I'm mindful of that. Jameson in, bowls pulled and caught. Really didn't get a hold of that. I was thinking as that was in the air, I thought it was going to clear square leg, but I also thought he didn't really get hold of it, and in fact he got hold of it worse than I thought.
The side of the bat,
yeah, and so row it goes, and toe of the bat, I think, really, and comfortable catch just above his head, and Jamieson strikes. India have lost their second wicket.
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at? Oh!
Will Young is the man who's taken the
That's one
catch.
of my favourite jingles of all time.
22 for 2. Jamieson has 1 for 4. And already India have lost both openers. It does mean that one or two other players have got a chance to do their thing. And the next man with that opportunity is this man.
Diving away at the edge of the place, so tragic. Rolling in pain off the field again, it's tragic. And your burning desire, you took my place.
He's a living thing. He's out there. It's Shreyas Iyer.
Hope that wasn't the jingle that got pinged by YouTube the other day.
Oh God, so do I. That's the last thing we need. We need to write on here on the cart. We need to put in Dingworthy. In comes Jamieson, bowls to Shreyas, who leaves it outside the off stump, comfortably through to Latham, and there is no run.
So is that the new guerrilla policy that we now play only mock jingles when mock is here?
No, that wasn't a mock jingle. That last one.
Oh, it wasn't.
No, that was a Perco. That was Perco. You can always tell Perco because, well, generally you can tell Perco.
They're a lot longer, or they're Beatles songs.
Well, the Beatles songs, they're ELO,
okay.
One or two others, basically. I mean, imagine the bloody Beatles trying to take royalties away from us. I know.
His are also funnier than mine.
Slower ball there from Jamieson, it looked like, and it was well waited for by the batsman. Pushed down to third man. 23 for 2. Ah, wow! It's the first super chat of the morning. It's good to see. I shall. Go on, I'll do it now.
Super chat cash, super chat cash, super chat cash.
Lucky 6 for $2 Australian.
Yay!
Super chat for Tony's catch return.
Excellent. Jamieson in, bowls to Kohli. Kohli onto the front foot, defends up to mid on. There is no run. I had a point to make, and then you know how it is when you're my age. It goes very quickly, and then it's never to be recaptured. I'd probably recapture it in the car on the way home tonight. Oh God, I wish I'd said that 8 hours ago. But never mind.
Wasn't that you need to go to the toilet or something?
No,
I think you've soiled yourself.
No. thankfully not. Jameson in straight. Good length, really. Kohli can not do much with it apart from play it to mid-wicket. Oh, yes, that's what I was going to say. While we were, I think, playing the jingle, it came up on the screen that Will Young, who took that catch to dismiss Rohit, had a catch efficiency of 76%. I mean, catch efficiency. You mean he's dropped 24% of the chances he's had? I mean, come on. Jameson in, bowls pulled by Kohli, a little bit off balance, but he'll get a single down to long leg. That is all. It's exactly 4 runs and over. Jameson has 1 for 6 from 3. Great start from him. India 24 for 2. Mog.
Dawn of the Dead 13 says New Zealand made the final of the Nations Cup hockey tomorrow too. So they're on for a big one. Rajesh Mohan says the 2 NZ teams have looked really good early on, both beating the bat regularly and keeping things tight.
Yep.
And Clinton says, well, it all comes down to Shreyas and Virat.
It does. And a few other players still to come. Basically. we're having a look at downtown Dubai. In
Lots of
comes
construction going on.
Henry, driven in the air by Kohli. That really wasn't a particularly convincing shot. Again, he shanked it into the onside. It's such a terrible throw, though, from the fielder, that Latham has practically run to square leg to catch that one on the return. Anyway.
Kohli's really not been timing this well.
No. And is that due to perhaps the slowish nature of the pitch?
It might well be.
It's the Pakistani soil, that's what it is.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what they've done it for.
In comes Henry, bowls to Kohli, defends, gets right forward, bends the front leg, almost overemphasising that on that occasion. And there is no run. Catch efficiency. What's your catch efficiency in Indo in club cricket?
13%.
Mog, would you care to? Can you better that?
I'd be south of 50. I'd suggest.
Oh, right, okay. Now that has Kohli's got lucky really there. He's got a thick outside edge, and it's flown through backward point, just cleared the infield, but he was in no control.
He was unable to clear when he was trying to.
Yes. Leading edge, horrible. Would have excited Glenn Phillips at backward point, as we know. Takes brilliant catches there almost routinely, but maybe it's Kohli's day because he's.
That was a couple of feet above him.
Yeah, it was. I mean, even Glenn Phillips couldn't have got that. Henry in again. Moral victory for Henry. That's not so much a moral victory, but it is an absolutely fantastic catch.
Unbelievable.
That's incredible. Oh my word. The Indian fans are distraught. I cannot believe what they've just seen. India slumped to 30 for 3. I mean, the woman in the crowd looks mortally offended by that.
Like her mother had just died.
Maybe. Another one-handed dive. Extraordinary. As we said, he does it routinely, and he's done it again. Oh my goodness, it must be fun watching him in practice.
Wow. Virat looks like, what the fuck are you doing? I mean,
how dare you do that to a man like me? He's gone for 11.
You're not supposed to do that.
That's not in the script.
I wonder what his catching efficiency is.
Good point. More to the point, what's his one-handed catch efficiency?
Way out because there's nothing you can do about those. I mean, it's just
so that's that. I mean, that's on his other side as well, because if the one that he took off Mohammed Rizwan, was it this time last week? No, it wasn't that game, but it was just before. It was first game of the tournament, wasn't it? Was diving away to his left. This was diving away to his right. He's an equal opportunities catch efficient monster. Is Glenn
He was like
Phillips.
parallel to the ground when he caught this one.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't want to call it initially because it was almost he can't have done it again. It's flashed so quickly that you're not sure, and the reactions of the fielders was not actually one of unbridled joy. I think it was almost like, oh, he's done it again. And
he got up very nonchalantly.
Yeah.
Sort of like, oh yeah, here's another one, lads.
Absolutely. Well, it means that Akshar Patel is in the power play, and he possibly wasn't expecting to be. But this is all jolly good fun, isn't it? Left-hander, and in comes Henry, defended, although not with great conviction by Akshar. There was a hint of a gap between bat and pad there. We're going to see the... I mean, blimey, O'Reilly. How do you see a ball like that in that position? I mean, gully or backward point really is a difficult place to judge where the ball is going, how fast it's coming. And that is just astounding. Oh, now he's driven at that one. He's beaten by it. And, well, you have to say New Zealand well on top. End of the 7th over. Henry has 2 for 24. India are 30 for 3. Would you believe it? Mog,
Would you indeed?
Do you believe it?
Kieran Roseblade, I do believe it, but because I heart the BCCI.
Oh, of course.
Kieran Roseblade says, nearly in France, cricket on ferry TV, no sound, phone on low battery, only charging points the kids' play area. I presume all cricket fans are supporting New Zealand.
Nightmare.
Lux says, I'm hoping Kohli does well. It was a depressing test series. Unfortunate. He may have just gone out. Oops, I've just lost the whole thing. Brian in Brisbane says, morning, if Kohli gets out soon, what odds the lights suddenly go off? Well, it's daytime, so unless someone can put out the sun, I suspect it might be okay.
Well, it's coming, isn't it? Putting out the sun. Left alone by Shreyas. He's on 1. Akshar yet to score, so these two have got to get going again. That'll be interesting. It'd be interesting to see how India play this, really, because we constantly seeing people talking about the likes of Joe Root and one or two others in the England side not scoring quickly enough in the middle overs, as it were. But normally Joe Root is coming in when 2 wickets are down, and then another one goes quickly. This is guided down to third man by Shreyas for a single. And now let's just watch. Let us just watch how India go about this, because they're in trouble. Do they consolidate? I kind of think they've got to, or do they counter-attack? What do you think, Anindo?
No. They will consolidate.
Yep.
I mean, I don't think they have enough batsmen batters in the team to just go for it from here. They've got who? Rahul, Jadeja after this, right?
Yeah.
And that's pretty much it.
Yeah, I suppose Rahul is probably the most likely, but then he's not a stupid player in my opinion. Chopped down to third man by the left-handed Akshar. He gets.
See, the New Zealand team catching efficiency is 95%.
That's in this tournament, isn't it?
This tournament, yes.
Yeah, 18 taken, 1 dropped. I think it is. I think we should find the man who dropped a catch and shame him.
Oh, he needs to be ostracised.
Absolutely right.
I hope it wasn't Glenn Phillips.
Might well have been, actually. Come to think of it.
He's the only one who can not be ostracised if he's dropped.
Yeah, this is true. 32 for 3. Jameson is bowling very tidily, and he does it again. Shreyas was looking to tickle that into the onside. It straightened on him a little bit. He decided better of it. Defended. 32 for 3. Have we got any entries into the GPL? Of course, you've got an hour and a quarter from the start of play, so that's 10:15 GMT. Please apply that to wherever you are on the planet.
About 40 minutes hence, I think.
Right. Get on the GPL, Gorilla Prediction League. How many runs have we scored in the day? And, well, it's interesting if you've delayed it so far, because India have made a pretty ropey start. This one is left alone outside the off stump. 32 for 3, 7.5 overs bowled. The run rate is 4.09, and Indian fans are resorting to looking at their phones because they just can't believe what's going on out there. It's because New
Flooding
Zealand...
the socials.
How are New Zealand so good? Jameson in bowls, and that's nicely played. Guided, controlled shot from Shreyas down to third man. He'll take another single. Jameson has finished his fourth over. He's got figures of 1 for 9. And India are all the threes, 33 for 3. I sound like a bingo caller. Mog.
Which comes or lines up with Fluffy 3-0 India, saying Jameson is exactly 3 times a ducat tall. Once, twice, 3 times a ducat.
Now there's
Kieran
a jingle
Roseblade
for you.
says-
There's a jingle for you.
Well, possibly. I'll note that down. Kieran Roseblade said this is the best possible power play for New Zealand.
It really
Smith
is.
Says, wow.
Yeah, memories of that.
Keeps clicking the screen.
What was the semi-final when New Zealand was that in England, wasn't it? The 2019 World Cup. Outside the off stump again, dab down towards third man. Daryl Mitchell makes a great effort to get across to it from slip, but can't. So another single results. 34 for 3.
Yeah, that was in England when Dhoni got run out and India lost that. It was a rained. It was a very, very, very wet match.
Was that not the... I've got a feeling it went into a second day, did it? Or I may be
Yes.
wrong. Yes, it did.
New Zealand was not in good shape on the first day, but by the time it went to the second day, they recovered.
Yeah, this is an attempted Yorker and dug out by Axa up to mid-on. But wasn't that the one where New Zealand took really early wickets, I think? Am I thinking of the same game?
No, I think India was chasing.
Yeah, but they took early wickets on the second day or whenever it was, and India were in a similar position to this. I've got a feeling.
Yeah, but that was very different because it was the weather set it up for New Zealand. I mean, that was really prime New Zealand bowling weather. The day
Yes.
the day after the rain.
Like an overcast day at Dunedin.
Exactly, completely overcast.
That should be in all meteorological forecasts, shouldn't it?
Yeah.
It's a prime New Zealand bowling day. Get out there. Don't worry about the temperature, but it's a prime New Zealand bowling day. I would know immediately if I looked at my phone what to put on. This is flicked away behind square leg. They'll take a single. 35 for 3.
So I'm thinking about those 10 hidden islands in the Pacific with the penguins, and Glenn Phillips doing catching practice with the penguins. I think that's how he gets that good.
The thing is, though, penguins can't. Penguins can't fly, can they? Whereas Glenn Phillips can.
He's doing it on ice, though, so it's very slippery.
Maybe he's a hybrid. Looking for the Yorker on leg stump, dug out to mid wicket by Shreyas Iyer. There is no run.
But he's the only one on that island who flies.
Ah, right. Okay, yes, that could be right.
As evidenced by his catching exploits.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Do you think if he has a child, he sort of sits with it under his body for 10 weeks waiting for the mother who's gone out fishing to come back?
No, he just keeps it under a penguin's body.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Defended out to extra cover. There is no run. Well, would you believe it? 9 overs bowled. India are not even reaching 4 and over, and they've lost 3 of their top players. 35 for 3. Henry 2 for 26. Mog.
The day for players to come good.
One day. Eric J says, just seen the catch. Seems a regulation stunner.
Regulation stunner, yeah.
Regulation. Peter Smith says, India don't want to play the Australians because Australia are on the improvement. They've managed to finish one whole game in this tournament and they're on fire.
Absolutely, yeah. They're really going for it.
Baby Shaker says, yesterday India was paying $2.50 for the win and New Zealand was $4.50. Maybe will change by now.
Do you know?
Sorry, please go ahead.
I can't.
Jamo, the stats man, just wants to know how Tony's cat is. The cat is back. That's the key point to know.
I saw somewhere Australia's played. Sorry.
Outside the off stump to the left-hander, just losing his line a little bit there, perhaps Jameson, as he adapts to the left-hander, but there is no run. Sorry, Aninda?
Yeah, Australia's played something like 8 matches in the Champions Trophy, whatever number of Champions Trophies, and 5 of them have been rained out.
I think they've won 3, lost
that's just fucking ridiculous.
1, 5 rained out.
Well, of course, we know that Australia, I mean, it's a very rainy place, isn't it? I mean, you go out into the outback and it's just mud.
I'm looking outside my window right now. It's dark, I can't see, so I assume it's raining.
But you're in Melbourne. I mean, it rains all the time.
4 seasons in one day.
It doesn't rain as much here as it does in Sydney, though.
Yeah, Sydney. I mean, actually, it does rain in Sydney. And when it rains in Sydney, it bloody rains.
Whereabouts in Melbourne, in the sunny suburb of Ormond. The scenic gateway to Brighton East.
What's it called, sorry?
Ormond.
Is that Ormond?
Correct.
Okay. Jameson in to Axar Patel. This one rises on him. He drops it down. He's looking for a single, but brilliant fielding. Amazing fielding efficiency there from Glenn Phillips. He's fired up. It didn't actually catch that one because it was going all the way along the ground, but he was so quick to it that the single they thought might be there was quickly abandoned.
You know how teams play with handicap, right? Mm-hmm. With Glenn Phillips, New Zealand should only be allowed 9 players.
Yeah, I mean, there's like a golf handicap or a cricket handicap. What's your cricket handicap? It's 2 Phillips. Dabbed down to third man by Axar Patel. And
New Zealand starts 2 below par every match.
Or they just call it a Sean Marsh or something.
Ooh. Sean Marsh. I mean, strangely enough, you feel that Mitch Marsh is kind of... Well, I do. I feel that Mitch Marsh seems to have kind of overshadowed him a bit. Would that be fair? Would that be fair?
I would say so.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Mitch Marsh got to be captain of the team for a while.
Yeah. Tech Tony has arrived. He's here. He's got his cat. He's done a really worrying wiggle of the hips. Forced up to mid-wicket. They're not going to get a run. Again, this is brilliant from Jameson. 1 for 10. He's about to complete his 5th over. There's 1 ball left in the power play. India are a shambles. They're worse than England. 36 for 3. Jason is here. Jason has had breakfast in Crystal Palace, and who hasn't? Was it a good breakfast? Thumbs up from Jason.
Is Duke in the studio?
No. This is chopped down to third man. They will finish the power play on 37 for 3. It's time for me to take a break and probably get in some shut-eye because I'm on for the next 4 sessions afterwards.
And I'm not on at all.
Oh,
so,
no!
Well,
that was
Tony
short and
didn't
sweet.
give me any, so.
Tony. Well, Tech Tony... I mean, he's got so many roles. Tech Tony, Rota Tony.
I'll come back for one of the semi-finals probably.
Yes, I hope so.
Okay.
Cat searching Tony. He's all these things. I'm going to ask you to give us some money, please, through Patreon. It helps us a lot, and this is how you can do it.
Oh, there's lots of opportunities to support the Gorillas. Patreon or buy some merch and enter the GPL. We got the comms, you got the ears. Give us lots of money. No Michael Vaughan and no KP. You can spare us some money.
Right, it's going to be Will O'Rourke. I know I've got to let David in. I'm about to do it. Will O'Rourke, Kingston's finest. In he comes over the wicket to Shreyas Iyer, who defends into the offside and there's no run. Right, David has been
admitted,
permitted, transmitted, and anything else that ends in mitted. Whether he's there or not, we do not know yet. This should also change, shouldn't it?
Yep.
We'll talk a little bit about first inning scores. Not surprisingly, this is low scoring. India have played twice and won twice here, thank you. This is up onto his toes by Shreyas Iyer. Cut down to deep backward point. The very tall frame of Kyle Jameson does the fielding. And they take a single. So Will O'Rourke in his first over, who's going to need a little bit of a jingle in that case. I don't know if Mog's listening. I really feel in my water a need for his birthplace of Kingston to be recognised in song. Not Jamaica, obviously. Kingston upon Thames.
Kingston Town by UB40.
Yes, yeah. Although I think that also refers to the Jamaican version of Kingston, as opposed to the Royal Surrey Market Town. That's nicely dabbed, but to backward point. Definitely continuing our New Zealand with a very tight ring of fielders on the offside, cutting off that scoring line for both Shreyas and Axar. David Brooke, are you there?
I am indeed, Tony. If you can hear me.
We can hear you. We can see you. You are looking
Excellent.
fresh as a daisy, handsome as a Holbein painting, and magnificent. Right.
Ooh.
O'Rourke over the wicket, up onto his toes, an attempted pull by Axar Patel. All he does is get a bottom edge onto his toes, which he then kindly helps New Zealand out by
It looked like
fielding.
he trapped it under his armpit for a second there.
Will O'Rourke, I mean, he's a tall fellow.
Yes. Gawky, isn't he?
He is. And yet, when you see him close up, he's got the face of a very, very young man. How old is he? Do we know how old he is? He just looks very youthful.
He's only 21, I
You've
think,
got
22.
two men on the leg side, possibly looking for the one that pops up to the left-handed Axar. But that's just defended again, though. And there is no run. Kohli's come and gone, David.
I know it's a great shame. As you know, I'm a founder member of the Kohli fan club. I've just a production note, Tony. I just realised nothing was coming through my headphones, and so I'm going to do it without the headphones and the microphone. How is the audio for you?
The audio is fine. We can hear you loud and clear. Which is all good. Right, O'Rourke, last ball of his first over. That's a rather outside edgy shot. And there's that ring of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 offside fielders. It's the deeper of them at cover, which is in turn not that deep, who fields. So it's a great over from O'Rourke. Just a single from it. 38 for 3 are India. 11 overs. So it's been quite laborious stuff, but very much in keeping with Dubai. Jason.
I'm not sure where we've got to on the socials.
Just pick a spot and dive in.
Persuasive Curtis Bine, Leah says, let's call Phillips to Cormoran. A bird can both fly and hunts for fish diving.
That literally was just a collection of words, not actually meaning anything. Jumbled into a sentence.
Dorna says they may not need the spinners at this rate.
Davies disappeared.
And
extraordinary. Where's he gone?
Lachlan says, oh, F. Oh, she's getting a hard time. Fair enough.
Jameson, in he comes. Defended into the offside. No run. Carry on, Jason.
Not everything we do is awesome, but cricket is something we do well. Yes, annoyingly.
Very much so. Very much so. Right, Rohit. Who else has gone? Shreyas Iyer and obviously Kohli. All have departed the scene in fairly rapid order and on a very, very turgid. Oh, Shreyas Iyer, beg your pardon.
It was Shubman Gill.
Shubman Gill, it was Gillers, wasn't it? Yes, you're quite right. Right, the tall Kyle Jameson in. He has a slip in place, sort of, first slip, stroke second slip, somewhere in between. That's just defended, though, to short mid-on. And there is no run.
Pretty decent bowling, I thought, Tony, from the... they just pitch it up a lot more than certain teams, one in particular that I can think of.
Well, I'm assuming you're thinking of the team that absolutely slunk out the tournament ignominiously.
Yes, leaving a nasty odour behind.
Yesterday. Yeah, I had my eye on other balls yesterday and wasn't really paying
Round
attention.
football type ones.
Well, yes, I mean just sort of metaphorically and realistically and really in actuality or whatever. Right, defended by Shreyas Iyer. The offside again, no run, 2 dot balls for Jameson, 1 for 11 off 5.5 overs. David, he is very, very hard to get away, isn't he?
Well, he is. As I once heard Everton Weeks, legendary West Indies commentator, say, he's very tall and delivers the ball from a big height.
He delivers the ball from a big height. Yes, he does. The run rate, a turgid 3.3, but not a surprise. Oh, that's nicely flicked by Shreyas Iyer, though. It's not going to make it to the boundary. Rashin Ravindra, his hat falls off his black curly mop of floppy hair, bounces up and down. And as he runs towards long on, he saves a couple of runs for his team. And 2 is added to the score. Right, yes, in 60 ODIs, David.
Yes.
Here at Dubai, the overall average first innings score is only 219. In the associate games, 5 of them before this tournament, the average first innings score is 195, and in this Champions Trophy it's only 235. It's very on the lower end, very much on the lower end. That's pulled away by Shreyas Iyer. It's pulled backward of square. 2 New Zealand fielders converge then. Bracewell it is who wins that little chase, throws into Latham, and they just take a single.
Why do you think that is, Tony? Is it the strip or is it the lush outfield? Quite a slow outfield.
It is quite a slow outfield. It's a wicket that the ball does not come that quickly onto the bat. It definitely favours, I think if I'm right, I just have to double check, but I think leg spin is the better or the more effective, certainly economy option. That's defended by Axar, and he plays it very, very late indeed. Bunts it really just on the bounce to first slip. Yeah, if I just have a quick look at
what you're doing
where
there,
runs tend to come from.
Looking at the scorecard, I think it's a great time for me to finish my papers, says Kundan. I need to hand those in. Well, yes. India need to do their homework as well.
Well, they do. It has been slow stuff. 41 for 3 after 12. Jason, who else do we have?
Jamal says, hello, David.
Hello.
And
Jamal.
And
good morning, everyone.
And Lockie6 says, I can't believe that my super chat is the only one of the day. Yes, please super chat us, everybody.
Yeah, fire them in.
A cigarette cost me $2, and a can of Jim Beam and Coke is $6. Share the cash and love.
Will O'Rourke.
And be healthy, super chat.
Yeah, Will O'Rourke is going to continue into the right-handed Shreyas Iyer, who has a little dabble outside of off stump to a ball, David, that did keep fairly low again. I think that's one of the challenges here in Dubai, isn't it?
But it is. There's variable bounce, as you say, that doesn't quite come onto the bat, and then when you do time one, it doesn't necessarily go to the boundary. So that all would combine. But even so, New Zealand have done well this morning. What balls were you watching yesterday, Tony?
I meant metaphorically. I had my grandson over. I was not looking at his balls, I might hasten. I was talking, as I say, as a metaphorical way of describing that, as that is worked away down to leg. I was walking around the streets of Claygate shaking a biscuit tin. I was putting up posters for a lost cat at 6 o'clock in the morning.
Sir Duke a very big once over once he returned.
I did.
To make sure that everything was in place still.
And then, of course, I did have my eye on the Watford game. I just felt the England game had a ring of absolute inevitability to it.
First England game in a long time that I haven't followed closely, I have to say. It's a long time since I've been able to say that.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. 42 for 3, where 2 balls into the 12th over, being bowled by Will O'Rourke, and that's full. And slight, perhaps just a hint of in-swing, which is defended by Axar Patel.
Tony, did you think the timing of Joss Butler's announcement was a bit curious? Doing it before the last match?
No, not really. I as soon as they failed to beat Afghanistan, I kind of knew. I thought, I'm sure there's going to be an announcement the next day.
I kind of thought he was already in his plan already, and
his
therefore
demeanour, his language in the post-match interview, which he does so badly when England lose those interviews. I mean, I'm not saying that's a necessary skill. That's just tickled round the corner down to fine leg. But you know, I mean, the man was in almost. You can see the pain etched all over his face. You could see it during the chase against Afghanistan. You could see it in the post-match interviews. I just thought, he'll feel happier once he's divested himself of the responsibility of captaincy, and I bet he does it straight away. Which he duly did.
He did do it straight away because he hung on and captained them.
Yes, but he made the announcement straight away. I don't think they were just going to throw that dead rubber at Harry Brook and say, "Good luck, lad." That's pulled by Shreyas Iyer. But to your point, David, he seemed to get that reasonably immediately. It's possibly half stopped. And then Daryl Mitchell did the sweeping up as he came in from deep mid-wicket. Dug deep, very short into the turf. No, it wasn't. It was miles away from the dive at square leg. Unless it was Phillips, in which case he could catch flying planes, I reckon. I mean,
he took amazing.
What a catch that was earlier. What a catch.
Just rename him John T. Phillips.
John T. Phillips, yes, in honour of the great John T. Road, of course. John T. Roads, not Country Roads, as that one's worked away to short mid-wicket. There is no run. The most effective bowling here, economy-wise, by far, and I always go to Crickmetric for my facts on this, who still uses the slightly possibly racist tone expression. I've put it down as left-arm wristspin. Economy rate of just over 4 and a bowling average of 22. So that shows the type of bowling which tends to do well here. Although primarily, I was about to say, New Zealand so far have relied entirely on pace until now, because we have a change of bowling.
We do.
It is the New Zealand captain who is going to be bringing himself on, and it is Santner Baby.
Santner Baby, get some drift into the pads for me. Been an awful good Kiwi. Santner Baby, and dart them in quickly tonight.
Do. I can say it now. Sorry, Santner Baby.
Oh, wow. Well, everyone ends up at Surrey if they're halfway any good, as this one is away into the offside. Although we've just signed, is it Dane Patterson at Middlesex? So I think it's a decent signing from South Africa, a quick bowler. Yeah. We've got Kane Williamson, of course.
Dane Patterson, didn't he play
flooding out, isn't it? It's flooding out Middlesex in the transfer market.
In the transfer
now
market.
They've got the money from...
Santner in again to the right-handed Shreyas Iyer. Shreyas Iyer defends. The tall Santner lopes to his left and bends down to field. There is no run. Jace, where were India on the power play after 10? That's defended into the offside.
30-something, 34?
34. Okay.
There were 38 off 11, I think.
Well, I'll have a look in a minute. 11 off 25 for Shreyas Iyer, plodding along. 4 off 18. That's not even a plod. That's practically standing still, and that's not going to speed things along anymore.
Almost but the rest from yesterday.
Because that is just nudged back to...
How long did Butler last for yesterday?
An awful long time. He's about 20 off about 45 balls.
Let's be fair on poor old Joss. Let's forget the captaincy for a moment. He was watching a display of ineptitude all around him, and he thought someone's got to try and stay here, and that was worked gently into the offside. Again, there was no run.
But he just looked somewhat out of sorts in terms of timing the ball.
Yeah.
That's straightened by the slow left armour. Pushed back to him again by Shreyas Iyer.
Does give that
no run.
Very much that sort of whip and flick of the arm to impart the spin is very, very... It's not quite...
Well, guess what? That's a maiden over. No runs off it at all. 44 for 3 after 14, Jace.
Morning Guru, says Nick Vickers. I've got India down for the win. Are they collapsing, or can these two steady the ship and post a decent total? Well, I think they're on course to get the average score at the moment, or slightly above average score.
Yeah, remember, anything upwards of 200 is edging towards par. 235 is average first innings par. admittedly in only 2 games, both of which won by India. Both are, in fact, they've lost all their 3 tosses in this tournament at Dubai, and have been put in on every occasion. That's pushed into the onside by opposition, who clearly thought the best chance of winning was to bowl first. Didn't work out for any of them, David.
Yeah.
Yet.
Indeed. I mean, India bat very deep, don't they? So, in answer to our Twitterati, I think India got a lot of batting still to come, haven't they?
Well, yeah, they've got 3 bangers to come in now.
That was,
Hardik and Jadeja and one other.
Well, Rahul.
KL Rahul, yeah.
Will O'Rourke, in he comes. Around Hampton Court, down the bridge to Kingston, over to Dubai, and delivers this just outside of off stump.
Yeah, I thought they might give.
No
I thought they might give Rahul the nod over Axar to come in at 5. Actually, can I just slide in, Tony, a quick shout out to
Please
our
do.
listener in Andalusia, Crabbers, Simon Crabtree.
Hello,
Very good
Simon.
cricketer, and
Warm
even
welcome to you.
excellent human being. Listening to us on the swimming pool by the swimming pool in Andalusia.
Short. Now that got some bounce and some lift. Caused Axar Patel to rather flinch underneath it. There is a sense, I think,
And
with
that
many
was-
teams, that one way to get at Axar Patel is to bowl short at him.
Yep.
4 off 20. 4 off 20, Dave. It's glacial.
And that
There's
was
plenty of time.
Glacial, maybe the desert, but it is glacially slow progress from India.
Wow.
Or are we just used to watching England? Salt, bang, 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 out.
Well, yeah, the wicket tally would be familiar. England have been 3 down. in
Wow,
15 overs,
yeah.
haven't they, a few times.
O'Rourke in. That's cut, but cut straight to cover. There are 3 very short and 1 more slightly set back on that offside. And so far, it has more than done its job. I'll tell you what did do its job, and that was another worldie of a catch from Phillips. Virat Kohli, conscious of the camera no doubt being on him, stood and pulled the appropriate faces and milked the moment, making himself the hero of actually getting out, which takes some doing, I think it's fair to say. That one lifts again a little bit, and Axar Patel takes one hand off the bat and plays a very ugly shot, but he's got away with it. It's another efficient over from Will O'Rourke so far, just the one wide.
Very much made the rhetoric about, it takes a brilliant shot to get me out, yes, but it happens so often.
But again, it just seemed he got it sort of rather on the splice, but then we got to enjoy, and are still enjoying yet again, probably for about the 23rd time, Virat's look of awe, amazement and bemusement all rolled into one. O'Rourke in, driven though straight to mid on, and again it's no run. Again it was Phillips actually on the fielding duty. 5 balls of this over, just that one wide so far added to the score.
As you say, they're bowling short to Axar. It's paying off at the moment. He doesn't like it as much as he does thrown up there. And
are you saying he doesn't like it up him?
I thought that's where you were about to say. He doesn't like him up him, sir. He doesn't like it up him. He doesn't.
Do you, Tony?
Well, does anybody? I was going to say 45 for 3. Axar Patel 4 off 20. I can't even think what that run rate is. 5 4s are 0.2 or something, isn't it?
I think
that
it's
one's
about
cut though.
It's about 3.03.
Yeah, that's cut down to deep backward point, and there is amazingly a single to finish the over, which will mean, I think, that Axar Patel, who's been motoring along at such pace, has kept the strike, which I don't think is going to speed it up in the next over.
Yep. Kieran Roseblade says Tony's list cat, I was supposed to be an unlisted cat.
I think lost possibly.
Yeah. Has gone off to frolic amongst the Indian pigeons, I think. They're more at sea than I am.
All I can tell people is he was a little. He clearly had something of an adventure.
A bit sheepish.
He was a little bit sheepish. He was very hungry, so he'd clearly been trapped somewhere. I think he hadn't eaten.
Fluffy 3-0 India, Fluffy 3-1 India says, has anyone actually been to Dubai? I doubt it
many
exists.
times. Oh no, it absolutely does. I'll tell you what they have in Dubai.
And they say, Eric J says, Abu Dubious.
Abu Dubious. One thing they have in Dubai, which I'm sure David would be interested in. We'll just wait for Mitchell Santner to come over the wicket to the left-handed Axar, who attempts to just defend this into leg. I think there was a combination of bat and pad. No, given as a wide. I thought you got something on that, David.
No, that's straight
What
off
was
the
I
keeper's
dreaming?
gloves, I think.
Oh, was it? Well, it's been given it. Well, if you got anything on it, surely it's not a wide.
Off the keeper's gloves.
Oh, off the keeper's gloves. Well, in that case, it was a wide. Swept. This time he will get a run. He might actually get 4. Hold the front page. It's a swept 4 for Axar Patel. Suddenly I wouldn't say he's unleashed the shackles, but at least there is something of a kick-start. It's the 400th 4 of this tournament to anyone who's been counting. Obviously ours. And actually, David, it was a lovely shot, wasn't it?
Well, I think, it was a lovely shot. And consolidation is the order of the day. They lost 3, so I think it's fair enough for Axar to take his
Santner
time.
tosses this up outside of Axar's left off stump, and it's eased away to deep extra cover. He takes 2 on this occasion, so all of a sudden, from nowhere, he's gone from 0 to 6.
He hasn't given it away.
Next to no time.
Like the England players you were referring to yesterday.
No,
I'm going to say about Dubai, Tony, that would interest me. Not Maidan racing.
Oh, no, it was the camel racing, which these days is they have robot jockeys on the camels, which I think is quite an entertaining thought. Oh, that was a terrific ball from Mitchell Santner, which just straightened and went past the outside edge.
I mean, I've been always told never bet on children, robots, or camels. That's my philosophy. So,
well, you'd have two of those 3.
Yeah.
in the camel racing these days. That's worked nicely away through mid-wicket. There is a man set deep down there, and it should just get him a single, and takes the score onto 54 for 3. Both of these players have faced 28 balls, and both are on pretty much the same degree of progress. 11 for Shreyas Iyer, 12 for Axar Patel. It's Shreyas Iyer who's going to take strike as the right-hander faces the left armour coming around the wicket. Defended to mid-wicket, no run.
I thought you were going to talk about Maidan, the huge racecourse where the stand lasts a mile.
Does it?
A mile in width.
The Golden Mile. Although that's Blackpool, isn't it, rather than Dubai. Both by the sea, both somewhat different in character, I think it's fair to say. That's worked its way down to deep fine leg. Matt Henry trots after it, and it should be 3 to finish the over. Yes, it is. 57 for 3 after 16. Jace.
Kiwi by Day says, so happy to hear you guys. Go Santner, baby. And Lockie 6 says, John C. Rhodes is a legend. The only epileptic to change the way everyone feels. Well, yes, he set standards. That's definitely true.
He certainly was a class apart and set a
Baby Shaker
generation of fielding.
Says, time for all Santner worshippers to light their beige candles.
Beige? What's the beige thing other than he's a bit sort of...
the beige brigade is the supporters of New Zealand.
Oh, are they? Well,
yeah.
Being a bit
Kieran
harsh on
Blowsblade says, Santner sounds like he should either broker insurance or sell exotic Caribbean holidays. Either way, it sounds a bit dodgy.
Quite sort of timeshare-ish.
Eric J says, isn't Phillips on some sort of spectrum? I don't know. I don't know what his mental
He's very
needs are.
well, he's definitely very sporty, isn't he?
Yeah.
Wasn't it in the Test series against New Zealand for England that they kept doing features of him mountaineering, mountain biking, swimming across shark-infested waters, and generally doing ridiculous things.
Yep, I'll crack on because I think we're in the drinks break.
Yep, please do then for a moment.
Something like 800 press-ups a day.
He does, yeah.
Ridiculous.
Amazing.
That sounds a bit ADHD.
I'm only 799 short of that.
Yep.
But working on it.
Rohit has lost 13 tosses in a row, by the way, says Kundan. That's over 8,192% chance, which is minuscule.
Doesn't seem to have done too much damage to their form, though.
Jamal the Statman says, go New Zealand, I want you to win by a lot. Lack asks us, is 220 enough? Well, yes, potentially.
Well, yeah, as we've said, don't look for big scores. What is interesting... we'll do it then. Finish the messages, Jason, and then we'll talk about it in the next over.
Lockie 6 says, flat pitch bullies don't like it up 'em.
it up. Captain Mannering.
Oh.
If young Billy were here, he'd be wondering what we're talking about there.
Leah, you naughty girl. You shouldn't use that word.
Oh dear, what she said. No, don't tell us what she said if it's a bad
Well,
word.
doesn't that look good for the insert appropriate Asian slur here?
Right, okay. Tiptoe around that as you go.
Yep. Kundan says, Axel can bat. The match against Pakistan and South Africa in T20 World Cup. He's going to take his time, but he'll do well. Yes, well, he had a 50 in one of the first games, didn't he? Well, in the England-India series that preceded.
Yep. 57 for 3 after 16 for New Zealand, for India. Rohit, Gill and Kohli, that well-known firm of solicitors, all departed comparatively early. Kohli to an absolute worldie of a catch off Matt Henry by Glenn Phillips in the gully, wasn't it? And just diving to his right, absolutely launched himself. David, have you been following then the permutations of who might play who based on the results of this game?
No.
Well, I'll see if I can.
But it could be this. I mean, we could be watching the semi-final. That's what the only thing I was thinking, that this is likely to be the semi-final, India, New Zealand.
There is every chance of that. Both South Africa and Australia are in Dubai, ready just in case one of them will have to fly back to Lahore. Let me see. If New Zealand win, they would play Australia in Lahore. So we know that. If India win, they will play Australia in Dubai. If India lose, they would play South Africa in Dubai.
Oh, okay. So I'm wrong.
So it seems to me you bring both Australia and South Africa to be ready to play here, even though one of them will have to go back. That's launched up in the air. It's going to be short. Did it clear the fence? I don't think it did. No, it was dropped 2 or 3 yards short of the deep mid-wicket boundary, but it is one of these. And maybe, just maybe, India are looking to have a little crack now. Absolutely launched that very nicely, didn't he, David?
Well, yeah, it's fine bowling short to Axel, but when you pitch it there to Shreyas Iyer, he's going to probably dispense with it as he did just then.
Right.
Just set up, isn't it?
Caused Will O'Rourke to wince a little. That one's shorter and outside of off stump. It's been pulled, but only pulled to mid-wicket. And on this occasion it will be a dot ball, so a good comeback from O'Rourke, whose response to being clubbed for 4 is to just drop his length and I think his pace a little bit. A little bit wider.
Was interesting, Tony, wasn't it? Because that was short ball. He could have hit it anywhere and pulled it straight to mid-wicket from what I could see.
Yep, very true. What are we looking at here? I think I'm right in saying India have never lost here in Dubai. I think they played 8 times. They've never yet lost a game here. I think they may have had one abandoned. That's launched up in the air over extra cover. It's going to beat the fielder out there, and it's going to be 4 more. And suddenly there's been an acceleration.
For
65 for 3. Conversely, New Zealand, I think, have only ever played here twice, but they've never won here. They lost to Pakistan in 2014 and had a no-result game in 2018, so it would be their first win. India never lost. That's short, pulled, up in the air.
One-handed.
One-handed, but don't you worry, that's gone. I think the distance, no, again it's just dropped short of the deep mid-wicket rounder. It's 4 more, and suddenly O'Rourke is getting a little bit of tap.
Giuliani had his reasons for selecting his landscape seasons.
Peaceful was in the over, isn't it?
So 12 of 4 balls of this Will O'Rourke over had been so economical up to that point. But right now, Shreyas Iyer has decided it's a good time to start to attack. That one, though, he just waits, lets the ball glide off the surface of the bat to steer it down to Kyle Jameson at third man, and they will take a single. I think Will O'Rourke might be quite happy for that, because Shreyas Iyer just seemed to have decided to take a bit of a liking to him, David.
Well, he's dropped a couple short, which he's put away, as you say, one with one hand, and then when he's pitched up, Shreyas has gone over the top. So, yeah, I think we'll see this. I think this will be the last over in O'Rourke's spell.
Could well be 70 for 3 after nearly 70. We've got one ball left, barring wides or no balls or anything untoward. There is a second or third slip in place, and actually they're going to get straight into action because the ball is just angled, but straight to them. It's the end of 17 overs. It is 70 for 3, and the redoubtable Jason, full of his Crystal Palace breakfast, will bring you some messages.
Lots of talk about camel between various people after your camel racing
with robots. The robots are the jockeys. The camels don't race the robots. They race with the robots on their
Larry
backs.
Prince says, from Antigua and Barbuda with love, New Zealand will be the champions. Leah corrects me on saying it's not a slur against Asians, Jace. It means sister fucker, which I knew.
What does?
Benchod.
Oh, Lord.
Because I had occasion in a recreational cricket match to my two opening batsmen, one of whom is Asian, one of whom isn't. They were talking behind the non-Asian player's back.
Oh, well, Santner wanted you to finish your story because he stopped mid-run up there. I think it might have been more to do with Shreyas.
So his
pulling out
partner walked down and told him what they were telling him about him in non-English language.
In does come Santner. Forward comes Shreyas Iyer. Defends towards point, and there is no run. Right.
Apparently, it's Cody's favourite word. So, Cody is a foul mouth. Who knew?
37 for 3 is where they were after the power play. It was bugging me that we didn't have the exact amount. Now we do. That's defended into the offside. Oh, Shreyas Iyer thought about a single. No way, says Axar. You must be joking, and sends him back. And I think David Axar was right.
Yeah, it's been. I was on the move there from the moment the ball was released. He took 2 steps back, and then to give himself room to play the shot. I thought he was pulling out at one stage, and then started tearing off for a single.
That's nicely worked away to square leg. They'll take a single. Also, it would prove that robots actually do have emotions, because, very clearly they can get the hump.
Be a sad day when jockeys are replaced by robots. That will be the time I stop watching any form of racing.
Do you get tumbleweed in Dubai?
I think you do, actually. Probably in the desert you do. Santner, over the wicket he comes. Flicked nicely off his toes, and he might get a couple here because he's beaten short mid-wicket. No, it is just a single in the end. 72 for 3. That was a song by Sling Whitman, I think, years ago. Drifting along with the tumbling tumbleweed. Don't ask me how I remember that, David. I mean, you must know loads of musical stuff and you don't know why. That's pushed back to the bowler by Shreyas Iyer. Again, no run. Tumbling along, drifting along with a tumbling tumbleweed. 72
Why was
for
he
3.
called slim? Is it the obvious reason?
Normally it's because they're tall.
Defended again. Off his back foot this time by Shreyas Iyer, sort of pushed out to mid-wicket. 72 for 3 after 18, just 2 from the excellent Santner's over, who is proving his mettle both in as a bowler and as a captain for New Zealand.
Having moved on from camel puns now to lemon puns and some zesty moments there.
Oh, it's just the tonic we need, I reckon.
Lachlan says, I hope New Zealand lose. I hate the hacker. Wrong sport.
Where do you stand on the sort of ceremonial taunting of the opposition? I quite like it, David. What do you reckon?
If you're going to do it, then you allow everybody to do it. You allow everyone to respond in the manner to which they are prepared to.
Yes, well, I think it would tell you a lot about national characteristics as to what they actually did.
Because, every South Sea Islander has one. I mean, Fiji have one, Tonga have one.
Oh, okay.
They're allowed to do theirs as well.
Yeah, I mean, the French would just stand around and shrug at you occasionally.
I mean, I don't like it on competitive grounds or aesthetic grounds. It's unfair advantage, and it's not nice.
Change of bowling. Bracewell into the attack. His first ball is defended out towards mid-off, and there is no run. We should give our friend Michael Bracewell a little welcome. We'll do that as after he wheels around the wicket to deliver this ball, which is just pushed into the onside.
It's all a bit
and they
flat.
Will take a single. Here's Michael Bracewell.
Even if Michael Bracewell sturdily keeps wicket, knowing how the Kiwis pick teams, he'll be just 1 of 5.
Well, there was that little explosion of runs, David. The run rate's still under 4, though, as Michael Bracewell comes over the wicket to the right-handed Shreyas Iyer, who again shovels him down to meet wicket. They take a single. Sorry, David.
Well, just plenty of time, no cause for alarm. India bat deep. They're looking to consolidate after the loss of those 3 early wickets. No cause for alarm.
So basically what you're saying is you need to have a variety of gears to go up and down in the longer format of white ball cricket.
Absolutely, Tony.
Quite right. I thought that was I wonder if England's coach is listening to that. That was a good ball, actually. It turned, went past Aksar's outside edge, didn't get an edge, but it was a good delivery. Thus a dot ball. Bracewell in, shorter cut by Aksar Patel. There'll be a man on the deep cover boundary. There is, and they'll just jog another easy single. And as David quite rightly is saying, they don't need to do more than that. They've got depth of batting, they've got time in hand, and they need to stay there to be able to exploit that, David.
Yeah, and it's one of the, you mentioned the contrast with England, and you have to say
that's whipped away down to fine leg. Is there a man down there? Yes, there is, and that man takes a while to extend his full 6'7" height. That's a stoop down and field, which will tell you it is Kyle Jameson, and it's 19 overs complete. It's 76 for 3, Jace.
If I can just finish my point, Tim.
Yeah, please do.
Just quickly. You talk about the contrast with England and the need to rebuild in 50 over. You have to say, it's quite obviously to say, but like the likes of Salt, Livingston, Buckley, when is the last time they played a match over 20 overs duration?
Well, exactly. A conversation.
Only in these tournaments.
A conversation that Hendo and I were having in the car on the way in, trying to remember that. I think we'd calculated Salt had only played 4 or 5 games of anything over 20 overs. That's defended into the offside.
That was very odd.
By Shreyas Iyer, no run.
Shreyas Iyer moving around the crease.
Last comment, Tony. It'd be great. Remember Phil Salt saying it'd be great to have a 50 over tournament in England.
Yeah, that is worrying. That's worked nicely off his legs. Shreyas Iyer stepped back, just tickled it away into the leg side. Michael Bracewell fields, feigns a half-threatening throw, but the single had been safely taken. 47 is this partnership of 78 balls for the 4th wicket. Who was it who set? It was Bangladesh set a 6th wicket record hit, didn't they? Jackarali and I can't remember who now.
I
like
Jackarali. I think he's a real character and a real asset to their team.
Yeah, no, I agree. Who was it who set that record partnership, at least for Dubai? Tamit Hridoy and Jackarali against India. Obviously it would have been against India if it was in this tournament, because they're the only teams that this is their home. That's worked away down to square. No run. 77 for 3. Yeah, what did they get? 6 wicket record against India, and they got 154 between them. Wasn't enough.
Well, he had a superb tour for the West Indies prior to this.
Worked away around the corner again,
which David may know.
Who Jackarali did?
He did, yeah.
Yeah, no, he was a surprise when he was selected for Bangladesh, because I just thought he was along for the ride, David, as substitute wicketkeeper, and then all of a sudden there he was. Short, pulled, that should get a run for Aksar Patel. It will be down to who's down there. Will Young is patrolling the deep mid-wicket boundary. It will just be a single. It means 20 overs complete. Oh, we're due a change.
We are. I should be socials.
Offwardly buggering, and
likewise.
I think Hendo will come roaring in at any moment.
Well, Housewives' favourite Tony is off. Steve Bruce says, "Hi Tony, you'll be glad to know my wife has mellowed towards you." She says at least he doesn't swear. Yeah. She thinks the bear is a big child with his expletives. Anyway, I shall hang on here until he comes back.
Bracewell continue to Axar, who takes a single up to mid-off. I think I'm...
you are, I think, on ball by ball. Let me just look at the rotor. Yes, you are.
Bracewell, the surprise package of the tournament, since he's been one of the better wicket takers and economy rate. Didn't really rate him before this tournament, but he's done very well. That's driven by Shreyas to mid-wicket, and there's no run. You know, one might have thought he was the weak link in the attack.
And until Hender comes back,
Bracewell, he bowls, and that is played to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Now welcome Mog to the...
You'd have to go wake Hendo up.
He's coming now.
Greetings, Mog.
Top of the evening.
Oh, of course it's the evening, yes. That's turned to just behind square, and there's no run. What sort of hours are you keeping during this tournament, Mog?
Bit after 2, I think, is the latest I've finished. That's not terrible.
No. And this one down the leg side, it's it's gone through square leg, but there's a man covering there, and they're going to take a single. He goes on to 32. That's Shreyas Iyer. Building operation going on here. 80 for 3 after India lost 3 early wickets. One stage we were on, what was it, 30 for 3 at one stage. And Axar's got hold of that one. And it's gone behind point for a boundary to Iyer. To Axar, I should say. 84 for 3 off 21 overs. Mog, are you taking over on the old messages with the great public?
The great public? No, but I am doing the messages. Sorry,
right.
Public. Steve Bruce says, Hendo, my goat Hendo. Luke Callahan says, looks like you've just woken up, Hendo.
I'm always like that, every day, every hour, every minute, every second.
Disappointing. And Steve Bruce says, Bear Towers are busy today.
Yeah, there's 3 of us here. 3 of us in situ, which is always good.
Morning, Hendo.
Morning, Dave.
And that's played out by Shreyas for a single. 85 for 3.
Yeah, now, Dave, I heard you while I was off air talking about Phil Salt and Liam Livingston and 1 or 2 others, and we did do, the Bear and I did a deep dive, well, it's deep dive, belly flop into his figures.
Santner, Axar down the wicket, but pulls out of a big shot, just plays it down, no run.
In 2024, I pointed this out to loads of people, pointed it out to people on Twitter, although, of course, I don't have the platform, really, apart from Gorilla, to make the point, which is that in 2024, after this ball...
Santner to Axar, down the leg side, doesn't get a touch on that. Will the umpire signal that a wide?
Yes, he
does.
Yeah, it was a really good take, though, by Latham. I think
it was.
So, he's in 2024. He played 57 days, and I put that in inverted comma of cricket, actual match play. I mean, you have to allow for travel and practice. Although whether that practice is on the golf course, we don't know. Coming back to that.
Santner goes this time. Axar goes for the sweep. There's a man back. Going to take a single.
He played 57 days of cricket, of which 8 were what you would call full days of cricket, as in they were one-day internationals. The rest, everything else, was T20 or equivalent.
Says it all. Santner gives that one some air. Iyer drives it to backward point, no run.
Now, one of my biggest...
What is the equivalent of a T20? 2 T10s?
Well, no, not a T10. I was thinking more of that hideous growing tournament that is being plugged
in
with
Hong
money.
Kong, or wherever it was.
Hong Kong sixes. I'd go for that.
This
Over
one is
that.
driven out to extra cover by no run.
Yeah, my point is though that how do you learn to build an innings of any sort? Now, Salt is good in T20 cricket.
Last ball of the over, Santner down the leg side. Shreyas helps us on his way for a single. End of that over, 88 for 3.
Do you want to break in or shall I continue?
No, continue your flow.
Yeah, so I think I've been saying this about Livingston in particular, who basically I think this thing about the 50 overs tournament in England is a little bit misleading, because I agree it would be great to see these players and all, the average person that's playing gets a 100 contract playing in those games, but I don't think that is what is denigrating cricket from an England perspective. Dave?
No, indeed. That one is played out for no run by Iyer. It's a new over from Bracewell.
I think it's a symptom rather than the cause. I'll come back to that.
Bracewell giving it some air. It's down the leg side. Shreyas has a good sweep at that, but it's well fielded by, I think, the skipper at square leg. Forgive me if that wasn't the skipper, but it's certainly a left-hander. I think it was Santner.
Yeah, so I don't think that's a problem. There are players who've played one-day cricket in the past that are in this England team.
Yeah. That's out to mid-wicket and there's no run.
And they seem to be the ones that actually play it better. However, I just think the problem is, for these batsmen, lack of actual batting.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree more. This one on the leg stumped, straight to square leg. I plays that, and there's no run there.
I mean, when was the last time Liam Livingstone or Phil Salt played for Lancashire in a 4-day game?
Absolutely.
A long while.
They don't show any interest in doing that. They should.
Well, whether they show interest or not, it's up to. I mean, I'm not sure that whether they individually don't show interest. Dave, sorry.
That's played out to a deep square leg for a single.
But where is it? Lancashire seem to be. Well, I mean, the people running Lancashire don't seem to mind. They seem to have all their eggs in the T20 100 basket.
That's played out to long off for a single by Iyer. That completes the 23rd over. India are 90 for 3.
So I'll just finish this and, I'll come back to it. But so I think they, as a batsman, you need to feel the bat on ball. You can't. Everyone. You go out to bat. It's well known that you go out and you want to feel the first shot off the middle of the bat. It just helps you settle as a batsman. And then going deeper into that, it's not just about building in innings, because in a sense in T20 you often don't have the chance to build an innings. Mostly don't have a chance to build an innings as such. ODIs you do. It's about manipulating the ball around.
Here's a new over from Santner. It's short and Axel goes back and plays that off it's a bit upish off the back foot, but there's no one in catching. He gets a single to deep point.
They don't. If they come up on slower pitches where there's good cricket being played by teams like New Zealand, India, where Australia pace is taken off the ball.
Santner, that's short. Shreyas Iyer is going to have a free hit at that one. Is he going to find the boundary? No, he doesn't. There's a man sweeping out there, Ravindra, and they come back for 2.
The trouble is I keep losing my train of thought, but if someone can remind me what I was just saying.
You're saying that it's not just about building an innings. It's about being able to
manipulate the ball when if you just keep going harder at balls where the pace is being taken off, you're not really going to succeed, I don't think, on these sort of pitches.
That's played out to, and it's something more basic than that. It's played out to long off for a single. If you're used to playing over and over again in formats where the loss of a wicket is no big deal, you just get used to it. I think you're not there to preserve your wicket. It's not in your priority list.
Absolutely.
Here's Santner. This one, Axar's gone for a big one. It's going to bounce before it gets deep mid wicket, and I think they've only got the single there. But it was a nice looking shot.
There's a lot of stuff coming through from YouTube at the moment, so I'll, at the end of this over, I'll let other people have their say. But you're absolutely right. The McCullum ethos, the stupid Bazball description.
Santner, that's driven by Axel. I'm going to say something here, because I know where you're going with this, Hendo. That's a single. When at the time when Michael Mott was displaced, and we all thought that it was time for him to go as captain, as coach of the one-day team, I was actually in favour of bringing in Jonathan Trott, someone like him, to give our white ball 50-over team a bit more responsibility. At the same time, so you'd scale down, you'd sort of temper the flamboyance of the one-day team, just giving their wickets away. At the same time, as McCullum continues with the Test match role, I would have thought that would have been quite a good balancing act. End of that over, 96 for 3. We're really stirring the pot here.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, shut up, you cranky.
No, one thing I'll say, quick phrase. It's freedom without responsibility, as far as I'm concerned. Anyway, Mog, get in there.
Can all be fixed with a few YouTube videos I can watch. Lack and Wright have both said 280 is a good score at this point.
I think so.
Yeah. Steve Bruce says Root is the perfect example. We can dig in and build an innings, and he was out of the side for years. What a joke. And Luke Hallahan says Livingston is shocking. Never understood why he's in the team.
Well, he did have a shocking tournament. Bracewell, that's played out by Shreyas for no run. One man who's not having a shocking tournament is Bracewell. It's been surprise package, isn't he, of the tournament?
I think he's a good player.
Yeah. This one's down the leg side. Paddle shot by Shreyas. All for a catch behind. He could be given a wide. Yes, it is. Wide down the leg side.
I think that's an unlucky wide. I mean, he's in position to play the shot and he's just missed it. The leg side wide thing rankles with me a little bit.
That's played down the leg side. Well, sorry, Morg, I know you're desperate to read out a few more. Well, you're not desperate, but you'd like to read out a few more messages that we've had, and we'd like you to send them in, everyone.
Super chat.
Yay! Oh. Where? I missed that.
No, I'm just telling people.
Oh, right.
Super chat.
Down the leg side again, another wide. So this strategy, I mean, just big Bracewell up. He's just bowled 2 wides down the leg side, but he's still only conceded 14 from 3.2 overs. India 98-3. We're into the 25th over here. He bowls now to Shreyas, who's on 39, and it's going to be on 40 now. He just placed it nicely, keeping the ball, keeping the scoring rate ticking over, and that's 99-3.
Fluffy 3 India 0 says England just needs more sun. Play all the cricket in Spain. Down at Malaga or wherever it is they do all those ECN tournaments.
La Manga or something it's called, something like that.
Bracewell, nice bit of air, and that's driven pleasantly by Axar for a single. He's moved up to 26, and it's off 47 balls, so strike rate's nothing to write home about. But India have progressed to 100 for 3, so the rebuilding operation is underway.
Yeah, and how much criticism would England get, for playing this way? This is my argument.
This one, Shreyas plays to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Indeed, I think that's a very good point. That
I assume that's a rhetorical question. You don't want me to actually.
You can answer.
No one would care. Come on.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, good point.
This one, it's been an enterprising shot there by Shreyas. He played that virtually off one leg, on the move. It's gone down to square leg. It's a decent shot. It's 4 runs.
It's a dreadful ball, to be fair. I think it may stick in his fingers a little bit. He is operating on a leg stump line, so he hasn't got a huge margin for error. There are some people who have bought the Bazball mindset so absolutely that they criticise any any attempts to consolidate. And, basically England have only really got scores, the scores that they've got, apart from yesterday in this tournament, by consolidation to some extent, with the likes of Root and Duckett reining himself in really for that 165, where Herschel Gibbs said he should have got 200. Well,
Yeah. Herschel Gibbs, noted sub 80 IQ individual.
Oh, yours wrong. I changed the bowling.
Change of bowling. We've got Rachin Ravindra coming into the attack to replace the captain Mitchell Santner.
Here he is.
He is gonna be a star. He is Rachin Ravindra.
He's bowling his slow left arm. His slow left arm wrist sprint, is it?
No.
It's a bit like that.
No.
Yeah. Slow left orthodox.
Orthodox, yeah.
Orthodox. The first one was pretty short, and Axar had plenty of time to play that to long on for a single. So interesting bowling change. May as well give him an outing here. Shreyas on 44 drives that to long off for a single.
Yeah, I think New Zealand have been a little bit reluctant to give Ravindra much bowling. I mean, this kind of pitch will suit him, being so slow. But in general, just in Test cricket as well, I think.
Gives that nice lot of air, but it's over pitched, and is that going to beat the fielder? No, decent stop there. That was Mitchell, Darryl Mitchell, who threw himself down to prevent the boundary. They just go through for a single. Nice to see Ravindra giving the ball some air.
Yep, absolutely.
It's 107 for 3. The run rate creeping up just above 4 and over 4.2, and that's a decent bit of fielding extra cover to prevent any runs there at all. Raoul's got his helmet on in the dugout waiting to come in. I was a bit surprised he didn't come in before Axar, but because Axar's very much plays a floating role in this India batting lineup. That short played out to just behind point, no run there to Shreyas Iyer. Axar preferred to Raoul coming in at 5. I thought with 3 early wickets, and they might have gone for Raoul.
Yeah, I wonder whether it's something to do with wanting a left-hand, right-hand combination.
Yes, I haven't thought of that.
Certainly to try and muck up the spinners.
You're one step ahead of me, as always, Hender. Ravindra bowls that short, gives Shreyas a chance to have a free hit here. He beats the fielder at mid-wicket there. They've got some cover. Wide long on, they just go through for a single. He goes on to 46. That's 26 overs gone, and India are 108 for 3.
Mog!
Steve Bruce says the 100 has killed our 50 over game. I can't stand it.
No, me neither. Well, I'll watch it from time to time, but yeah,
stats would support that view, Mog.
I haven't really seen any of it, to be perfectly honest. Tony Bishop is apologising that he does swear, but less than the bear. He's apologising to Mrs. Bruce. No one swears as much as the bear. And Lockie6 says, is there any way Duckett can bowl for India? We can't bowl for England, so why not?
Here's Bracewell to continue, and that's driven up to wide long on. Shout out to Doug Brook, who's listening to us in Sacramento in California. It's early hours of the morning there. Hope you're listening to us loud and clear, Douglas.
Is he a relative of yours?
Only my brother. My brother.
Only your brother.
Yeah. Out in Sacramento, listens to Guerrilla Cricket. His only way of getting the coverage, of course. That's outside the off stump, out by Axar for a single, and Axar moves on to 29.
He really should have super chatted for that shout out.
Yeah, Doug, get on it.
Prayers on 47. Axar.
That'd be tight.
Here's Bracewell. That's driven out to long on for a single.
Is Sacramento Southern California?
Well, it is. Yeah, not a lot going on there, according to Doug. I think he prefers Santa Cruz, but Sacramento, yeah, mainly residential, I think. Not a lot going on, but nice enough, I think. Bracewell round the wicket. On the back foot goes Axar. He's found the gap, I think.
Sure.
Yes, he has. That's a decent looking shot by Axar. Goes for 4 runs. He moves on to 33.
I was just waiting to see whether that had cleared the ropes, but it hasn't. It's one of these.
Now my innings going. Great guns. I hit the ball. 4 runs. I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
Shot of another glamorous Hollywood-looking actress in the crowd. I wonder if she's Mrs. Axar Patel. This goes out, and that's played out to deep cover point for single. I mean, the cameras have been fixated on Mrs. Kohli, haven't they, today? Who,
have they? To be honest, I don't know what she looks like.
Well, she's a whole of India will know because she's a Bollywood actress as well. So.
Oh, is she? Okay.
Oh yeah.
Shreyas
on 46. That's played out to the sweeper on the leg side boundary. Just 1 run to Shreyas. Moves on to 49 now. 117 for 3 India. Their run rate creeping up off 27 overs. Mog is fielding our messages.
Yes, slowly but surely. Matt Levon Eric says, Wolf, morning primates. How are we all? Love and sausages. Steve Bruce says, Mrs. Bruce loves you, Tony. I'm worried about my marriage. Lux says, I love the Indian cricket team. They are rude and bold, but they're Indian. Admirable. But Steve Bruce says, I hate the Indian cricket team. Arrogant, aggressive, and a product of the BCCI, whom I hate to the core, which is essentially Australian cricket as well. Lucky Six says, India is a great side, but they could use another bowler. And Steve Bruce says, is reading these comments at the pace of Dwayne Leverock.
That's what made me laugh.
Buggers won't shut up.
Oh, that's a decent ball from Ravinder. It grips and turns and peeled for stumping. It just missed the off stump. It beat Shreyas. All ends up. And, well, I don't think it's going to be out, though. Is there a review going on here? I think he kept his back foot in the ground, Hendo.
Yeah, I think so. But, no, he's just dragged it. Yeah, I think he's going to be back. Ooh, it's very, very tight. But I think you've got to give him the benefit there. I think he's just behind the line, yeah. But a really good delivery. And a smart piece of work from Tom Latham.
Well, it justifies your comment earlier that Ravinder possibly underused by New Zealand. That one really did turn. A lot more turn than we've seen from Bracewell or indeed Santner. Beating Shreyas, but Shreyas lives to fight another day, and he'll be relieved about that because he's on 49. I'm sure that he would like to get a couple of personal landmarks here. Lovely ball. Here's Shreyas. Will he get his 50 here? He guides it to point, and there's no run. No, he won't. New Zealand bringing the field in. Well, they've got 1 man into the circle to stop that from happening. But I'm sure, well, he might go aerial. What's he going to do here? Eaten once already outside the off stump. Ravinder's got interesting action. Bowls a bit like Kuldeep Yadav. Plays that out to long on. That is his 50. Congratulations, sir. You are a half centurion.
50 runs. You're 50 runs. Well done, well done, well done, well done. 50 runs, you're 50 runs. The job has only just begun.
50 runs, and that's played out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. I love that jingle. Mog, is that one of yours? You're a very, very talented musician. You come up with some of the best jingles on the channel. Is that one of yours?
Do you want a favour or something? No, that's one of Jeff's.
That was a 50-50 call there. That didn't work. Axar drives that to mid-on. And
Hendo can't tell my voice after fucking 10 years of this.
Yeah, but that's because your range is so extraordinary.
It's outrageous is what it is.
And the last ball of the over is short, but it turns inwards towards the left-handed Axar. All he can do is pat that one down. 118 for 3 of 28 overs. Living Thing, was that one of yours? I think you said no way would that be one of yours.
No, that certainly was one of mine.
I think, Hendo, we'll have to just, if we can schedule in a couple of Mog's jingles during Mog's stint, think that's
Oh,
what it
God,
has to
no,
be.
no, you don't need to do that.
Well, to be honest, he's all over it.
He's all over
I mean, almost every other jingle is Mog, if not more.
I'm nearly up to 1,400, I think.
Really?
Wow,
that's extraordinary.
Fucking
That's
awful.
one of
And
the
that means
more,
also the fact that you can record these things means that you understand technology a bit as well.
Well, in comparison to perhaps some people, yes.
Don't know who you mean.
No names.
First ball of Bracewell's next over is played out by Shreyas for a single down to deep square leg.
I wanted to say as Shreyas, I got that 50. I just wanted to say to all you young folk out there, that's how to build an innings.
Quite right too. It delivered in a Yorkshire accent. That would have been even better.
So, well, I'm not sure whether my Yorkshire accent is actually from Yorkshire.
Doesn't matter. Straight back to the bowler, and there's no run.
Peter Smith says, "Bring on Phillips. He can bowl."
I don't like Phillips. I hate watching Phillips bowl, I have to say.
On the back foot, that's played out square by Axar, but the sweeper's having a lot of work to do here because they go through for two. The outfield is quite slow, so you have to go some to get a boundary. If you've got a couple of sweepers either side, you can generally prevent the boundaries, and that's what we've seen. That's probably what keeps the scores down on this ground in Dubai. As Tony was telling us before that there aren't many scores over 230 here, but par score. Played out onto the offside. 1,400 jingles. It's one of the more remarkable statistics. You said it so modestly off the cuff, but I can't let that go by without commenting on it. That's remarkable. You're prolific. Down the over the top goes Axar Patel. That is a decent shot. The crowd loving that. Did it bounce in front of the boundary? Hendo's waiting.
It went all the way. Went all the way.
Went all the way.
Looked like it's
Fabulous shot over extra. Brilliant shot. One of these.
That's one of the 1,400, I can tell.
Nope.
This is defensively played by Axar. You can tell why Axar is rated so highly. He plays anywhere in the order. The Ravi Shastri of this team. What happened in that last ball?
I didn't see.
Take his gloves off and walk back to the changing room, but I don't think he's out. He's played that one down. I assume there's no wicket there. I'm slightly confused by what happened there. Has he gone off for a drink after he hit the six? No, he's gone off for some physio. He's obviously playing such a big shot. So little gap here, Mog, which is all yours. It's all yours.
Well, fuck the messages. Let me just talk about that one time I fell off my bike. That'll be much. Steve Bruce says, it sounds like David has been studying about Coley's wife. Big fan of her work, aren't we?
Deep research. He's been doing.
You can play any role.
Have you been doing a deep dive, Dave? Deep dive, Dave.
Any role.
Very deep dive.
That's a replay.
That's a replay.
Yeah.
Steve Bruce asks, has anyone ever walked in on you doing these jingles, Mog? No. It's not quite like masturbation. I wouldn't be as embarrassed if I was caught masturbating as opposed to sprung singing some shit about it. Ugandan cricketer. Steve Bruce asks, did you do the Alzari Joseph one? I have done one and Jeff has done one, I think. I think the one that gets played most is Jeff's because mine's not very good.
I did think that we would have a little. I mentioned it to the Bear the other day that it being Sherwood's 50th birthday, we should have a little sort of Sherwood jinglethon during the break. But he couldn't be bothered to delve deep down and find the jingles.
Ravinder
tough.
Axar. It's my last over on commentary, so I've got to take this opportunity. So I don't get to play with Hendo very often.
Ooh.
I've got to say, Hendo, I'm going to serve you up a ball here.
Oh.
And it's related to England again, because a lot of English fans listening. And it's related to captaincy. Down up in the air, and it's taken one-handed. Is it that man Phillips? No, it isn't. It looks like Kane Williams.
It's Kane!
He had to, it's not as stunning as the Phillips one, but it bobbed up in the air, and Williamson had to stick out a hand, and it stuck just behind square leg. So that's the end of Axar Patel.
Yeah, another really good catch. I mean, that was the only way he was going to take it. He had to put one hand stuck. I mean, it wasn't travelling; it was a loopy catch. So it didn't require the reactions of the Phillips one. But that's an important wicket, an important time, and a little bit of a disappointing shot from Axar Patel, and he's on his way.
Top edge, for fuck's
Oh, it
sake.
was.
Oh, no, he's out. Excellent. Top edge, for fuck's sake. Oh, no, he's out. Excellent. Top edge, for fuck's sake. Oh, no, he's out. Excellent.
I love that jingle.
Definitely one of yours.
I love that jingle. You were going to say something about Axar, but you were going to set something up about Axar Patel for me, Dave.
Yeah, well, Axar Patel, the Ravi Shastri of the team. No, I was going to, but I picked him up too much there because he's out. But he can bat anywhere in the order, like Ravi Shastri, the only man to bat in every position in the order. Did he get a century at every 1 to 11? Something like that.
Did he really?
So the point I was going to make about captaincy, Mitchell Sadler wears the captaincy very easily, doesn't he? He's taken to it very easily. With Jos, but just one comment about captaincy. Can you imagine a pep talk from Jos Buttler when considering the replacement? You need someone who can give a good pep talk rather than, chaps, let's all go and let's win this game.
Well, Dave, I've been saying it for years and years. The thing about English cricket is I just don't think that we think about it enough. I just don't think the cricket intelligence is good enough. And it's been like that for years as far as I'm concerned. We just seem to get out-thought a lot, really. And with quite obvious things. Jos Buttler, lovely bloke, brilliant batsman, but he wasn't quite the answer that the pundits had thought he was.
I don't think I can't imagine he would give a talk that would really sort of inspire you to get out there. Rahul plays that he's too nice a guy, nice guy, and he gives very bland interviews. And he smiles all the way through them, but never really says anything too much. And I think you want more than that from a captain. You need someone who's capable of highs and lows, motivating. That's gone out for a single to Rahul.
You're actually done now, Dave.
I'm off now.
You're off now.
Have I got 2 balls to go?
No, you haven't. Oh yes, you have. Sorry, 2 balls to go. My mistake. Oh God.
I thought I'd been cut off. That was a comment on my stint. But we've had quite enough of that.
What
is going on?
You have 2 balls less because you've been too boring. Outside that Ravindra, that's played out to the offside, and they go for a single. I think it's Jason's going to come in and take over.
Well, that's what confused me because they got in here so early. I presumed that was the end of the over, and I didn't look.
Maybe had a mini stroke.
Yeah, probably.
It's certainly been an interesting passage to play. I'll be back later on during the response from New Zealand. James Knight says his money's on New Zealand, and I think that's a shrewd bet. But it played out to extra cover. There's no run there. 134 of 30 overs. Hend, I've set you up for a decent another rant. And Mog, it's a pleasure.
Thanks, Dave. Thanks, Mog. We've got a 3-man in-studio team for the first time today, which is always
9:56 for whoever's doing the next socials thingy.
Oh, I think it's me, but 9:56. You see, I don't have any date numbers on what I'm...
Eric J, amazing. Bye.
Okay, I'm with you. I'm with you.
Well, a wicket for Ravindra. Maybe he should bowl him more often.
Well, I as I said,
and they haven't even bowled Phillips yet.
Well, I don't. He's had some success, Phillips, but I really don't like to watch it.
Yeah, I mean, choice of Phillips versus
Ravindra.
Well, Bracewell for an off spinner.
Yeah, I mean, there's the aesthetics of it, isn't it? Really.
Anyway, it's Bracewell to continue. That ball is punched up to long on, and I've got a bit quiet in my ear. Hopefully everyone else can hear me okay.
Yes, we
I can hear you. Yep.
And they take a single. 1-3-1 for 4.
David talking about Jos Buttler there. I just getting absolute vibes of Sergeant Wilson.
Yeah.
What as in John Lee,
would you mind just awfully scoring 1 or 2 runs?
Very diffident, very polite, very understated. Very much like Kane Williamson's catch, which is very understated. And that's again, tried to push that down to long on, but Ravindra is over smartly and snaffles that.
That's the sort of electrifying fielding Middlesex have invested in, because it's not really his runs in this tournament, because he hasn't made any.
What, Kano?
Yeah, Kano.
And that is again punched off the inside edge of the bat to the man at mid-wicket, and there is no run. Yes, someone was bemoaning the fact that Surrey had signed Kane Williamson. I thought, no, he hasn't.
Surrey?
No, we haven't.
No.
Our reputation precedes us unjustly, and that is, again, punched towards long on and well fielded by the mid-wicket, who is that Phillips. I would have thought he would have been at point.
Well, did he fly through the air to stop that?
He made a tumbling stop. Floated and held back a bit by Bresswell. That's nice bowling.
Yeah,
and Rahul just drops the bat on that into the offside. It's been a good over. This is just single off the first ball and 4 dots. Keeping some level of control as Rahul starts to build his innings. And again, another dot to finish the over.
Right, some tweets. There was a lot of sort of fun play on words or talk about Roberta Flack. I've no idea why.
She's passed away.
Well, I know she's passed away, but I don't really understand the connection with cricket. But anyway, I missed the original tweet on that. Steve Bruce says, no one read my comment about David B reminding me of Warwick Davis.
Oh no, we read it in the green room.
David has a beautiful, soothing voice. He does. Actually, facially, he's a bit taller, I'd have to say. And also, he does have, not just have a great voice for cricket commentary, he has a great voice in general. And he's a fantastic musician himself.
Ravindra pushed through and pushed out to gully.
He's very much the Winifred Atwell of guerrilla cricket, isn't he, is David?
Ooh.
Tinkler of the Ivories.
Oh, he is.
As long as he's not Mrs. Mills.
He's not Mrs. Roll out the barrel.
Richard Clayderman.
We'll go to the worst hoik there. Shreyas. That is all on the ground to point. So a lot of work for just a single. A lot of risk for just a single.
Yeah, I always think that. He's really tried to smack that, hasn't he, I think, for a reverse sweep. Actually, you're better off going behind square with those. Hit it in front of square. You've got the man on the cover boundary mostly.
The power reverse sweep is not really the thing. You want to dab it fine if you can.
Subtlety when is required. Slip in. Ooh.
Yes. And the field awaits Ravindra, who comes in. That's a nice ball just outside off stump. That's well fielded by Point. He makes a sprawling dive to stop the single. That's the lanky Willow Rourke, using the full length of his body there.
It's good to see the crowds filled out somewhat. Don't forget it's a working day in Dubai. It's a Sunday.
Yep.
I imagine that pretty much every day is a working day to some extent,
apart
isn't
from
it?
Fridays.
Well, Friday and Saturday are the weekend.
Down the wicket by Rahul, and that's lofted over the man who's up in the ring. One bounce into the boundary for 4.
Good shot.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
Yep, first real mark of intent by Rahul, advancing down the wicket, and with good footwork, that made that look very easy indeed.
Yeah, that's right. Just you pick spot, you go over the top, you lift it enough, but you don't try to overhit it, which is a failing of so many batsmen of
persisting with that 2 men short on the offside, very closely packed, aren't they?
Rahul gives himself room, plays that nicely through the covers to the man on the boundary. It's another single to him. 137 for 4.
Just to make a point as well, that was his 9th ball when he played that shot. So he's had a look, hasn't he? Yeah. He's had a bit of a look.
Last ball of the over. Shorter, slightly faster, but it's the same result. Off the back foot by Shreyas, who punches it through the offside to finish the over. India 138 for 4 after 32.
Was it Luke? Is Luke the man who
Luke
we're
is the
told?
man we are told to get in to
Luke,
do
Luke
commentary.
is Steve Bruce's mate,
Who's a
who
good-
is
apparently
quite keen to commentate.
Ah,
yes,
right.
yes.
Okay, so that's all in hand. Good to know about
Hopefully,
that.
good.
Steve Bruce says, Tony, I'm going to have to mute you as my wife loves you now. She says you are the sensible one. Not the special one like Mourinho, but the sensible one. Steve Bruce also says this is an elite level lineup. Luke Halsham then, is it Halsham or Halsham? Halsham says the sensual one. The Engelbert Humperdinck of Guerrilla Cricket, says Lockie 6.
Who, me?
I don't know.
Lord.
Bracewell, that's short and horrible, and that's well picked up in the end by Shreyas, as the ball kept low a bit, and he's worked that down to square leg.
If by that he means I continually go to the bear, please release me, then that's probably fair. Yeah. But yeah, well, I'm delighted. If I am the Engelbert Humperdinck, could do worse.
Bracewell
Could do a lot better, mind you, as well.
fizzes through his action. That ball fizzes onto the bat, and Rahul can't make that ball go past square leg. It's a dot ball.
Is he one of those crooners that's shuffled off his mortal coil yet, or is he still
I
hanging
always
around?
think of Engelbert Humperdinck as being very well coiffured.
Oh yes.
And that's worked off the front foot by Shreyas down to long on, and an agreed single is taken. 140 for 4 now.
It's a decent platform, isn't it? I mean, 280 is on the cards. You've still got Hardik Pandya
and Jadeja.
Very
He's 88. He's still alive. He was born in Chennai, was Engelbert Humperdinck.
What was his real name?
Dorsey.
Not Tommy.
No, not Tommy Dorsey. Arnold George Dorsey.
Arnold
was his real name.
Well bowled by Bracewell. He saw Shreyas coming.
The only famous Arnolds that I can think of is Arnold Long, who was wicketkeeper for Surrey when I first started watching them.
Jeff Arnold?
Jeff, well, yeah, that's
well,
nice.
that's Gigi.
And I was going to say, do you remember Arnold the dog on Tony Blackburn's show?
Yes!
Swept by Rahul. That's gone fine. Is there anybody there? No, but they have to run around. It's a lanky Jameson, and it's going to be an easy 2 for Rahul.
Arnold Lane.
Oh yes, Pink Floyd.
Pink
nice.
Floyd song.
Right, sorry.
On which the Steve Finn Knocking the Bales jingle is based. Knocking the bales off with his knee.
Okay.
That was from Pipe of the Gates of Dawn, wasn't it?
It
The
was,
first
I
album?
believe so. No, I think it was...
when I was naught.
Medal, I think.
I don't think it wasn't Metal. People will correct us surely. That was short, and that's hit into the ground and through mid-wicket. That's another single to end the over, and India are 144 for 4 after 33.
Arnold Palmer, the golfer, says JW.
Yes,
Good point. Famous
crikey
Arnold.
misses, yes.
What about Hey Arnold? Says Suter different generation. I don't know who
Hey Arnold, that's a single by. Oh, God, I can't remember now.
Steve Bruce. Now you tell us. He says, a little warning. My mate Luke is a little Roy Keane when England lose.
Oh.
He goes all Bob Willis on the side. Well, I mean, that means, God, they'll be sort of ranting from all
judge?
ends. The judge, yeah.
Does he go and take his dog for a long walk when England lose? That's what Roy Keane would do when he's upset. Doesn't he go?
Have we got a spare dog?
Yomping off with his dog.
Well, the bear's got access to a
as
dog.
long as he doesn't kick it, that's fine.
It's a bit bitey though.
Ravindra, arm ball comes in off the inside edge by Rahul. A bit of nifty footwork by Santner as he retrieves the ball.
Here we go. Arnold Schwarzenegger, says JW. Arnold Bennett, a novelist, says Richard Harmon.
Arnold Bennett, yes. Gordon Bennett.
Famous Arnold. Matthew Arnold was he a poet or a novelist?
He's a composer.
Oh, composer, yeah. Composer.
Thomas Arnold was the author. And that's short and lumped into the stand by Shreyas. He's having none of that rubbish. That's going out the ground, and 6 runs.
Indeed.
Tried to shoot that through a little bit quicker, didn't he? But it just didn't work. It was just too
sat up
short.
to be hit.
It did.
No, if you're going to do that, he's got to be up to the bat a bit more, and then you can't allow him to get on the back foot and get under the ball. It's a bit floatier as a result, the next ball, and that's just tickled into the leg side. The man from 45 runs round and fields the ball for a single.
Well, it said he was born in Chennai, Engelbert Humperdinck. But equally, his origin, which is presumably where he grew up in Leicester.
That's what I thought. I was going to say Leicester, yeah. I imagine he was a regular.
Well-known Indian hotbed of Leicester.
I imagine he was a regular at Grace Road.
I've no doubt he was. He seems to get his wigs made at the same place as a certain American president as well, looking at this picture of him.
Short and punched into the offside by Shreyas, and they take a single.
Other famous Arnolds. There's an Austro-American actor named Arnold. Bit obscure, says Lockie6. Well, certainly, but I mean, is he like just the one Arnold name, or has he got another name that goes with it?
That's the Schwarzenegger, I do believe.
Oh, sorry. That okay, fair enough. But you obviously tweeted that.
Punched
at
off the back foot and back to the bowler. No run. India 1-5 to 4.
Now we're getting lots of Arnold surnames. I was thinking more of an Arnold first name.
That's nicely pushed up to the bat, and that's lent on very gently by Rahul, past a diving Ravindra to long off. And that completes the 34th over.
The thing is with Arnold now, it's very much a name of a generation that's gone, isn't it?
Arnold,
You just know.
But surely it's time to
Gordon's.
resurrect. It's time to resurrect the Arnold.
Even Gary's, there hasn't been a Gary for years.
Or not many Nigels, although,
not many Jasons either. That's the point where I was born, and then there were loads of them thereafter. Thank you, Mr. Connery.
Tonys are a dime a dozen, however. I'll do some more tweets. Russell Arnold, Jeff Arnold, Pope Arnold. Was there a Pope Arnold? Yes. Hey Arnold was a Nickelodeon cartoon from the 90s. I'm slightly too old for it, but I can't read the rest of the YouTube tweet because it's disappeared off the top of my screen.
We're going to have a change of bowling. The lanky one is going to return.
Well, there are a couple of lanky ones. Which particular lanky one? This lanky one. This one.
Arnold Rimmer.
95, probably never 50, because Will O'Rourke is about bowling and the batting, but he's good at that, good enough to get your wicket, good enough to drive you crazy when you get out.
And it starts with a slower ball that is just dinked very gently down to third man, and they take a single.
You wouldn't know that people. We've got Arnold experts out there. JW, who I haven't seen before.
They are experts in Arnoldology.
Yeah, Arnoldology, absolutely. He says Arnold is a masculine German, Dutch and English given name. It is composed of the Germanic elements an eagle and walled power brightness.
German is Adler, isn't it, for eagle?
Well, I'm just looking up famous Arnolds, many of whom I haven't heard of. I had heard of Arnold Schoenberg, who is also a composer.
Yes.
O'Rourke, short and rising, and nicely played by Rahul into the offside, and they scamper a single.
Arnold Toynbee, Arnold Bennett we had, Arnold Summerfield. Don't know if he founded a chain of supermarkets or if it's somebody else. Arnold Bax.
Arnold Ridley, who played Private Godfrey.
Arnold Ridley, of course.
That's for
the
Richard
very
Harman.
doddery Arnold Ridley.
Yeah.
My sister Dottie's upside down cakes.
Benedict Arnold, American general in the Revolutionary War, says Steve
Arnold
Bruce.
Godfrey was a war hero in the First World War. He took a bullet in the groin, took all kinds of injuries.
Well, O'Rourke short, and that's absolutely cloth by Shreyas, and the ball dribbles out to mid-off. Fortunate, perhaps, he didn't get more on that ball, and that would have carried to mid-off.
Arnaldus de Villanova, Arnold of Brescia, Arnold Bocklin, Arnold Hubraken, Arnold Wilson. Who was Arnold Wilson? Any idea?
Do you know these names? These names are making me think I should bring back Who's That Weirdo?
Yes.
Yes.
Guess who the Arnold cricketer or weirdo?
Arnold Wesker. I've heard of.
Oh, that's short, and that's hit into the air. Is that man going to be there? No, he's just short of him. Good effort by the fielder at square leg, but just too far to come in, I think.
Yeah, Bracewell, I think it was. I thought when he clothed it, I thought that would be quite a regulation catch to square leg, but it really didn't carry, did it?
Yeah, more up than out, thankfully for him. But a good shorter ball surprised the batsman.
I'd love this to be true. Lucky Six says Arnold Shaver is my local barber. No way. Oh way.
O'Rourke angling in, attacking the stumps. That's played nicely off the back foot and just dabbed down. The ball comes into the bowler's end, and O'Rourke takes evasive action.
I went to a school. Lad in my year was called Julian Ridley, but we all called him Arnie, after the great Arnold Ridley.
Excellent. Quite right too. Much underappreciated actor.
Well, I think we're saying. Oh, I thought you said Arnold, not actor.
And meantime, batsman has changed his bat in the middle of the over to face this last ball by O'Rourke. Here he comes. It's a slower ball, and it's given the full flowing blade into the long on foot seats. Lovely shot. Waited for the ball and just deposited it over the boundary.
Yeah, he picked it, waited for it, and dismissed it. Lovely shot. If to be honest, when I woke up this morning, I didn't think that what would set Twitter alight or YouTube alight would be discussion of the name Arnold. But
you never know, do you?
You cannot predict the whims of our audience.
Indeed. I bring you also news of Jasons. There are quite a few Jasons in eastern Germany. Lots of Kevins and Anrigus.
Angry Goose.
Sutu says we've got Google Hendo. So is Tony.
Well, that's where I was finding my famous Arnolds from.
But I mean, I just like the idea that you've got nothing better to do than just
Didn't
Google
this all start
Arnolds.
with Engelbert Humperdinck? Is that how we got onto Arnold's?
It was. Ravindra, that's full and driven sweetly through the offside, but to the man on the sweeping on the boundary.
How
they take a single? It's 165 for 4 now.
How did we get from Engelbert Humperdinck to Arnold? What was
his name is Arnold.
Oh, his real name is Arnold. Yes.
Also, I mean, name an Engelbert Humperdinck song that isn't "Please Release Me." Might stump most of us.
Shorter by Ravindra, and that's cut. Do they take a single? They do take a single. That's well run. O'Rourke can't get the ball to the bowler's end in time to prevent the single.
Yeah, I mean, what's great, just seeing that 6 again from Shreyas. It's he obviously picks up the slow ball early and then just waits.
It's Fuller and flogged very nicely through the offside, all on the floor, and they take a single to the boundary sweeper running round.
Possibly the second most famous then would be The Last Waltz, wouldn't it?
Yes.
I want the last waltz with you.
I think JW's making up the fact that Danger Mouse's real name was Arnold.
It was.
Oh, was it?
Yes, it was. No, I think he's right.
Fired into the leg stump and just worked round the corner by Rahul, I do believe.
Or was that Penfold's first name?
Don't know.
Was Penfold Terry Scott?
Yes, it was.
Ravindra short and punched off the back foot wide of the extra cover, but that man on the boundary is at it again, stopping the single, stopping the 2.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to me the way to get runs is you have to go long, hard over mid wicket or straight.
Yeah, you've got to go over the man
anything
short.
along the ground, by and large. It's not the quickest of outfields by any manner of means.
Oh God, no! The outfield doesn't help, but also I think the ball does stick in this pitch in Dubai. It's not it doesn't come through
Last
very well.
ball of the over, Ravindra in. That's floated up. That's nicely played. Very manufactured down to long off. They amble a single. That's the end of the over. 36 overs have gone, and India are 170 for 4. Shreyas is moving on nicely to 77.
It's all happening so quickly. I can't keep control of it. Jason Statham, Jason and the Argonauts. Yeah, God, that's a tedious film.
It's a tedious name to have for your quiz team, which I've had for a long time, which I didn't really want.
This is such great listening. I'm pushing my wife away from showing me affection, says Steve Bruce. Can't miss a minute. Sutu says Tony's sexualising the comment long and hard.
Did I? When was that?
Well, I don't know.
I wasn't aware I
Did
did.
you just put emphasis or emphasis on the right
Emphasis, was I? Did I get my emphasis in the wrong place?
I've got a feeling that we've got a bit of a drinks break at the moment. So, is this a good time to talk about Patreon?
Yes.
I think it is.
Give us your money.
Give us your money. Well, you know, that's the simple thing. The actual
That's
detail.
the Bob Geldof version.
The detail is go to patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket and pledge a monthly amount. We will be shortly moving to a studio, which is going to cost us more money, and there's nowhere to park, which is going to cost us even more money.
But let's talk about some of the benefits, though.
Well, yeah. Well, what the benefits are, there's a pub.
No, I'm into Patreon membership. That's what I was.
Oh, the benefits of Patreon
benefits for us are it's next to a pub.
If you will stop interrupting me, I will try and get through this.
They are self-evident.
Patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket. You'll keep us going. We will bring you conversation about Arnold's, Jason's, anything you want, any name you can think of, to keep you going through these dark days. We may be the only thing that saves humanity.
But as well as our Undying Gratitude, you get your name
on the glory roll.
Scrolling across our glory roll on screen. You can become a studio member, which gets you a chance to come and join us in the studio. I mean, I know that doesn't work for people in some geographies for sure. You get first dibs on all of our content other than just our broadcast work. So
yeah,
what's
that podcast called?
The Bishop and Bear podcast will come your way. Before anything there, you get
Discord channel.
You get access to our Discord channel, which is our private chat group for Patreon only folk. So your own community amongst other like-minded Gorilla fans. Some call it a rest home, but that's a bit harsh. What else? You can promote your cause. If you've got a cause or something you want to talk about, whether it's your business, merely a charity you want to support, anything like that, you can. You have the opportunity to do that. And merchandise. At the end of the day, you will also get some merchandise coming your way. So many things and so many ways to help us, and we're grateful for anything you can do.
Or otherwise put.
The best things in life are free. Just like Gorilla Commentary, we need money. To Patreon. That's what I want. .com/Gorilla Cricket. We need money. Patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket. I don't like the BBC. I prefer Gorilla Commentary. I want money. $20 for the archive. That's what I want.
Oh, I forgot the archive. Yes.
That's why we
The
made the
archive.
jingle, so we can remember all the things that we offer.
You get access to all of our old matches and
there's a
fun
shed
things
load
that
of
we've
them
done. And there's plenty of them. Yes, indeed, there are.
O'Rourke's going to continue now after that somewhat non-brief interlude. And that's short and pulled up and over mid-wicket. It's not got all the way. They're going to get 2 for that. Shreyas moves to 79 now.
Yeah, very good knock. I mean, that's aerial, and it's gone into an area where you think, oh, is someone going to come into picture and catch that? But he's actually placed it well, hasn't he? He's played it very well.
I was just thinking.
You hit it over the man that's in the ring, basically. That's the plan.
Yeah, and
that always untenanted.
And don't always try to hit it for 6.
That was very deliberate. He deliberately placed that. He wasn't trying to go hard and get himself caught. He just carefully.
Yeah,
carefully lobbed it where the fielder wasn't.
It wasn't Dave Barretting go harder. That's short, and that's in the air. That could be out. He didn't time that one, and Will Young has run back, taken a smart catch over his shoulder. Probably could have turned around and caught it without going over his shoulder. But hey, you're going to be on air. You may as well make it look good. Well, that is the end of Shreyas.
Yeah, he did make it look very good. You have to say. I mean, talking of taking a catch over your shoulder, okay, it wasn't the most difficult catch over the shoulder that we've seen in recent weeks, but he did make it look easy. Although that said, seeing it from that view, it did pop out and pop back in again. But it's a wicket for Rourke. It's a very good knock from Shreyas. I suppose if he was English, I would have been saying, why did you do that?
Why did you go on?
Yeah, why didn't you go on? So I suppose, yes, there is that argument. But he's one of these. And so, India have lost a couple. They got back into the game. Good partnership between Axar and Shreyas.
This is a good
And now
time.
suddenly, two relatively quick wickets.
This is a good time for this man to come in because it gives him time to, play himself in for maybe an over or so before he starts launching.
I don't think that's actually. I don't think that's in his dictionary, to be honest. But we shall see.
And in breaking news, Hardik Pandya.
Score predictor has India at about 278. I think that's a little generous, but
well,
no others don't.
Yeah, those 2 wickets make a big difference, I think.
Anyway, he's facing now. O'Rourke is in, and he's trying to fiddle the first ball to get off strike, but the man at point is scampering in and preventing the single.
There was an Arnold married to the Roseanne monster. Roseanne, who's
yes,
Roseanne?
Roseanne Barr, are we thinking?
We're talking Roseanne Barr. It was, can't remember. John Goodman was the actor.
Ah, right, yes, I remember. Yeah, of course, that was where John Goodman made his name, really, wasn't it?
He did juggle that a bit, did Will Young. Oh, he got a cheeky little wink from Mitchell Santner. Did you see that? A cheeky little wink.
Full and targeted at the stumps and defended by Hardik. There is no run.
Lack says, solid 79, steady. Come on, New Zealand, says Luke. Operation Stop India in full motion.
Luke, if we're talking to Luke, who's kindly talking to us, where do you live, Luke? Are you UK based? Are you elsewhere? Are you in the country? What I'm angling at is, are you anywhere near London?
Are you in the sort of SE26 kind of an area?
Short rising by O'Rourke, and that's deflected towards gully, and Hardik still can't get off strike and get off the mark.
That sounded weirdly like the shipping forecast. O'Rourke, short, rising.
Yes. 1024.
He is, of course, he's definitely not short. Yes.
Visibility 10 miles. Especially from that height.
Prac2 says Toby Arnold. I don't know who Toby Arnold
that name.
is.
I do know that name, and I'm trying to think why. But again, that's a surname. It's really the first name.
Yeah, we're looking for a first
we're
name.
after.
Last ball of the over by O'Rourke. And that's a fairly mucky piece of cricket all round. It's a short, loopy bouncer.
I've got one.
Latham can't field the ball cleanly as the ball bounces before him. It goes down to third man for a bye. And that is the end of an over.
Former Manchester United footballer, father of Ryan, was Arnold Sidebottom, wasn't he?
Of course, Arnie.
There
Arnie.
you are. There you are. Then there's a famous Arnold in a sporting context.
How amazing to forget that. Tom Arnold says Chief Wardo. I thought it said Chief Weirdo for a moment. In which case you'd get a job on.
We don't have a Chief Weirdo. We share it all out between us.
Well, I think we've got some more qualified than others, to be fair. But yes.
I did see. I'm sorry, Pete Smith. I think it was sent in a comment about the cricket. Funnily enough,
what?
And I was going to read that as a breaking off from all this nonsense.
Well,
but,
we're going to have Santner coming back with his left arm twiddlers, and that is floated up to the stumps, and Hardik still cannot pierce the ring of fielders.
Well, you've got 4 wickets in the tank, Mitchell Santner, and then you do think 1 wicket now, and then you're into Mohammed Shami fairly quickly, aren't you? Am I right?
We've got Jadeja yet.
You've got Jadeja and then Shami, which is
short by Santner, and that's pulled behind square on the leg side. Good fielding by the man on the boundary to get the ball in and out of his hands quickly to prevent 2.
I think that particular shot shows a lot about this pitch. Is that you can bowl bad short deliveries or poor
and they
short
won't get
deliveries.
up.
Well, they won't get up, and they will be mistimed. They won't be hit cleanly. So you can't necessarily get full value for a bad ball.
No, you're going to have to scamper a lot on this wicket, I think, to get full value. Anyway, here comes Santner. That's floated up and swished kind of out of, with a nice drive up to long off, and a single is taken.
Dawn of the Dead 13 sounds worrying, but also says New Zealand will win.
Definitive.
It is destined.
It is written in the I don't know.
The desert sands.
That turned, but it was a bit shorter and played off the back foot through past the other arm of the extra cover to the fielder on the boundary.
Luke is in Nottingham. Steve Bruce is in Birmingham, a bit closer to London, and Steve Bruce then clarifies.
I thought Steve Bruce was in Sunderland.
No.
Well, no, he's in Blackpool right
But that's
now.
a long time ago now.
Yeah, he's in Blackpool now. He's been everywhere, though, to be honest.
Santner, that's the cricket ball, tucked up Rahul a little bit. He tried to push that off the back foot into the offside, but can't beat the point.
Do we have any other regular tweeters who are also the name of ex-footballers? And we have Jeff Thomas, don't we? On a fairly regular basis.
I've just thought of a Jason.
We've got Steve Bruce.
The one that's gone into folklore, Jason Punchin. And that's full and just pushed in between the ring fielders on the offside, and a single is taken to complete the 38th over. India are 177 for 5. Well set to push on.
Is there a way of calling back YouTubes, or once they're gone, are they gone forever on here? Because I was going to read out.
You just scroll back up to find it.
How do I do that? I don't know how to do that.
Best using the iPad.
Yes, use
and
that
not
one.
risking the entire broadcast.
I don't know which way is it going. Tom Arnold was in True Lies with Arnold Schwarzenegger. Double Arnold says Lucky 6. Luke has played for the Church of Assumption cricket team in Nottingham. He has some experience. I'm sorry, but despite my encyclopedic knowledge,
I'm not sure about
familiarity of the Church of Assumption cricket team in Nottingham is not that great.
Never assume that we know anything about the Church of Assumption.
Church of Consumption, more like.
O'Rourke, short, onto the hip of Rahul. It's gone down quickly to fine leg. A scrambling stop is made, but that gives him the opportunity to run a second there.
Yeah, I think that was that Jameson. He fielded that really well, didn't he? For a big man.
Yeah, good hands for a big lad.
Well, he's already got big hands, to be fair. Oh, hello, Sally 56. Imagine is going to give us a bit of stick.
Oh Lord.
Yeah.
Are we being told off for not focusing on the cricket enough?
No. Well, no, not exactly.
Not exactly.
Not
Okay.
exactly. After this ball, I'll tell you.
Yeah, O'Rourke. It's again fired in at the stumps onto the pad. It's flipped around the corner. Jameson does more work cleaning up at the other end. There is only a single this time.
India, you do sense India are slightly preserving resources and conscious that they should know this ground very well. I mean, They played
had
their
plenty of time
previous
to
two
look at
games
the
on it.
reused wickets on it.
Been asked to bat twice on it and have won on both occasions. So yes, they're going to be more familiar than anyone else, certainly in recent history. Hendo, what was that from Sally R56?
Well, it was this. Call yourselves English cricket fans.
Oh, that's a good ball by O'Rourke. Rahul advances. O'Rourke sees him, bangs it in short, and it goes off the face of the splice of the bat, basically, down towards third man. It's a that dreaded moral victory for the bowler, but a single is still taken.
She goes on to say, call yourself English cricket fans. You don't know Arnold Warren. He played one test for England in the Ashes at Headingley in 1905. I'm very disappointed in you. And quite frankly, we're disappointed in ourselves. However...
O'Rourke, short, rising, pushed into the offside. No, there is no run.
However, Sally, I have to say, I'm a little bit disappointed in your misspelling of Headingley. You've missed out the E. And the reason that annoys me...
I sure she missed out the H for Eddingley.
Eddingley. Up in Eddingley. The reason that annoys me is not particularly because you've done it, but it's Tony, when he was writing articles for the Maximum, would always miss out the E in Headingley.
I spell... I knew I had a good sub-editor.
Thank you.
Short again.
Most of the time.
I don't want work.
Short again by O'Rourke, and that's just glided off the face of the bat towards third man. The man at gully runs round, fields the ball. They take a single. And India 182 for 5 now, with 1 ball remaining of the 39th over.
Peter Smith, whose earlier tweet I missed, says, just went out for a bit. Who took the wicket? Well, if you're talking about the last wicket, Ravindra took one, and then O'Rourke took one. That was the most recent one, the O'Rourke one. Shreyas trying to pull, got caught.
That's another good over by O'Rourke. That's tried to push off the back foot of another rising ball. But can't be point.
Now, here's an interesting one. Prac2 says, guys, why can't we super chat? Is there a technical super chat problem?
Do we need to get the bear on it?
We might need to, but where is the bear? That is the question.
Well, more importantly, why did Arnold Warren only ever play 1 game?
When he scored what?
Well, he took 5 wickets. He's a quick bowler. He was a right-arm quick bowler. He took 5 for 57 in that game. I'm looking at who his 5 were. Monty Noble. Well, he got the big ship, Warwick Armstrong. Who else did he get? He got Frank Laver. Okay, he was the number 11.
He said 1905, so that would have been.
He got Victor Trumper. I mean, he removed some big names. And he took I think a wicket or 2 in the second innings as well. Makes you wonder why he only played 1 game. I'm intrigued.
Bowler, yeah.
Bernard Botenkay played in that game.
Oh, is that gone? He's gone. That's a quicker ball by Santner. That's gripped and turned very slightly and taken the outside edge, and a very smart catch by Latham behind the stumps.
Yeah, that's a good catch because
Rahul is gone.
Rahul was really trying to force off the back foot there, wasn't he? So, I mean, even if it's a thin edge, just the flaying of the bat, it's a really good catch. Seeing it in slow motion. Fabulous stuff. Santa's got a wicket. There you go, Peter Smith. There is another wicket. And let me just say, the tweet that I was looking for has been repeated by Sagnik Datta. He says, hey guys, if England fluff up the Ashes, will McCullum stay? Does he have enough goodwill with the ECB? He's got a lot of goodwill with the ECB.
But he's got to play India first.
He's got to play India. I think England against England have got a very good chance, even though India are a strong side. But the Ashes, I expect to actually last 10 days with the way England play.
Even worse than the previous 2 series of 11 days.
I mean, we're kidding ourselves. England are not going to go over there and smash it. Anyway,
gets another beautifully hirsute person into the crease.
It is indeed. I'll jingle him up.
They need a more controlled days on.
If India are going to get up beyond par for 230 or so,
someone's going to get a move on.
Well, this partnership is key. If New Zealand can break through these 2, then they will feel very, very much in control and on top of the game. If these 2 can pile on 30 or 40 in the next 7 or 8 overs, then it would be a very different looking game again in India's
over the
favour.
wicket to the left-handed Jadeja, who floats that up to him, and he walks very gently down the wicket and just pushes that neatly up to long on.
I do like to bring tweeters in whose names I don't see that often. Carl Herbert says Arnold was Gary Coleman's character in Different Strokes.
He was. What you talking about, Willis?
That's what he says. What are you talking about, Willis?
Round the wicket now to the right-hander, and that is dropped a defensive shot onto that. There is no run.
Catch efficiency 96%.
1 dropped to 26, wasn't it?
Catches win matches.
They do. And other tropes.
And that one's turned a mile by Santner. He's really put some action into that ball, and it's dipped and ripped away. No disgrace in not getting close to that one.
Nowhere near it, was he? I mean, that's just turned far too much. Looks good, but and
he's going to try that again. This time Hardick uses his feet, goes down the wicket, gets to the pitch of it, drives it past a diving extra cover who gets a hand on it and stops it from going to the boundary.
They are looking at that catch over and over again, and to be honest, I could look at that all day. That's just a thing of beauty, that catch.
It's a fantastic piece of keeping.
Really, really good.
You know, he didn't have to move his hands up or down until he came up with the ball,
yeah.
which is what you're taught to do. Santner bowls a slightly flatter, quicker ball, and they complete a single as the ball is dribbles out into the leg side. That's the end of 40 overs. It's the end of my spell. We're going to have a change.
Oh,
things whistle round so far. Should be Forthy, Mogg, and Hendo. Who for some reason I am working to
like
the
bone.
bone.
A dog. Richard Harmon says, I've just remembered Arnold Muren, legendary 70s.
Oh, yes.
That's Arnold Muren who played for Ipswich, isn't it? Not? Amazed we haven't had Grubby on talking about that. Dawn of the Dead 13 says, slowed down a lot since Aya got out. He says, out. Is Hendo saying that England is doomed? Says the Harriman. Yes, I am. I'm as someone who's followed England twice in Australia. I find it quite frightening that the first time I did it in 94-95, actually England were quite good, relatively speaking. Forthy, you there?
I am here. Bracewell into the attack. First ball is launched by Ravindra Jadeja for 4 over Roughly Cow.
A roughly cow. Roughly cow.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
Roughly cow. What is a roughly cow? Something that's a little bit short of a cow.
I don't know, a bison maybe?
It's a cow who hasn't been to finishing school.
Bracewell in again, and that's just knocked down, milking that one down to long on by Jadeja. He moves on to 7. India precariously placed at 190 for 6.
Oh, do you know what? They're risking not batting out their 50 overs. That would be criminal.
Yeah. I mean, these
Whisper the
two,
words.
I just checked their averages. They both got an average of 32, and if they were both to achieve their average from here, then that would be a competitive score for India. But, there's only 4 wickets left with 10 wickets. So they have to postpone their assault. And no, they won't. He's flailing away, Hardik Pandya, at a wide one. Big, thick inside edge to short mid-wicket for no runs.
Powerful precognition powers there from Ian Forth.
Thank you very much.
I do think that at least India have this situation where...
In comes Bracewell, 4th ball of the over. And he fires that one in at leg stump, and it's just knocked round the corner, but for no runs. Yes, Hendo?
That actually, they're trying to win, but they're not going to be too disappointed if they lose, because they don't, they stay where they are, and, Australia or South Africa, I don't think they're that bothered.
Yes, there's a bigger picture. And that is launched.
That's a good shot.
And it is launched huge and successfully over long on for one of these.
Absolutely right.
No.
2, 4, 6.
Hardik Pandya into the action.
But also, remember, having just hit that shot, and it was a really good shot, 96 metres, that's a big hit.
Biggie.
He was on 4 or 14 before that delivery.
He was. He's 10 or 15 now, and that's forward defensive to short mid off to complete Bracewell's over. He's number 56 off 9. He's just got one left, 196 for 6. Mock.
I'll tell you where I got up to. I got up to...
oh, sorry, Hendo.
No, it's not me. I'm just going to say to Mog, I got up to is Hendo saying that England are doomed. After that, it's all yours.
I was just about to read that one out.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Lockie 6 says, being very hairy is a big advantage in cricket. Maxwell is proof. Ricky Ponting was really hairy too. Very hairy hands.
A suit.
Salia 56 is telling Steve Bruce he's a dickhead, I think.
Well, to be fair, Steve Bruce did hint that Sally was 150 years old, so I think that's a fair comeback. Good comeback, as they say.
in comes Santner, who's bowled extremely well today. He's 1 for 32 off 8, and that is just. I think they're just going to be cautiously play out his last 2 overs and look to make hay elsewhere. That's a dot ball to start with to Jadeja.
I've just been told to sort out the YouTube.
Oh, right. Well, you must do that.
Very, very.
Sooner you than me. That's defended
that's
by Jadeja for a dot ball. And, yes, it's an interesting little match, isn't it? The sparring contest before possibly the real affair in a week's or so's time. Then that's played round the corner, 7:45, fired in at Latham, who takes it well. Another dot ball, Santner racking up the dots.
I hope I've got that right. Someone will tell me. It looks okay to me. There are 2 empty seats showing, and that upset a few people the other day.
No, well, we don't want to upset people.
No.
Reminds people that they've lost, obviously.
And that's played down to long on for a single, breaking the sequence of dots.
That's what that's what a future without guerrilla cricket looks like. Empty seats.
It would be more like that. The Scream, the painting, wouldn't it? A future with just staring into the abyss of no guerrilla cricket. Santner fires that one in, but it also turns as well, if that's not a contradiction in terms, and that's played out to the sweeper on the offside for a single. Certainly taking no chances against Santner, who seems to have done that thing that spinners sometimes do, have improved with age. I don't
definitely. He's really sort of learnt his craft, hasn't he?
Isn't that what spinners are meant to do?
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
This one has. Santner for the last ball of the over, and that's just nudged wide of the man at mid-wicket for a single. So that's a very efficient over from the efficient Santner. At the end of the 42nd, India 199 for 6 mark.
Suda, who gives you the seal of approval, that's fine.
Okay.
So you must have done the job. And to be fair to Sally, 56, she's much more eloquent than just going, "You're a dickhead." Muttley says proto-cow in response to the roughly cow thing.
Yeah, Muttley and me were having a discussion on Facebook the other night because we were talking about trying to upset Americans by not buying any of their goods, and I said that I try not to buy things on Amazon, but sometimes it's almost unavoidable because they've killed off pretty much every other industry. and I said to him, well, at least you can't get sausages yet on Amazon, but apparently you can buy sausages on Amazon.
Can't you buy
fresh sausages?
Muttley will know more.
I hope not.
Well, he will. He's a sausage maniac.
Well, it's true. Aficionado.
Aficionado. That's better, isn't it?
William O'Rourke is back into the attack. Meanwhile, start of his 8th over. He's gone for 1 for 36, so he bowled fairly efficiently earlier, and that's just cuts down to the man in the gully for no runs. There's not. Well, I don't know. Actually, there's not a huge amount of batting. You won't be surprised to hear, since we're 6 wickets down after this. So there's no point just flailing.
You wouldn't have thought so. Shami, who we got? Shami and Chakrabarti and called up Yadeed.
Not a lot. Not a lot there, I don't think. I don't know much about Chakrabarti's credentials with the bat, but if he's coming below Shami. And that's just played to mid-wicket for a dot ball.
I will say, though, that these two, they're looking... I wouldn't say they're aggressive, but they're certainly on the front foot a little bit. They're not... they're looking to push on. They're not... they haven't played stupid shots yet, but their body language is good, I would say.
Presenting with intent.
Indeed.
Talking of hairiness, why do all dentists have hairy forearms? And that's thought about an appeal for a second. It just hurried him a little bit to that one, but Jadeja couldn't get away. Thumps the ground in frustration. He felt that was an opportunity missed to nerd it on the leg side.
Last dentist I went to didn't have hairy forearms, but next time I go see her, I'll ask.
Oh, nice.
Are you saying that female dentists can't have hairy arms? That's a bit dentistist.
They could. You know, I don't
Not
think
in a
I've
good
ever,
part of town.
I've seen plenty of female dental assistants, but and this is just a fact. I don't think I've ever been treated by an actual female dentist.
Really?
She was English too.
Well, we do things differently in Australia. Oh no, she was English. Right. Okay, so that's just gently hooked at no great pace around the corner, steered by Jadeja for a single off O'Rourke.
It's
and the 200.
It's very strange that, because I would say my last 4 dentists have been have all been female.
Really?
And in fact, my local dentist is owned and run by a female. Female. It sounds it sounds so sort of inexact. A woman, should I say?
Let me just say, I've got nothing against female dentists. In comes O'Rourke over the wicket, this time to Harding, and it's a sort of slow bouncer. Well, it is a slow bouncer, but he hasn't quite got it right, so it's a wide.
So umpires, spread your wings and call wide.
Should we call female dentists dentatrixes or something?
Well, you can't.
Dentistresses.
This is why I find it. I mean, I don't really understand why we have to call actresses actors these days. Is there?
Have to.
Well, no, but
Didn't you get the
see
memo?
it. I didn't know. What was the memo?
Oh. Here's an interesting. And that is fired with a pull, but straight to the sweeper on the leg side for a single. Now, interesting question. Why do we still have in the Oscars leading actor and leading actress, when in none of the other categories we have a male and female split? We don't have male and female.
It's an enormous circle jerk of self-congratulation.
I think that's probably the correct answer, but it doesn't. But it's an odd one, isn't it? It's hanging on in there. No one else is split by gender in the Oscars
very
from
good
the act.
point. Yeah.
In comes O'Rourke again. Round the wicket, cuts, but straight to the man in the gully on the bounce. Dot ball at the end of the 43rd. India 202 for 6.
Mog, go big on the sausages.
Big Sidhu says Muttley's roughly 25% of the UK intake of sausages.
I think he is.
Chief Warner says a sausage connoisseur.
Oh yeah.
Lockie says Muttley is a sausage savant. Sidhu says a sausage connoisseur sounds like a euphemism. Lucky 6 says Glenn Maxwell's father is a dentist.
He's got hairy arms.
Explains his hirsuteness.
Oh, there you are.
And Muttley says, last dentist I went to, I was 17. He had no gloves, nicotine-stained hands, and ashtray breath. I've not been since. Not because of the like of the hygiene, it's too fucking expensive.
Oh, well, that's true. That's absolutely true. I mean, I need loads and loads of work, but I can't afford it, basically.
Bloody Starmer's Britain. That's just nudged around the corner into mid-wicket. My big screen has packed up, so I'm going off the small screen, but that's okay. I can cope.
Oh, well done, you.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. What was I going to say? Something incisive and insightful, but I forgot.
Surely not. That'd be a first for us.
Unlikely, I agree. It's unlikely. Jadeja.
Harsh but fair.
Jadeja facing up to Santnar. Comes down the wickets and doesn't really do a great deal with it when he gets there. But he might get 2. He thinks about 2. No, just 1.
No, they did get 2. I think they did. Yep.
There you are. I see. Small screen problems.
Now, this is something that I think that England could do better. They run the 2 to mid-wicket. If you don't hit it with too much pace, you get 2. But to be honest, you see, it's hard work doing that 6 balls and over. It's much easier to try and hit a 6, get caught on the boundary, shrug, and say it doesn't matter.
Marginal improvements and all that, it's that cycling thing that they kept banging on about, wasn't it? That is played down to long on, and just for a single by Hardick. They're both on 13, and the score is on 206, and we're halfway through the over. And this has been a touch more expensive than usual from Santner, 1-2-1.
I mean, I think India are definitely in this. They've got very good spinners of their own, haven't they? So, and 4 of them.
They have. I don't know much about Chakrabarti. I think it's only his second ODI.
He's a kind of bit of a mystery spinner. He bowled very well in India against England, but then who doesn't?
And that's the one that turns me. He's been letting that down just a touch. He's was able to effortlessly go onto the back foot, Hardik. I don't think he'll only get one for it in the end.
I
does.
I enjoyed the bloke at Orthodox Extra Cover who dived over the ball there like he was a penguin about to go on about to go off on a 3-week mission to find fish.
Alan Roth, 1978. Sorry, Colin. And that's played round the corner by Jadeja of Santner, just for a single. There's a very funny. Do you know that Scottish commentator on YouTube, Alistair McAllister?
I don't know that. I like that though. Alistair McAllister. That's not real, then, presumably. That's parody.
He's not real. Yeah. He does a hilarious, over-the-top Scottish bias commentary of every English incident over the last 30 years. Really worth watching. Big forward defensive from Hardik to end the over and end Santner's allocation, and he's ended with 1 for 41, which in ODIs is remarkably good. Over to Mark.
Muttley says Dentatrix sounds like some kind of fucked up dominatrix kink, Mark, but whatever floats your boat. It's all about the vagina dentata.
What?
Mark, what?
Look it up.
Okay.
Fluffy 3-0 India says no dentists in Blighty. They all emigrated to Wagga Wagga.
Did they? Oh, Wagga. That doesn't make sense.
Imagine
if you were a dentist in Wagga Wagga, why would you then go to Wagga Wagga? Because there's too many dentists.
Wagga Wagga so good they named it twice, assumedly because of all the dentists.
Is it the city that never sleeps also?
Let's say yes. Out
Okay.
there in rural New South Wales. Very exciting. Lockie 6 says, my teeth have needed fixing since Thatcher's Britain. I'm surprised you still have them, man. That's good. And Carl Herbert says, why have 15 Best Actresses Awards gone to the portrayal of hookers?
Have they? If that's true, that's extraordinary.
I think it was. I can't think of the other 14.
I can't.
Julia Roberts, did she?
Did that get an Oscar?
No, surely not.
Blimey.
I can't think of any other candidates.
No,
I'm
me
sure
neither.
They exist. I don't. Can that be true? I'd rather doubt it.
I'm just trying to think.
We'll need a source, thanks, Carl.
Is there a film that in which Melanie Griffith?
Maybe.
Milk Money.
I don't know. Can't think.
The one where the kids tried to get enough money to hire Ed Harris, a prostitute. It turns out to be her.
You've missed a single while we've been talking about prostitutes and call girls in Oscars, so you haven't missed too much, to be fair. Will O'Rourke's first ball to Jadeja, who's moved on to 15. And the second ball is to Hardik. And he's thinking about 2. He runs the first hard, as seal of approval from Hendo, and they get back for 2 as well.
I rest my case.
No further questions.
Listen, I could never run 2 to mid-wicket, but then, I'm not a professional
But that's not
cricketer.
what we pay you for.
No.
O'Rourke.
You're a dangerously rickety old man.
Exactly. You pay me to sit in a seat and talk nonsense. And in fact, actually, you don't pay me.
Don't pay me. Yes.
But if you did.
Were you to?
Indeed.
That's the protosis, and the apodosis is that we would be so professional if you did. In comes O'Rourke again to Hardik Pandya, who pulls it energetically for one of these.
Yeah, not a great ball.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
He's winning this little mini contest between him and Jadeja now. He's got his nose in front. He's just... they've been going nip and tuck. That was not a great ball, as Hendo says. And he was able to get right on top of it, roll the wrists. No danger. Didn't really. Just got a sort of very nice pulling height.
Yeah, I mean, there's a bit of a threat here to New Zealand because if these two can stay there till the end.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, and they're both capable of that. And that one is short but outside off stump, and it's cut briskly but straight to the man in the gully, who's Williamson himself. Well, just Williamson if you prefer. And that's a dot ball.
That was Williamson channeling his inner Phillips.
It was, wasn't it? Yes. That was a really good stop, actually.
Yeah.
He leapt like a New Zealand salmon.
The world renowned New Zealand salmon.
Are there salmon in New Zealand?
After they're imported, possibly.
Yeah, you would imagine.
Are they no indigenous ones?
I really don't know.
O'Rourke into Hardick, who smashes it so hard that Williams stops it all right, and then he does a little Kiwi dance because he stung his hand so much.
He's absolutely hammered that, hasn't he? Hardick, he can't believe, literally, probably not even a yard either side, probably 6 inches either side. That's away for 4.
Oh, it's a great little dance.
It was.
He's not necessarily noted for his sense of humour, Kane Williamson, but that was quite funny.
More of that, please.
Last ball of O'Rourke's over. He's a little bit. And that's a very loose one. A full toss on leg stump, and he doesn't really capitalise on that one. Mr. Jadeja, wasn't it? Just gone for the single, 4 for the 8 off the over, and yes, it's all poised. Getting quite interesting now. Over to you, Mob.
The Harriman says Chakravarti had an unusual path to the big leagues after quitting cricket during age group time. Was working when he started to play club cricket again.
Oh,
Here
okay.
he is in the World Cup.
I like stories like that because it kind of gives you, all those people who kind of dreamed of being pros and don't make it initially, and then suddenly come back.
Opportunity knocks.
Yeah, and, I suppose Ian Ward was a bit like that for Surrey in England. He disappeared for a little while, and then I don't think anyone would have seen that he was going to become an international cricketer at that point. And in fact, I can remember batting against him. He was a quickish bowler at that point.
Oh, was he really?
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
I know. Bizarre, isn't it? Change of bowling. Matt Henry is coming back into the attack.
You can never trust a man with 2 first names. Matt Henry.
I think from memory, Ian Moore was a bit unlucky because his Test career overlapped completely with an Australian summer when they were in their imperial phase in 2001, and got found out. But everyone got found out by that team.
Yeah.
Matt Henry into Hardick, who gets his front foot out of the way, but can only cut it as far as the man 2/3 of the way back on the offside for a single.
Yeah, played that well actually. He made room for himself. He was still coming quite quickly, and he had to be sharpish to force that out for the single.
Phil Sharpish.
Now he was quite a big lad.
He was, yeah.
He used to open with Jeff Boycott, didn't he, Phil Sharp?
He got a handful of Test caps in the
Barry Ledbetter. Someone I remember. Do you know sometimes that your memory plays tricks and you think these guys played lots and lots and lots of cricket? I think Bruce Francis was another who played for Australia, and he was an opener when I was about 7 or 8.
That's right. He only played about 3 or 4 tests.
Yes.
He only came over 72 tour,
Yeah,
didn't he?
that's right.
And that's it's a quick single, shot stumps, doesn't hit. And I think that Ian Chappell taunted Bill Lawry for the rest of his life, saying, "You couldn't even get in the side that Bruce Francis was in, mate." So obviously there was a bit of a toss-up whether it was Lawry or Francis on that tour, I think.
Other famous big lads, John Jameson. Do you remember him? Opened a little bit for England.
Very much so.
Yeah.
Yes, John James. Yes.
That's when cricketers were built like, they're big hips,
fucking shit asses.
big asses. Keith Stackpole.
No one quite as big as Colin Milburn, of course. In comes Matt Henry. Oh, complete misjudgment, but he's got away with it, and he's tennis shotted that one past mid-off for 4.
I think it's good innovation. I think he's played that shot before. It's the crossbat.
Okay.
It's the crossbat, lofted crossbat shot straight down the ground.
Well, if it was deliberate, it's.
I think it was deliberate. I think it was.
He seemed to know where the ball was going to go as he did it. So.
Yes, as you look at it, it wasn't.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that was fair enough. Good shot.
I revise my opinion. It's the sort of shot Adam Gilchrist used to play with great power. Henry in again, and that's an attempted yorker, but touch too full, turned into a full toss. But he can only get it as far as the man at long on, so it's just the single. Hardicks on 27, Jadeja on 16, the score on 2-2-3.
Leadbetter's possum, is that the official marsupial of Victoria?
It might be. We certainly have them. I don't know whether it's our official one. I thought it was the duck-billed platypus, but maybe it is Leadbetter's possum.
Don't know.
You have an official marsupial of each state.
Oh,
Yes,
we haven't
do.
ruined all of our animals like you like.
That's true.
Don't get on to
Oh!
And that is another magnificent New Zealand catch. A diving salmon. It's Williamson this time in the gully, and he has snaffled the wicket. Jadeja is out for 16. Well done, New Zealand.
Wow.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
Well, that's the second one-handed diving catch that Williamson has taken today. Okay, it wasn't travelling as fast as the ones that Glenn Phillips normally plucks out of the air, but it still required a headlong leap, an outstretched hand, and in it went. As you say, we weren't expecting Williamson to be that good in that position, but he's last couple of overs, he's been absolutely brilliant.
Is there a reason? Why isn't Glenn Phillips fielding there? Is he off the field?
Don't know. And he hasn't bowled, has he really? Hasn't bowled.
Maybe his skills are required elsewhere on the ground.
Maybe.
Having a look at New Zealand's catch efficiency in this tournament, 97%.
Yeah, and
It's going up.
actually, the
I
thing
started at 95.
Yeah, I mean, and the other thing about that, the thing about catch efficiency, I mean, surely you have to factor in catch difficulty quotient as well, don't you?
Agreed. I mean, who decides what's a catch and what isn't? Some of them are so marginal.
Indeed. New batsman is this man. Batsman. You'd say this was not a great score, but we've talked about what the average score here is at this ground, and if you were Pakistan or if you were England, you wouldn't think you had a chance of protecting it. But India is a different matter, even without Bumrah.
That's true. Henry in for the last ball of his over, and that's pulled but not timed by Shami. And it may not be such a bad thing because he will not retain he will hand the strike over to Hard. Start the next over. The end of the 46th. Ooh, I just missed the score, but it's about, 230 for 7?
Yep. 233, I think.
Who says or confirms that Alistair McAllister is hilarious. Highly recommend, and he commentates like that in real-life American football.
Oh, okay.
Lockie Six says Dr. Arnold was the headmaster in Tom Brown's school days.
Yes.
Leah says the best thing to come out of Tom Brown's school days is Harry Flashman. Drake Mongreen goes with a powerful bit of comedy. Hardick looks stiff.
Powerful. Potent.
Ooh, pause for a moment while I stitch up my sides. The Harriman says, speaking of actors, Chakravarti has also acted in a film based on club cricket culture.
Oh, wow, that's interesting. That's an interesting topic, sports players who have appeared in films. Jameson, who's only bowled 6 overs so far. Oh, what happened there? I thought he almost played on Hardick, but he didn't. It ended up in Tom Latham's hands, but no run.
And that's the story of how Kyle Jameson became a man.
I mean, Vinnie Jones ended up in Hollywood famously, but I think Frank LaBeouf has appeared in an Oscar-winning film as a doctor.
Really?
Eric Cantona appeared there.
Yep.
In,
Let's not forget Brett Lee and his Bollywood exploits.
Oh, yeah. Indeed.
Far more important than an Oscar-nominated film.
And that's a wide slow ball, which completely bamboozles Hardick, who can't do anything with it. Dot ball.
I did see an interesting tweet updating us on Oscars and nominations. I'll get to that one. That's a good one.
Still no source for it, though.
Oh, that's true. Could be lying to us. People do lie online.
People will lie. Jameson into Hardick, and that's a good Yorker actually, and he does well to dig it out as well. Hardick, and gets it all the way down to long off for a single.
I'll do this Oscar one. Julia Roberts was nominated but didn't win. 20 actresses nominated it for portrayal of hookers, but only one man, John Voight for Midnight Cowboy. Where is the diversity, Hollywood?
That was a good film, Midnight Cowboy.
That was a good film, yes. John Voight and Dustin Hoffman, was it? Yes.
Yep. Yeah, really
good. Williamson doesn't look happy in the gully, and he's got a finger in the air. I don't think he's flicking the bird at anyone. It's obviously some fielding imperative. Oh, and that's uppish, but on the bounce to the man in the gully. Shammy off Jameson. Shammy never really quite looks like he knows what he's doing with a bat to me. I don't know if he's ever got any significant innings. I can't think of any.
Well, not necessarily in ODIs, but I was going to say significant. Probably not that significant because it was a very, very dull game in the end. Was his 50 with Bhuvi Kumar, 100 partnership at, which is etched on my mind. It was Trent Bridge. Even Jimmy Anderson got 80 in that game.
That was when we were told India had no batting below 8, and they just kept didn't. And that has been chipped into the. And there's almost another flying salmon from New Zealand on this occasion. Couldn't quite get there. Just chipped it over, and big grins all round. And Shami is off the mark.
But he's bowling beautifully. These slower balls. That was a slightly out the back of the hand. It's very unlucky that he hasn't got a wicket there. He bowled such a good spell early on as well.
Am my maths correct? He's not going to bowl out his allocation, which I don't understand.
I don't think either he or Henry will.
Henry's
actually.
Not.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I'm sure they know what they're doing. And as if to confound us, he bowls a slowish full toss, but Hardick is just pats it back to Jameson. He's won 1 for 16 off 7. Magnificent. End of the 47th, India 2-2-5-7.
Fluffy 3-0 India says the common bushtail. Maybe that's our state.
Is that your
statement? Right, okay.
Or he's just talking about someone he knows. Drake Mongreen says Angela Bassett nominated 1,000,000 times, never won an Oscar.
I saw Angela
I'll
Bassett.
need a source on that too.
I saw Angela Bassett in something the other day. She was in. She's in that new Netflix series 0 Day. Which makes me. It does make me laugh because Robert De Niro plays the ex-president who's brought in to investigate a cyber attack, and Angela Bassett is the black female president. And when it was being made, I imagine
Henry comes into Shami and they take a quick single. Yes, Henry.
I imagine at some point they were. I mean, maybe it was before she was nominated, but it struck me possibly they were expecting Kamala Harris to be in the White House when this came out.
Right. Yeah.
Clearly a work of speculative fiction.
Yes, yes.
I saw Robert De Niro in Jackie Brown, the Tarantino film, last week. I watched it again. I've never seen anyone do quite so little and yet convey quite so much in a performance. It was incredible. Actually, it was like one of those old French existential performances. He just kind of sits there, occasionally might raise an eyebrow or something, but
We're all familiar with those.
Exuding menace. That's smashed by Hardick, but straight to the man, that Proto Cow, as we must now call it. And I don't think he's going to take the single. No, he's not.
So Proto Cow or Roughly Cow?
I mean, we could have either, whichever you prefer.
Yeah.
I like it. Proto Cow is
Proto Cow's good. Yep.
Okay.
Talking about Robert De Niro being, wasn't that kind of what Brando became famous for later in his acting career? Not really doing very much.
Doing very much, yes, indeed. This one's smashed, and I think that's the deep square leg. They might think of coming back for 2, but I think that's Ravindra down there, and they do come back for 2. Indeed, they do.
It's like Cameron Mitchell would show up on set and would just sit down. And that was it for the last 20 movies of his career.
Oh, actually, they didn't take 2. They took none.
They took none?
They
crossed and
they
they
couldn't
went
get back
back
for 2. So.
Hardick said, sod this, I'm keeping the strike. I'm the one who can hit the ball. He goes so deep in his crease. That's That's his trick, isn't it?
It's amazing, actually. It's amazing there's not more hit wickets in cricket. I always think they go so deep, some of these batsmen. And that is flighted, but over the infield. Can't beat the man. It can't be Bracewell, I think, is out there on the offside boundary. They will, on this occasion, they come through just for the single. He's going to let Shami take the last 2 balls of the over off Henry.
We kind of misled you a little bit on the score. It wasn't 2-3-3, it was 2-2-3. It's now 2-2-7 for 7.
4-7.
Just to help out, Prac2 says, "Come on, bloody New Zealand."
They needed that. They needed that bit of a pep talk. That was Joss Butler-like.
It was good. And that's just flicked around the corner, deep square leg. Shami, is he going to take the single? Is he going to get Hardick going to see if he can get a single off the last ball? And you can't keep turning down singles.
Well, if he gets a single, he's happy. But if he hits a big shot, he's happy as well. So,
I think I remember one of the English footballers saying they were expecting Sven-Göran Eriksson to deliver a Winston Churchill speech in a World Cup quarter-final, and instead they got Ian Duncan Smith. Sorry, a little bit too much football there. Hardick into Henry, last ball of the over, smashed. Proto Cow is in the game again. There he is. Phillips is out there. And they have, of course, come through for the single. Hardick will keep the strike. The end of the 48th over, 2 to go, 2-2-9 for 7.
I do think we need to identify the proto cows in every game. And Phillips is the proto cow of the moment.
He's the proto cow du jour, yes.
Yeah. Do that. Lucky Six says, "I've never lied online, except that time I pretended to be Mel Gibson and got a new Mercedes delivered to my caravan." I'm glad that worked out for you.
That's pretty good. I mean, why would you pretend to be Mel Gibson? Oh, I mean, obviously to get a new car, but what gave you the idea?
Instead of someone slightly more palatable to the general public.
I suppose it depends in what era you did it. I mean, Mel Gibson has his legacy.
His lethal weapon phase.
His legacy has been somewhat tarnished, hasn't it?
Somewhat. He was quite acceptable around Lethal Weapon 2, wasn't he? He was everyone. He's a good guy then.
How many lethal weapons were there in the end? Was it 3, 4?
I think.
I get those mixed up with diehards.
Yes. There are about 5 diehards.
Only 2 diehards?
No, 5.
Oh, 5, yeah. I thought there were a few more, yeah.
Diehards, Die Harder, Die Hardest, Die Harding. In comes Jameson, slower ball, whipped by Hardick, 2 straight to the man is Williamson, of course, in the gully. He's quite deep in the gully. Dot ball.
There was, of course, there was one that was supposed to star Brendan McCullum, which was called Die Go Harder. No, it doesn't really work. I tried. As England
workshop that one.
We applaud the effort. We really
There's a kernel of something there. Give that a few hours in the writer's room. No.
Kick it around a bit. See what we come up with. Jamie, that's a nice cut, and it's beaten a New Zealand fielder, and it's gone all the way for a somewhat rare one of these. Hardick.
Now my innings going, great guns. I hit the ball, 4 runs. I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
That was the leg cutter side of the arm, but he wasn't to be fooled, Hardick, and that was a strong, potent leg cut.
250, score predictors now saying.
Well, there's someone suggesting you'd be lucky to get 250.
Skabadoosh. Has it gone all the way?
Pardon?
Yes, it has. It's gone over the reverse proto cow on the other side.
Oh my God, not a reverse proto.
After we started off with some beat poetry, Skabadoosh.
I think I did say to Kyle, I think he's reading that one now.
I think he is, yeah. No, he just waited his time. Ooh. And
only 4, just short. Ooh,
that's very marginal. They've given
that's
4,
gone.
And he's gone again. Has it gone all the way?
Yeah.
You betcha. That's got bad underneath. That one is huge. It's a Proto Cow 6.
Proto Cow 6. I think I might be getting mildly hysterical.
Why not?
Is there a gas leak? Or?
I don't know.
Any tournament, anywhere, it's always so much more relaxing when England are out. You can really
Absolutely.
enjoy yourself.
98 metres. I think that's his biggest. I think that's the biggest six of the day. I think there was an earlier one that was a 96.
96.
That was Shreyas Iyer, I think.
It was enormous. It was enormous.
What a good little knock this is.
Size of a cow. It really was size of a cow. In comes Jervis in Sparrowcock, and that's whipped off his legs. Is there anyone down here? Yes, there is. Deep square legs, probably Bracewell. That funny little moustache of his. And they've just gone through for one, which means Shami will have to face one ball. Very well handled this over by Hard. It could not have gone much better. Brilliant.
No.
Was that a Wonder Stuff reference I heard in there?
Wonder Stuff, that's right. I
size
went
of
with
a cow?
What was the... I don't know what the Wonder Stuff. What was the reference?
Size of a Cow is a song.
Size of a Cow?
Popular group, yes.
What was the thing? What was it? Kaboosh or something? Kaboosh, you said, when the ball... Which I thought was very descriptive of a ball going to the boundary.
It was just onomatopoeia is all it was. To quote, and that might be a no ball, and it's been launched, but he's slightly mistimed it to deep square leg. They'll have to check whether that was above waist height.
Well, they turned down the single, didn't they?
Yes, they did.
Because it was the last ball of the over, yeah.
And Shami is saying, surely that was above waist height. Give me a free hit. Let me show you what I can do. But no. So that's the end of the over. 1 to go. India 244 for 7.
I'm going to jump over a whole bunch of stuff because other than Chief Wardo saying quasi cow, it's all sort of
Wasn't that a former UK Chancellor?
Quasi. Even I get that joke.
Quasi cow.
Says 40 runs short of a pass score. Kiwi should reach that with a few overs to spare and as many wickets. Probably not.
I've got 6 balls to go, and Matt Henry is going to bowl all of them. And he's going to bowl to Hardik, who has found a bit of form here. He's moved to 45, and
I think that should have been a no ball. I think that should have been. Yeah, I thought so. No one cares, though.
Not that much. Henry to Hardik. I mean, and that's right up in the block hole, and he smears it to Proto Cow, but all along the ground on this occasion. Phillips Fields out there. Dot ball. I mean, when would it ever be important in a match involving New Zealand that one run could make all the difference? I mean, it couldn't happen, could it?
Only when the most dishonourable team in the world is playing.
Oh no, hang on. Wasn't there another one in New Zealand when Neil Wagner was batting? I seem to remember there was a payback moment.
Well, have been. Henry in again to Hardik, and that's the slow wide one. I think he got it just inside.
Oh, I think that's a little unlucky. I think that's harsh. But then again, you could say that it should have been a no ball a couple of balls ago. So I think
maybe what goes around comes around. Yeah, it's giving us a wide. Right, you didn't expect me to do the whole thing. In comes Henry, and that's smeared into the air, so to speak. Proto Cow comes in, dives forward, but nothing doing. And New Zealand fielding.
Proto catch.
You get the notion that there's no one else out there playing apart from Proto Cow.
They might as well put 7 fielders in Proto Cow because that's the only place it's going at the moment.
Oh, it's a great effort, isn't it? Blimey. Phillips.
Oh, that was a good effort. But
if he couldn't catch that, no one in the world could.
And that is the slowest of slow bounces, which only get waist high. Hardik thinks and thinks and thinks and then ignores it.
68 of your miles per hour.
Hang on. Is that because it's wide? Yeah. Oh, fair enough.
Was it? No, it was
quite high. It was quite high.
It was. Yes.
It's a bit unlucky for Henry because he's executed that delivery really well, apart from slightly, maybe tiny bit too short.
It was so slow that he could have just, tennis served it. You kind of feel. Now that has gone many a mile into the air. It's gone to deep square leg, and it's been taken. Of course it has. I think Ravindra points at the sun, but he's caught it anyway. Hardik's chirpy, more than the cameo, 45 off 45 has come to an end, and there's about 3 balls to go now.
After you've gone.
Now, do you take the sun into account when you're talking about catch efficiency as well?
Catch efficiency.
Yeah.
Exactly.
What stage were the lights on at the stadium? Were there kites in the air or were there seagulls?
Department of Catch Efficiency dose. We've got. They should be considering all of these things while waving a massive chainsaw around on the stage.
Dose. That would what it is be called, the Department of Catch Efficiency. I love that. That's fantastic. That's a great invention. We've come up with some good things today. Proto cow.
We're on fire.
Yeah, absolutely.
Henry has got 3 balls to go. Kuldeep has come in. And no great shakes as a batsman, it's fair to say. So, yes, Kuldeep Yadav. Does he go by Yadav or Kuldeep more often? Kuldeep, I sense. And he's left-handed. Henry is going to... Is he going to come around the wicket? No, stays over the wicket. Kuldeep moves across and swishes to no great effect to the man at square leg for a single. Shami will be on strike for the first of the last 2 balls.
I think this ground as well, this pitch and this ground, it's hard to hit those sixes consistently. I think with pace being taken off the ball by the bowlers, with it sticking in the pitch a little bit, to get your timing on a regular basis. I mean, you could probably hit a couple as Hardik did, but you're possibly going to get one that you can't hit.
Penultimate ball. Oh, my bloody screen freezes. And that's been hit down to long off, I think. Yes, they've come back for 2 very rapidly. It's a poor throw. And
maybe it was a good throw.
Yeah. Depends what you mean by bad throw.
Has hit Shami on the shoulder. Is that what's happened?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, that's that'd be quite painful, actually, to say the least. And that's his bowling arm as well.
Well, he was struggling. In fact, I mean, I think if it hadn't hit him, he would have been probably run out by some distance. Although
might have been run out by Latham. You're right.
Yeah, Latham. Although that said, Latham was having to go and take it, lining it up sort of quite wide of the stumps.
I'm afraid to inform you, Hendo, that Jack Redowny dislocated his shoulder yesterday.
Oh no! After scoring the first goal.
Yeah, well, in the process of scoring the first goal.
Did he have to go? Oh, I presume he went off, did he?
He went off at half time. He tried to battle on.
What? He battled on with a dislocated shoulder for...
Well, they popped it back in.
Oh! Was the scream heard throughout Coventry?
Well, no, it was taking place in Oxford, but it might have been...
Oh, that's true. That's a very good point.
Right, I think there is but 1 ball left of the entire innings. It stands at 249 for 8. I think Shami, in his dishevelled state, is going to be facing up to Matt Henry. I don't think he'll be very mobile. Oh, maybe he is. It's gone way up high and been caught at incoming Proto Cow, so that's out. And 249 for 9 is Turkey. We'll need a very... they'll need a 250,000 India to win this match. Can they do it? They probably can. They're probably favourites. What do you reckon?
Pfeiffer for Henry too.
Yeah, Pfeiffer. I thought as that went up.
Pfeiffer for Henry. Yes. Pfeiffer. Sorry, I missed that.
I mean, that's still a good catch. He didn't quite get into the position to take it. I had to stretch the hands out, but he still hung on to it. Glenn Phillips. They come at him fast and low and wide, and he takes them one-handed. They come high from the sky, and he still manages to get there. He's a brilliant fielder, and the fielding's been exceptional, hasn't it, from New Zealand today? That's part of...
Those are just putting that into their column, and they're very happy with that.
But
still got to go through peer review, but obviously they'll
of course,
they have their processes. 8 minutes ago, India were favourites on Betfair, apparently.
Okay. Shall we run through some final YouTubes for this particular innings, and then we'll have a break?
Drake Mongreen asks, Mel Gibson or Tom Cruise? Who was more Jesus crazy? Well, given Tom Cruise is a Scientologist, I think we know the answer to that one. He's a bit more Xenu crazy. Glenn Close was nominated many times but never won. Oscar time
What?
for everybody.
As playing a prostitute?
No mention of prostitution in that one.
Right, okay.
But I'm sure that we can investigate that later. Great Death Bowling from New Zealand, says Dawn of the Dead 13. Eric J says GC Jingles good for dementia. Causing a prevention.
Yeah.
Lux says 220 not enough, 280 easily enough, right down the middle.
Yep.
There you go.
Split the difference.
Richard Harmon says, if Guardiola was a cricket coach, would he play with 2 withdrawn calves and an inverted cow?
Very nice, very nice.
I'm glad you got that because it means nothing to me. Lucky 6 says 250 is proto score.
Yeah, it is, I think, yeah.
Yeah.
Dan DeCastro says he thinks it's a 50-50 setup at the moment.
I think that's a fair comment, yeah, absolutely.
I think I'll put India very slightly, 55-45, but we'll find out.
I'm trying to think, did we get due last week here in the Pakistan-India game?
I think
Certainly,
you get a bit, but
yeah.
it comes quite late. It doesn't come, and sometimes too late to make a difference, I think, but we'll see.
We will see. We will see. And of course, New Zealand have be confident against India, won't they? I mean, they've had some good results against them in recent years in all forms.
Yes, 100%, and they're on a bit of a roll at the moment. They're you can see that in the field and everything. They're a very good team right now.
Extraordinary team, extraordinary field. I mean, the fielding is just—it's like, okay, you might expect to see one world-class catch in a game, but with New Zealand, you often see 3 in an innings. It's tremendous stuff. Right, I suppose I should look for a podcast to play to keep us going during the break. Let me see. It's disappeared again. What have we got for your enjoyment? I don't know. It just keeps disappearing off the page. Let's get rid of that. It's the Gorilla Cricket Podcast. It's the No Surrender Percy Fender one. Part 1. Part 1? There's more than one? Apparently so. This is something that Tony did some time ago. Fascinating stuff, talking to various people, members of his family, I believe, Percy Fender. So we shall be back in about half an hour to bring you the New Zealand run chase. Jason and Forthy will be back. Jason's on ball by ball. And would you believe it, Tony has got me scheduled for a 5th successive session. Sometimes I go 50 overs without being on, and then suddenly I get 5 sessions in a row. That's the Tony Rota.
Not to rub it in, but I'm going to bed now. So
well, you won't know. You won't know what happens in this fascinating game until for 10 hours or something. So that's.
I'm pretty sure I'll wake up at some point in the next 6 hours.
And then will you check your phone to see what's happened?
Absolutely.
And will you listen back? Will you have? Well, maybe you should go to sleep with us on. Maybe I don't know.
I'd never be able to sleep if that was the case.
Is that because we're too noisy, or we're?
I'd have to interact.
Oh, you would, yeah, that's true.
I've got so many witty things to say.
That's right. Yes. I find that when I listen to phone-ins and someone says something I disagree with, I can't sleep. I just want to yell at them.
You're an angry man.
I am.
Relax.
It's true. I do. I'm going to relax now. I'm going to have a sandwich. And we're going to listen to Tony talk about Percy Fender with some people. So see you in half an hour. Bye, Bog. Thanks, Bog. And Forthy will be back very shortly.
Someone pointed out a new piece of kit to him, even in the mid 80s, and he thought, yeah, I'll have a bit of that.
Well, let's move on to talk about his time at Surrey. He played for Surrey from 1914 to 1935, captain for 10 years, between 21 and 31, after succeeding.
Been a considerable encumbrance.
No, there wasn't a mobile phone,
and there was no. It was no surprise to me to hear him say, well, someone pointed out a new piece of kit to him, even in the mid 80s, and he thought, yeah, I'll have a bit of that.
Well, let's move on to talk about his time at Surrey. He played for Surrey from 1914 to 1935, captain for 10 years, between 21 and 31, after succeeding Cyril Wilkinson, and made his debut against Northants in May 1914. And, got 26 to avoid a follow-on, I think. So we're going to just listen to Percy talking about that debut.
Now, with a lot of help and encouragement from George Hurst, Birtles struggled along manfully. And, it went on past lunch and past tea, and they had put on over 80 runs before Wilkinson told me that it was my last over, because he wanted to give Bill Hitch one over with the old ball before he went on with the new at 200. Now, I thought I'd been bowling quite well, and I begged for one more over, and Wilkinson said all right. And so I started to bowl his last over of mine. Well, now, for the first time in a fine innings which George had played, he made a mistake to the Google, and it bowled him. And he was very, very upset and disappointed, and swept his bat round and knocked the stump out of the ground and walked off. One was a bit surprised to see George Hurst do a thing like that, but one could quite understand his disappointment, because they were very, very near winning.
This episode is brought to you by Sun Express Airlines. Looking for an affordable escape for the whole family? Sun Express has you covered. Early bird deals to Turkey start at just $59.99. Fly non-stop to sunny Antalya or scenic Izmir. Perfect for making family memories. These low fares won't last long. So, book now, tan later at sunexpress.com and secure your seats today.
This episode is brought to you by Indeed. Struggling to get your job post seen on other job sites? Indeed's sponsored jobs help you stand out and hire fast. Your post jumps to the top of search results, reaching the candidates you need. Plus, there are no monthly subscriptions, no long-term contracts, and you only pay for results. Speed up your hiring today with a £100 sponsored job credit at indeed.com/SPANUK. Terms and conditions apply.
So there he is, making his debut for Surrey. John, tell us a little bit. Generation shift. We obviously, we've moved on several from Percy's time. There will be many who will be unaware of his influence. How is he generally thought of around Surrey?
I think he's venerated by people that know. I think that as a club we have an amazing history, and it's something we're incredibly proud of, and it's something that we very much still use to inform the way we run the club. That there's an argument that can be made that you can tell the history of cricket purely through events and players that have played at the Oval, and I think it's probably a different podcast for this, but an argument that I would support. And Percy, there are, as you say, probably greater players that have passed through. And there are certainly greater eras that players have played in. I think one of the Percy's sort of great misfortunes. Surrey is very much a club of eras, and Percy kind of bridged an era in the late 19th century where Surrey dominated the game, and then again in the post Second World War era where we dominated again. That period, the pre-war, the interwar period, 1918 to 1939 was certainly from a silverware perspective, not something that overly troubles the Surrey Honours Board. But yeah, when you dig into the detail of his life and his experiences and his outlook and some of the decisions that he took, I think it's very relevant to how the club is run these days in terms of breadth of thinking and not. I think there's something in Surrey about a lack, not a lack of respect for authority, but certainly there's a phrase that Adam Hollyoak, I think, was a key part of his captaincy, which is, I don't think Surrey, especially at the moment, and a lot of times in the past, don't do things the same way for the sake of it.
Well, he certainly was found ways not to do things the same way.
Yeah, just want to amplify that point, is that Surrey actually, when they win, they tend to win through sort of maverick means. They were the pioneers of the early county championship, and John's right, that interwar period wasn't great, and Percy was leading the bowling attack when he was a limited bowler, really, by his own admission. You know, he'd be a fourth bowler in a good attack, but he was having to do the bulk of the bowling. But he's kind of felt or seen, I think, by Surrey fans who know, as kind of our Mike Brearley in a way, but a bit more flamboyant. You know, a player whose skills were limited but good enough, more than good enough to hold his own. But a man with such a keen brain that he made up for the things that Surrey didn't have, with his extraordinary acumen and his risk taking. And I think he's a massive figure in Surrey, actually, because I think he's part of a tradition of captains that Surrey have had. Stuart Surridge and Adam Hollyoak, for example, who are mould breakers, and they win championships in ways that other sides don't. You know, Yorkshire used to win in quite a formulaic way. They'd have a very strong batting lineup, and they'd have Rhodes and Hurst or Truman later on, and they would play in a certain way, and they'd just play it grittily and best. Whereas Surrey are kind of a bit tricksy. They're a bit naughty. They're a bit eccentric. They're a bit, you don't quite know what they're going to...
The spirit of Percy.
Exactly, and I think he sort of embodies... I don't know whether Surrey became that because of Percy, or whether he is a product of his environment again, but there is something there. He is quintessentially Surrey, and they used to go back to Surrey. I don't know how often, but when I was a youngster and I was a junior member, I saw him and Andrew Sandham there, and dressed in what felt like sort of enormous pig coats and looking frail, and he would have been blind by then, I'm guessing, because it would have been the late 70s, early 80s. But you would see him, and there was a kind of veneration, like, oh my God, that's Percy Fender. As a sort of 12-year-old, and you would be genuinely starstruck. I mean, people like him, apart from Roger Moore, I've never really been starstruck, but Percy and Roger Moore.
Roger never talks about anything else down than meeting you.
He was part of the furniture in a strange kind of way. Even though I imagine he wasn't going that regularly to the Oval, but when he did, there was a buzz.
Well, let's talk about, John, his Surrey career a little bit, because are there any there's lots of highlights, but are there any that really stick out to you, the things that he's remembered for at Surrey?
I suppose this is the obvious place where you need to talk about the fastest 100 in history. I mean, that is, it's a record that still stands. People talk about how the game has evolved, and no one takes their time doing anything anymore, and it's all flash bang wallop, and you're talking about T20 and the 100 and T10 and 60 ball competition in the West Indies and all this. It's worth remembering that in all of this, the record still stands for the fastest ever 100 in any form of cricket. Percy Fender, 35 minutes.
It was indeed. Well, do you know what? I am going to play this one. Here is Percy's recollection of that fastest century.
Altogether, while we were betting together, Podgy and I, during those 35 minutes, got 171 runs. That, I think, is an even more remarkable effort or record than my 100 in 35 minutes. It at least goes to show that I didn't get all the strike, that Podgy had a reasonable share of the bowling, because he must have made 60 or 70 runs during that same period. It was really a most remarkable match, because Northampton made 736 runs altogether in the game, and lost the match by 10 wickets in less than 3 full days' play. That is to say, less than 18 hours' play. So that the scoring throughout the match must, on the average, both sides, be somewhere about 100 an hour. I think it's a great pity that we don't see even for short periods, something of that sort in present-day cricket. It certainly seems to attract crowds.
There he is, the forerunner of Bazball.
That's astonishing.
Let's just
astonishing. I love it.
Put it into context for the modern listener to try to understand what 35 minutes means, because we count everything in balls now, and you've got to bear in mind that the oval was massive then, so the playing area is huge. He only hits 5 sixes in that time, so a 35-minute 100 now would contain a lot more sixes, but hitting a 6 at the oval was considerably more difficult then, because the outfield was much, much bigger.
It stretched halfway back to 210.
Pretty much. Obviously it's a flat deck, because Northampton got 736, so it's probably very nice to bat on, but in 35 minutes, if you've got to collect 16 fours and 5 sixes from Percy alone, regardless of what's happening at the other end, there is no way you're bowling an over in fewer than 3 minutes. That's just not going to happen. So what does that actually mean here? It probably means around about 12 overs to score that 170 odd runs, 72 balls. So if Percy faced more than 45, I'd be staggered. Probably nearer 40. It's a shame we don't have the actual ball-by-ball record to be able to quiz it. But
I don't think it is. I think it's great that we don't have the ball-by-ball record, because
Yes.
I think it allows.
It's the mystique there.
It allows for more mystique to build up around this extraordinary feat.
I guess so.
Well, I can tell you, Neville Cardus called Percy, claimed he was nature's second edition of Gilbert Jessup. Now, most people wouldn't have remembered until Johnny Bairstow got within 1 ball of his record. Probably didn't remember Gilbert Jessup, but he was known. He was not. Most people, I said, Dan, I absolutely know you did. He got one within. He was seen as the second edition of Gilbert, who was famed for his aggressive approach. There were other highlights at Surrey that I think we should absolutely
There
touch
are
on.
a few of those records still flying around, aren't there? So Percy is very much one of those. I think, although as you say, the lack of statistical clarity around it will make it hard to officially break. But you've got the Gilbert Jessup record in the same way that the Ali Brown record is still there and still alive in one-day cricket. And I think, again, for a Surrey fan of a certain age as well and of a certain experience, the way that Percy Fender batted, I think, Ali Brown is certainly another player that picked up that tradition.
Yeah.
I think one of the other things to move on a little bit that I think from what I'm told, again, I wasn't around to understand this, and say records are sometimes a little loose, but Percy, as far as I'm aware, was recorded as the first person to hit the ball out of the oval.
Wow! Now that one we didn't know, but I'm looking at Nick laughing. So perhaps you did know. You did know that one, Nick.
I had heard that, and I believe it involved the gasworks as well. So
Don't tell me he cleared those. That would have been something. That puts him right in Albert Trott territory for Surrey, I think.
Yeah.
There's a couple. There's a couple of
true.
great innings which I think we probably should mention. One is the first time he wore glasses, which really Tom Webster captured on a cartoon, which is in the auction. A beautiful cartoon of the very first time. Percy never wore glasses before. And he allegedly did it to sort of rather live up to his image. He went and played Hampshire and he got 185 and 130 minutes the very first time he wore glasses. But you mentioned Richard Streeton and his trips down to in writing his book. He says that those glasses were probably plain glass and worn for theatrical effect rather than optical effect, enhancement. Is that true, Guy and Nick? Did he ever let on about that one?
I don't know whether it's true, but it wouldn't surprise me in the slightest.
I mean, and there's other extraordinary stories that he relates. One was conning poor Leicestershire into an early declaration. They needed to get off somewhere to play another match, and he said, "Let's declare at tea." Leicestershire, taking pity on Surrey, duly did declare. Percy went out and they smashed about 140 no time at all and won the game, having conned poor old Leicestershire into going, yeah, the sporting declaration, that'll be fine, and it came back to bite them. The other story, which I absolutely adore, and I don't know if you were going to go to, John, the occasion when they played with Percy and Alfred Jeacock played Essex on their own.
I wanted to talk about
Tell
this.
us about that.
The Leighton incident, as I believe it's known. So Dan, do step in if you're aware of this, because I think it's an amazing story.
Well,
So-
I heard about it for the first time the other day, and it boggles my mind. So it's best you describe it.
So Surrey playing Essex at Leighton Cricket Club in the East End. Everything's normal for the first couple of games. Jack Hobbs scored 100. I think that's normal.
pretty normal.
That's pretty normal. Fender was captain. He declared at 431 for 8. Essex finished day 2 333 for 7. In those days, that's a pretty well set up game. Looking forward to a good solid day 3. However, and I'm unclear as to exactly why this is the case, and whether it's some local incident or whether something it's more fruity and interesting. I'm not sure, but ultimately on the morning of day 3, all bar 2 of the Surrey team failed to arrive at the ground. So the only 2 that were there were Fender and G12. G12, of course, having a previous chapter in Fender's career, where you could probably label as the G12 incident. It's lucky that G12 was playing for Surrey in any case, so Percy could have been there. Could have been there by himself. So they refused to delay the start, despite the fact there were only 2 Surrey players there. At which point, I think Essex probably assumed that they were going to, Surrey would have to forfeit and Essex would win the game. No such thing. So Percy and G12 took to the field themselves, just as the 2 of them, and stood there ready to start the game. Essex didn't come out, at which point Fender sent one of the umpires packing back to the pavilion to inform Essex that if they didn't appear on the field within the next 2 minutes, he'd have the team timed out, and in fact Surrey would win the game.
That's right.
So Essex.
Team of 2.
So Essex come out, and Percy and G12 are out there. There's 2 Essex players. One goes by the wonderful name of Claude Treglown, possibly a man of Cornwall. I'm not sure, but it was a wonderful name. So the two Essex batters come out, and Fender and G12 bowl for half an hour each. Fender bowls from one end, G12 bowls from the other. Each swapping over the keeping equipment as they each keep to each other. And Treglown or Sharp, perhaps out of embarrassment or sort of some form of I don't know,
solidarity.
Yeah, solidarity, but potentially, respect for doing this. Apparently, Fender and G12 bowl as wide of the wicket as they're able to do, and Treglown and Sharp make no attempt to score, and at which point half an hour later the remainder of the Surrey team have arrived and play can continue.
It all started apparently with a row about lunchtime. The MCC had written to the clubs,
of course.
And, the MCC said lunch needs to be at 2 o'clock. Actually, at 1:30. And Johnny Douglas, who was the captain of Essex, said, "Well, we always have it here at Leighton. We always have lunch at 2." And Percy had said, "No, we're playing by strict MCC rules." So they had a little bit of a falling out there. And then, when it came to the time of the arrival and timing them out, Percy had said to the umpires, "You make sure Johnny knows it's being played by strict MCC rules. We're going to time them out." So it came back to haunt Johnny Douglas.
It's also probably one of the only times in Percy's life where he was really, decided he was going to stick strictly to the MCC rules.
Well, he did. Well, let's just have a little listen to Percy recalling that, because it's extraordinary.
Yeah, well, it suited him to stick to the rules on that occasion.
On that occasion.
I look forward to speaking about the other times when he was a little bit less respectful of the MCC rules.
Well, yes, we'll go on to those in a moment. Here he is, just having a little explaining exactly what did happen in that extraordinary game at Leighton.
And so I said to G12, "Come on now, you and I'll go out, because we're not going to lose this match by refusing to play." We got out there and were standing talking to Harry Button, his companion, but there was a bit of a delay. Obviously, everybody was a little bit worried about the situation. So after a while I said to Harry Butt, "Harry, pull out your watch and let me know when 2 minutes are up, because 2 can play at this game, and if there's any question of our losing the match by refusing to play, well, the batsman's allowed 2 minutes to come in, and if he doesn't come in, we shall claim the match." When Harry told me that the 2 minutes were up, I said, "Go on, Harry, you go into the pavilion and tell their batsmen that they've got to come out." And he did. And out came the 2 Essex batsmen, I remember that Treglown was one of them, and I met him halfway to the pavilion and apologised to him for the situation, which was very awkward for him. And I said, now G-Cock's going to bowl one end and I shall keep wicket, and I shall bowl the other end and G-Cock will keep wicket until the rest of the side arrive. And that's just what we did. Not very long afterwards, I gathered that the Charabang did arrive, and chaps began to come out. Struddy was, of course, the first of them, and by that time, G-Cock and I had bowled about 5 overs, I think, and the batsmen had not attempted to make any runs, not attempted to score in any way. They just stopped the ball if it was in danger of hitting the wicket, but we left it at that.
Well, look, so for Surrey, he made 14,177 runs, 1,586 wickets. Third, I think, in wicket taking all time behind Tom Richardson and Tony Locke. Only 823 runs short of 15,000. John,
a little nota bene just on that on his place in his club's all-time leading wicket take as well. He obviously, as he said himself, I think we're sleeping slightly on his cricketing abilities. He was a Wisden Cricketer of the Year and went, repeatedly went on tours and played for England. But he was bashful about his ability as a bowler. But he also lost 4 years of his career to the war, where presumably you'd have thought 50+ wickets a year in each season for that. Yeah. So to still then be third on the club's all-time leading record is amazing.
Is he, John, still the only man to get 10,000 runs and 1,000 wicket double for Surrey?
He is, and I think he will.
There you go.
I think he will stay there. I can't. It would be an extraordinary cricketer that is yet to start their career who would take 1,000 wickets and score that many runs. And if they were to do so, they would be so frequently taken away on international duty or be playing cricket abroad that they would never have a chance to do so in the Surrey colours.
Oh yeah, I mean there are certain records that will never be broken at Surrey. The number of times he did the double, which is astounding, of 1,000 runs and 100 wickets in the same season. Way more than any Surrey player.
Yeah.
We've got to be careful that he limited cricketer only insofar as he wasn't the best bowler and he wasn't the best batter, but he was an extraordinarily pivotal player for Surrey. Without him, that side would have, not just without his captaincy acumen, but without his skills with the ball and his aggression with the bat, would have been a pretty pitiful outfit.
And again, I do, as we talk all about this, I do keep coming back to Adam Hollyoake. And I really do think there are some wonderful parallels. Again, Adam Hollyoake, not the greatest batter in the world, not the greatest bowler in the world, possibly the greatest captain in the world, but also an excellent batsman and an excellent bowler. There were people in his teams that could bat better than him. There were people in his team that could bowl better than him, but there were very few people who could do both better than him.
I can see a Surrey debate evening coming on where you line up to support the case of either Percy or Adam and see who comes out on top.
A Surrey balloon debate is a good idea.
Yeah, there you go. Well, let's just move on a little bit. But first of all, well, yes, we played the past century, so yeah, we will move on. He was known at the time as possibly the best captain England never had. They never did. Now, R.C. Robertson Glasgow said, "I wish he could have captained England, for surely he had earned it." I mean, his Test career was perhaps a little brief and unremarkable. 13 Tests, 1 Ashes tour. Notably, Rockley Wilson felt that in that Ashes tour in the early 20s, when he really could and should have bowled more. England weren't adventurous enough with their spin bowlers in Australia. He did lose 5 Tests to Australia, but drew the last 2. And whilst many were arguing that he really deserved to be captain, he never was. Dan, there were some odd theories about why.
Well, we're back, and New Zealand are about to chase a 250. They need 5 and over exactly.
Yep.
Difficult pitch, and good bowling to come, one would imagine.
And this is a change to the opening batsman, I think, from what I've seen in the past. We'll jiggle them up in a minute.
Absolutely. We're waiting for Forthy. He's probably been caught napping. He's probably having avocado on toast.
Yeah. As all Australians do.
But the men at the moment... Oh, yeah, there he is. There he is.
Anyway, here he is, fresh from penning his latest single. It's this man.
Tonight on staying out, score some runs.
And the umpire is giving semaphore, and we're going over to see the bowler, and it's going to be this man.
Muhammad Shami, Muhammad Shami.
His weave is holding together very nicely, having been reconstructed in his period of out of the game. Anyway, he comes in now to deliver the first ball over the wicket. There's a slip in, and it's just defended into the offside. And everyone rushes in very energetically and enthusiastically.
Yeah, that was like some sort of pincer movement, wasn't it? The Indian fielders there, and a message immediately that we're up for.
Yeah, we're up for defending this.
Defending this,
You're
absolutely.
going to have to make it harder on yourselves.
Yeah, it's interesting actually. There's 4 spinners in the Indian team, but 7 of the wickets in the Indian innings fell to seam bowlers.
They did.
So we'll find out whether they
It's
got
that
that
man
right.
Henry. Shami comes in.
Yeah.
That's down the leg side. That's deflected nicely. That's going to go to the boundary. That's very fine. That's the first runs. Are they off the bat?
I wasn't 100% sure, but at
It
the
went
moment it's
quickly,
been
so I
given-
think it might have been.
Now my innings going, great guns. I
Yes.
hit the ball. 4 runs. I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
Ah, the lovely sight of a genuine leg glance.
Beautiful shot. Beautiful shot. Shami doesn't seem discomforted by the fact the ball hit him clean on the shoulder during his batting
No.
stint. Seemed all right.
Tattooed off the very last ball of the delivery of the first innings. That's defended. Sort of chopped down on by Young. The ball didn't quite get up as much as he thought.
Well, Young's had an interesting tournament in his 2 games. 100 against Pakistan and a duck against Bangladesh, I believe.
So averaging 50.
Yeah, still averaging over 50, yeah.
Still 50. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Good point.
Very good. So we have 2 English umpires standing. We've got Illingworth and Goff.
Goff went through his imperial
laconic
phase
chewing
when he got everything right, but I think he's just come off that lofty pedestal just a touch in recent years.
Good line, good length outside off stump, and all Will Young can do is chop it into the offside, and there is no run.
Well, I mean, I think isn't that, umpires like cricketers themselves, you know? We've seen plenty of
You're
players
not at the
come
top
in.
forever.
They have periods of peaks and troughs of form.
Yeah, it's just going to, your not standards, but your skill levels drop a little bit. I don't know what it is.
Anyway, it's the skillful Shami bustling in. And that's attacking the stumps, well pitched up. That's pushed down the ground by Young, who squints at the ball as it doesn't beat mid-on. 5 balls gone, 4 off the over, just about up at the rate.
Yeah, he doesn't get talked about nearly as much as Jasprit Bumrah, but he's been a key cog, if I can put it that way.
Yeah,
many years.
Yeah, he's done it for years and years, hasn't he? I mean, Bumrah's relatively young. I mean, he's
probably about
experienced.
6, 7. That's the last ball of the over. That's gun barrel straight, defend back down. Shami picks the ball up in his follow through. That's the end of the first over. 4 for naught.
A lot of talk about people smoking too much weed. I've never smoked weed, so I don't really know about
Likewise.
that. Fluffy 3-0 India, Fluffy 3-1 India says he's been told it's much cheaper than gin by Eric J. And he looks shamefaced at the dozens of gin variants on the counter.
I do like gin, I have to say that.
Oh, really? Right, I must remember to catch up with this podcast after the bacon butty, says Eric J. Real men don't eat avo on toast.
No, I had some cottage cheese on rice cake during the break, I can reveal.
Right.
Lucky Six says that Blind Joel doesn't have peaks and troughs, he lives in a trough.
Yeah. Anyway, we're going to have the other batsman is going to face, and he's going to be bowled to by a man in breaking news later.
And in breaking news, Hardik Pandya.
And in breaking news, the other batsman.
Ravindra. And he knows his major role. He is there to keep control.
And the first ball is squirted down to third man for a single. The second ball is punched into the leg side by Young, and they run a quick single.
Good single, good single.
Ball went down to Kuldeep at long leg there in the first ball of the over. He's got his little towel, which is for keeping the ball dry and his hands dry, presumably. But he's got it in front of his pants, coming out of the front of his trousers, as it were, rather than his back of his trousers. He looks a bit like a waiter.
As we see a picture of Shami sort of self-massaging, he's still quite sore, I think, shoulder, having been tattooed in the back on the last ball of the inning.
Same with Hardik. He's got a little cloth peeping out of the front of his
Oh, that's a jaffer of a ball from Hardik. That squares up Ravindra. The ball just keeps his line, if anything, and goes away. And he plays with a slightly crooked bat.
What was good about that delivery was the fact that it swung in a little bit first and then
left him.
Just nibbled.
Not saying it's unplayable, but close. As he did well not to get an edge on that.
Gets the claps from his fellow players as he lopes in over the wicket, and that swung down the leg side. And that's meat and drink for Ravindra. Clips it nicely off his pads. They'll take 2. Will they get 3? They've gone for 3, and they're going to get 3.
Yep. That really slowed up on the outfield, didn't it? Because that initially looked like it had enough on it to go to the boundary, but...
Yeah, no, I was saying in the first over that Shami doesn't look discomforted. He's now looking discomforted.
Well, it's amazing how much
He's really holding that
as
shoulder.
soon as you start bowling physical effort as a pace bowler, how the eggs come back to you.
Thing is, though, of course, being hit, it's not a muscular injury, is it? So he's not going to do any more...
Yeah, it's a good point.
Damage to the muscle, is he? I mean, I don't know.
It's just sore, and you will have... And the endorphin rush has obviously gone off in 40 minutes.
Yes.
Slower, wider ball by Hardik. Young takes a look at it and then decides to ignore it.
No, it's exactly correct. I mean, that's just inside the tram lines, just where you want it to be. Oh, he's getting there. He's getting a rub down from the physio.
He's getting the physio on the boundary to give him... Need some sawdust and sawpaper to get the heat in there.
Yeah, I don't know what he's actually doing. Is it just trying to create friction and create...
Yes, he is, I think.
Yeah.
What does that do? Spread the tension around?
Oh, that's another good ball by Hardik. That one's angled in and then seams away. Young plays a defensive shot inside the line. That's the end of the second over. It's 9 for the out. Loss.
Gone quiet a little bit on the YouTube comments. Back after a heavy lunch, says Steve Bruce. This might be a long afternoon. Can't bet against that. Just a reminder, of course, that you can super chat us. We've raised the princely sum of 99p so far from super chats, which kind of pales in comparison with the last time I was on, when we got about 90 quid. So a few more super chats would be appreciated. All of it helps us survive as an operation. Lockie Six says, was KP ever captain of England? If so, ha 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 ha, Muppets. Yes, he was.
Yes,
he was.
He was, yeah.
And he did prove a very divisive captain.
I think it was he was with Ian Moore. They did not.
Peter Moore.
Round wicket by Shami, and that
Peter
is
Moores.
defended into the leg side off a ball that rises very slightly, and there is no run.
Ian Moore was a friend of mine from Newcastle. That's what came to mind.
Michael Bedford said earlier, nobody's considered that I might be the greatest England captain that never was. I
Well,
guess,
that's the Bear. The Bear thinks he's the greatest captain that was never was.
I do. I think not the Bear. I think I am.
We're not shy about our cricketing nous.
No.
Oh, I am. I'd be a terrible captain because you have to think about all the bowling
Shami
changes.
in, bustling, attacks the stumps, defended by Ravindra. I was going to say Ravindra Jadeja, but it's just Rashin Ravindra. Too many Ravindras in the side.
I coach your kids under 12, under 13 or whatever, under 14. I found it quite stressful because you got to remember all the bowling changes. You got to remember where all the kids are standing. You got to do little coaching. It's quite.
You've got to do all the welfare and well-being stuff as well. It's
you
all.
Absolutely have, yes.
Yes, I wouldn't be coaching juniors. Adults are hard enough. Shami in, and that's squirted into the offside at point by Ravindra off the outside edge of the bat.
I used to give quite a long précis of how all the boys had done on a Monday morning and send it round the parents, and I thought they'd like that. That's a nice touch. And then at the end, when I was
then you get loads of reviews from them saying, "Why did my guy do more?"
Not so much that. She said, "Oh, we really miss your essays," and there was chuckling all around the parent. Obviously, I've become a bit of a figure of fun for my course. Fuck off!
Imagine. Was there a WhatsApp group based on it? There must have been.
Oh, probably, yes. Oh, one of his essays. Oh God.
Mistimed by Ravindra into the offside, and that goes straight to cover, and there is no run.
Yeah, that's a bit of a shock, isn't it? When you.
It's a ego deflator in every sense, or a reality check.
Yeah, it was always good. It's always good to have. It's always good to have your ego kept in check. Because let's face it, out of control egos are the problem, or one of the problems of the world at the moment.
KP.
Yeah, so true. Inflate my ego gently, Elton John.
And that's the result of 4 dot balls. That's a slightly injudicious shot by Ravindra. Flies through the gully area. There's no gully there, and a single is taken.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that's a really good call about he wasn't in real control of that shot, and a little bit of lack of foot movement, and I think it was as a result of being tied down a bit. And that's proper cricket, isn't it? Tying someone down.
They really shouldn't worry about being tied down. To be honest, it's 5 and over is the requirement.
I mean, it was the first ball from Shami that had been with some width that he could play at. They were all angled in, and that last ball is defended. There is no run. That's the end of the 3rd over, and India have moved on to 10 without loss.
Asim Han says, are New Zealand favourites currently? Without Bumrah, would New Zealand be afraid to face this bowling lineup? Well, Shami, good operator. Hardik Pandya, decent operator. And then some good spin options. So, although, as we said, only a couple of wickets fell to spin today, it was difficult to play big shots off it on a slow pitch and a very slow outfield.
Hardik is gesticulating and moving his fielders exactly where he wants them.
And Santner did get a fair bit of turn a couple of times.
He did. Yeah,
there was one that was nowhere near, but turned and bitten.
Yeah, turned a long way.
Viciously, and he wasn't within 9 inches of the ball. Anyway, here comes Hardik over the wicket to the left-handed Ravindra. That's played with a straight bat off the back foot towards point, and there is no run.
Now, one thing we haven't mentioned is Tom Latham hasn't opened the innings, and I'm assuming that with 4 spinners in the Indian lineup, they regard him as their best player of spin, and that'll be the thinking.
He's not opened in any of the matches.
He's not. He doesn't tend to open these days, and I think it's probably because of
he's too slow.
Partly that, but also, he's keeping. So I mean, Latham is a natural opener, and certainly in Test matches. But he seems to perform better slightly down the order.
Hardik, that's on the stumps. That's flashed through the backward point area again. Axar fields, throws the ball back in, and Young and Ravindra complete a single.
Steve Bruce says, question for you all: who is your cricketing idol and why? That's a no ball, by the way. I should say so.
And it's going to be a free hit.
It's going to be a free hit, so we'll bring you that first. Ooh, it's a very tight one.
Yeah, he's landed on the line, but it is, and And they have taken the single, so they can move the field around a bit. My idol has to be, because I was of that era, Ian Botham.
Ah, yeah. Do you know, though...
He was just a bigger-than-life figure.
Yeah, I mean, he was brilliant, and I loved him at the time.
I just wish he'd stayed fitter for longer. Oh, and that is smacked, I think is the right word. And dear me, how to describe that? It's
well, it was dropped.
It was dropped, and then Chakravarti then booted it over the boundary.
But it was a free hit, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a free hit. I mean, it's not the drop isn't the problem; it's the fact that he kicked it over the boundary for 4. One of these.
That was the problem. That's right.
Good bowling by Hardick. He took the pace off, and Young was through the shot a bit early.
I think it's a like Bradman with Botham, though. It's hard to divorce his personality and what we know about him in later years. It's just difficult to do.
I think that's sort of coloured my view of people who I would have thought of as idols, knowing so much more about them. Yeah,
Hardick. Again, I think that's a cutter that's just sort of plopped onto the bat of Young, who defends that into the offside, and there is no run.
I mean, I loved Michael Vaughan as a batsman. I thought he was
he's elegant, especially through the offside.
Through the offside, and also his pull shot was magnificent. And I saw probably one of his last innings in what would possibly have been a B&H Cup group game at the Oval for Yorkshire.
Then we found he had feet of clay when he stopped playing professional sports.
Well, yeah, exactly, and he's just a self-publicist now, which is really sad because he was such a good captain as well.
Hardick, that one seams or swings away slightly. It's punched into the offside, and they scamper a single.
Thing is, I can never narrow it down to one player. I mean, I've got
so hard.
So many that I have. I suppose it depends on your age and how many you've seen, doesn't it?
I think probably Gower probably comes closest for me, but I don't feel passionately about that because he played it in the right spirit. He was so elegant. He's a decent guy. Not a great captain.
I first started watching in like 1979, 1980. That was very much Gower's sort of nascent years. He got 200 against India in 1979 or 80.
Yeah, famously had to be woken up to go out to the wicket at the beginning of that innings. He'd fallen asleep in the dressing room.
Defended by Ravindra. Punched off to mid-on, and there is no run.
Yeah, nice shot for no run. I mean, there are other people. It's not just necessarily about cricketing ability and aesthetics, is it?
It's how you value someone's worth to a side. I mean, I didn't really get on with two players who are England batsmen greats, Graham Gooch and Jeff Boycott. I found them. They didn't excite me in the same way that someone like Alan Lamb might do.
And he was more unorthodox, absolutely. Something about Alan Lamb I'll come back to.
What's happened there? Hardick had pulled out of the delivery right in the stride and almost done himself some damage there.
Yeah, Alan Lamb, I mean, he was, he could blast it, and he was, he had quite a strange stance, didn't he? It was sort of wide, and the bat came out towards gully. But I do remember, and I mean, because I don't go for Test matches very often these days, but I do remember seeing England. I can't remember when it was, but Lamb was obviously playing, and standing behind the nets in the nursery ground.
As Hardick comes in, that's short. That's gone straight up in the air. Where's that gone? He's going to reach the third man. And
is that a good catch? It is.
And that's been caught sprawling, coming forward by Axar.
Brilliant catch.
He's very gangly, but he moved quickly enough there to get to the ball, and that is the end of Ravindra.
Didn't spill out.
The crowd says you're out.
I've been treated to some great catches today, haven't we?
Yeah. I mean, it's would be a legitimate shot normally, but that's a terrific catch actually.
Yeah, perhaps on a pitch where the ball is coming on
really
more.
coming on.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
that
right.
would probably gone all the way. So Ravinder goes for 6 of 12. Not great from him. He's not very happy. Alan Lamb. I watched various England batsmen in the nets that morning, and Alan Lamb's timing compared to the others was extraordinary.
Yes, I mean, he was a short, stocky, powerful man.
Yeah.
But no.
But you wouldn't think of him as necessarily the best timer of the ball. You'd think of him as a kind of almost a bludgeoner to some extent.
Well,
but a good bludgeoner. But his timing was just watching him in the nets from really close up, literally sort of 5 yards away.
You
He
contrast
was
that
superb.
with the other sort of short, stocky, powerful man in the 80s and early 90s, Robin Smith.
Oh,
who was
Smith,
who had arms like steel wires.
Oh.
And his cut shot would hit the boundary before you could even say spit.
Well, they're two Southern Africans who've been brought up on that type of pitch where it was all about forearm work, wasn't it? Those two.
A man who's nothing like those two in terms of the way he plays has just come to the wicket. It's this man.
A Kiwi told me long ago, there's no one better than Martin Crow. I know he's really great, but tell me, I wanna know, have you ever seen Kane laying strokes every which way?
And that was the end of the previous over, that wicket, and the first ball of the next over was almost a complete cock-up between the two batsmen. Young plays the ball down to gully, it's misfielded. They have a shall we, shan't we conversation in the middle of the wicket and eventually do take a single.
Yeah, I thought they were going to get into trouble there.
I will mention one other player who was just a little earlier than the ones we've been talking about, this end of the 60s, start of the 70s, Alan Knott.
Yes.
Such an eccentric, such a brilliant keeper,
what
a self-effacing man, but a fantastic technical keeper and a decent batsman as well.
Shammy onto the legs of Williamson, who doesn't miss out. That's worked very neatly through square leg. The man is up, and the ball is to the boundary.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
That's really money for old rope for a man of his talents.
Well, he hasn't got any runs, has he, so far in this tournament? He's had two single figure.
Single
failures.
finger.
It's not easy to say single finger. Well, I suppose he would have got the single finger a couple of times from the umpire.
Jack Singleton.
Rising by Shammy, that's a better line and length, and Williamson covers up and defends. And goes down the wicket and prods away furiously.
I mean, we've mentioned all English players, and of course there are plenty of very brilliant players from other countries. Of course, it goes without saying if you want us to get into Viv Richards and all of those. But
I love Viv Richards, but I did rather watch him when he's playing against someone else rather than England.
It's quite interesting, though, if you look at Viv Richards.
Shammy in. That's punched nicely off the back foot, but the wide mid off comes round at fields, and there is no run. That's Gill, I think. Yes.
Now, I probably bored you with this before, but I did get a chance to interview Viv in Antigua a few years ago, and afterwards I just sort of checked his figures, and his figures against his own in his own domestic.
Oh, they probably weren't great because he had to face West Indian.
Exactly, that was my point.
Defended by Williamson. That's back down to mid on. There is no run. 22 for 1 now after 29 balls.
that would have been the most unforgiving barrage of fast bowling in history, though, to be fair.
I think so.
Every Caribbean island had, 2 or 3 fast bowlers who would get into the test side of anyone else, pretty much.
Well, I always think of Sylvester Clarke, who didn't play very much. And I think he was fearsome. He was fearsome.
Yeah, well, he had that ball that would lift off a length.
Scary, because he didn't look that quick initially, did he? Yeah, short run.
Patrick Patterson.
Oh, yeah.
That's the Williamson Greeble down to third man. That completes the over. 5 overs gone, 23 for 1.
Probably missed a few things going through. Sorry about that. But Lockie6 says the tiny barrier to any of the Gorillas being captain of England is not being good enough to get in the team. Well, you know, that's a minor thing, I would say. I was going to talk about other idols for different reasons. I mean, Mike Brearley is an idol of mine.
Well.
No one would say he was the best cricketer ever.
I think that was who's it described who has a degree in people?
Well, yeah, you know, and he's gone on to do something useful with his life.
Well, you forget he had a degree in, what was it, psychology before he went into first-class cricket.
Yeah, and he must have been a decent player. I mean, okay, at the top level he may have been found out a little bit, but you know, he's got a 100, I think, to his name.
He has
back
in the 60s.
Yeah.
He was quite a dasher in his young age.
Am I misremembering this? He's one of the last lob bowlers as well. Have I got that right?
Really?
You might be right. Hardick comes in, that's full and floaty and driven by Williamson, but straight to mid-off.
One of the most recent, one of the last lob bowlers I've seen was Patrick Kidd of the Times diarist.
I think you've seen one more recent since then.
Oh, who is that?
The Knuckleator.
Oh, yeah, no, but he was trying to. He did. I don't know. He wasn't quite a Patrick Kidd. Patrick Kidd's lobs were something else.
I'll take your word for that.
Yeah, it said Mike Brearley tried it.
Right.
It just stuck in tray.
Pace on from Hardick. That is guided by Young through the vacant sort of backward point area down to the third man. And a single is added to the score.
Steve Bruce says, thanks for the wonderful response. Love the insight. Ninja Williamson says, lack. Ninja Williamson. Tony Gregg says, Eric J. With regards to what? Great cricketer? Kind of.
I understand that, actually.
Yeah.
I think he could rather malign Tony Gregg as a cricketer.
He did shake up a whole pile of things, both the establishment with the playing and also with the commentary.
And he could also bowl two very distinct modes.
Exactly,
as well.
exactly. Yeah, there's so few of those these days.
Yeah, Sober's the only other one who could really do it brilliantly.
And that is a swinging slower ball by Hardick. That's driven nicely by Young, but straight to the man at mid-off.
I think I remember him bowling England to victory in the West Indies.
He took 13 wickets when he changed from bowling seam to spin.
That's right.
I mean, he had the longest run up for a spinner that you would ever see, didn't he?
Yeah.
I remember trying to imitate him in the back garden because it was such fun watching him bowl. It was all arms and legs, wasn't it?
But I mean, if you're going back to idols, you mentioned them there, Jason. I mean, Jeffrey Boycott for me was the perfection, technical perfection. Really, I loved him. I loved watching him, even though he was slow. I understand that, but it was a different game then.
Again, another sort of greeble down to third man. Agreed single. Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about technical perfection versus dashing, for want of a better word, you have the Sachin versus Brian Lara debate, and I was always the person I wanted to go and watch was Brian Lara.
Yeah. And in fact, actually, I mean, I remember thinking that sorry, this is absolute heresy, that I enjoyed watching. I've forgotten his name now.
So memorable, you forgot his name.
Oh God, Virender Sehwag. I actually enjoyed watching him more than I enjoyed watching Tendulkar, to be honest.
Of course, yeah, when he was
hard
in form.
Yeah. That's wobbling away and played off the inside edge of the bat through mid-wicket. And they take three once the fielder picks it up and his back foot slides. It's Chakravarti. And can't get the throw away in time to prevent 3 runs.
Well, I would imagine our entire Indian listenership is immediately switched off or fainted. But yeah, and actually, I feel bad about that because Sehwag was certainly not technically perfect, but he was a bit ahead of his time, wasn't he, in terms of the way he played?
He's also got 2 triple centuries, which is 2 more than Tendulkar's got.
It's
bloody
rubbish. He's one of the 2 people who've got 2 triple centuries.
No, there's 4 of them, Jason.
Is Chris Gale another of them?
Chris Gale,
Donald Bradburn, Virender Sehwag, and hang on,
Hashim Amla?
No,
he's got 1.
Defended into the gully area. There is no run.
It's not Hutton, it's not Brown. It's Lara, of course it's
It's
Lara.
Lara. There you go. Of
3, 8,
course.
3, 6, 5.
That should be etched on your psyche, seeing as they
375 and 400.
Seeing as they came against
Not
England.
out.
Pokey Bumfinger had a chat with Kane, says Lockie V. We're talking about single fingers, I suppose, and single figure scores. Richard Harmon says, would like to hear your thoughts on Abdul Qadir. Well, he was a magician. He was whirly. He was all things that a leg spinner should be: whirly, spinny,
chaotic,
slightly eccentric,
mercurial.
Indeed, I loved him.
We're going to have to change your bowling. They're going to bring in some flat filth spin
in the power play. In the power
play.
play, which is what India do these days. It's going to be this man. He died very young, didn't he? Or relatively young, Abdul Qadir.
Yeah, I played against one of his sons.
Oh,
he
right.
had several sons who played for Wellington. And I played against Raymond, who was a lovely guy. That's played off the back foot into the offside, and there is no run.
I mean, there was only one. He had a son who did make the Pakistan side, didn't he?
Yeah, the youngest one. I can't remember. He had about 4 sons. 3 of whom went to play for Wellington. Various 11s at various ages. Oh, a bit of spin there for Axar, and that's gone past the outer edge of a swishing bat of Williamson.
If you take a bit of pace off as a spinner, obviously, towards a bit of pace off, you'll get your returns on this wicket.
That's a good sign for the spinners. They'll be looking at that with glee. They know to get the ball in the right areas, it's going to do stuff, and that's full and floated and just pushed out into the vacant mid-off area. Goes long off is on the boundary and has to rush in.
I know that he's, persona non grata in some respects for what came out during his career, but Mohammad Azharuddin was someone that I really enjoyed watching. Perhaps one of the most wristy. It's obviously, you can stereotype Indian Pakistan players.
It is a trope, isn't it?
It is a trope, but he was genuinely wristy.
Yes, and Zahir Abbas going back a little bit.
Full and the ball is played into the point area, but that man Jadeja is there, and you don't want to take a signal to him.
You don't really. Not unless he's on the boundary, and even then, it's a risk. I mean, that Pakistan team was so good at times. In the 70s, I thought it was good.
Again, more of the pace on, full angled in balls, and Young, all he can do is push that into the covers.
Azif Iqbal, Intikhab Alam, Sarfraz Nawaz, great teams from the 70s from Pakistan.
Majid Khan.
And
hello, there's a...
yes, no. Ball is punched towards mid-off. He misfields the ball, and then kicks it away, I think, whilst he's turning around trying to look for it. There's a conversation in the middle of the wicket, and then they eventually do complete a single. That's the end of the first over of Axar. 2 runs have accrued from it.
Indeed so, that's pretty good over to start with. New Zealand certainly not getting away in this power play, 30 for 1 off 7. Going back to that Pakistan team, I think the fact that Intikhab Alam played for Surrey, so I got to see him, and he literally lived about 10 minutes walk from my house growing up. That lured me into wanting to be a leg spinner, and I started out in my cricket career really as a batsman and a leg spinner. So, and then everyone said
someone who was that shape would have been inspiration. You thought, well, if he can play cricket and he's that shape, it's good news.
He's a little bit portly, wasn't he?
Quite rotund.
Hardest going to continue in the first ball from his over is guided by Williamson. By Young, to point, and there is no run.
Question was from Eric J. Whose bowling action was famously described as like a frog in a blender? Well, that's Paul Adams.
Paul Adams,
yes. Fluffy 3-0 India, Fluffy 3-1 India, which is a great handle, says that Safa bloke. I think we were a little bit more accurate on that. And Michael Bedford comes in and says, this is a question, who would you regard as the Tommy Cooper of Test cricket?
Tommy Cooper? Ooh.
Just like that. That's a good question.
Of Test cricket, Tommy Cooper.
Or someone who eschewed bad magic and ended up doing good magic as a result. That ball is defended into the offside and there is no run by Hardick.
A misdirect guy, so it'd probably be a wily spinner perhaps, I don't know.
It's a very good question.
A joker, yeah.
Oh, a joker. Wasn't Ray East?
Well, joker, that's different. That's, yes, Ray East.
Ray East at Essex. Well, he wasn't a test cricketer, was he? No, that's true. Test cricketers.
I mean, Derek Randall was a...
Yeah, Derek Randall's...
He was a bit, jack in the box.
He had that sort of, personality, I suppose.
Full and the Yorker length attempted by Hardick. That's angling in and clipped nicely by Young, but straight to the man at mid-on.
Derek Randall. I can't... You talking Mavericks? Mavericks.
Mavericks, well, I suppose, one goes to Pakistan again, isn't he? The Shahid Afridi's.
Well, everyone forgets that Tommy Cooper was a tall man. I mean, he was a guardsman.
If you're talking about physically...
physically?
Well, I don't know whether that's what he meant. I don't think he meant that. But if you were talking physically...
Graham Smith.
Graham Smith's a good call. I love the idea
a hulking man.
Graham Smith with...
a fez on.
A fez on, that would be fun, yeah.
Short and pulled nicely by Young. Is he going to beat the man? There's nobody there. It's going to go to the boundary. There's 4 runs there. Young moves to 17.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Maybe one of the Overton twins has got a little bit of...
yes.
Cooper.
Yeah, just Jamie is very like Tommy Cooper in terms of the the hulkiness.
Yes, that's a good call. They're both good calls, actually. Greg once wore a fez, says Fluffy 3-0 India. I presume to mean Tony Gregg.
Yeah. As opposed to Ian Gregg.
Yes, Ian Gregg. He was a good cricketer as well, actually, Ian Gregg.
He got 200 against Surrey in one game, I seem to recall.
He played,
in the 1991.
He played for Sussex and Surrey at one point, didn't he? In his career, if I'm
not at the same time.
Not at the same time, no.
Hardick, full angling in. That's whipped into the leg side, but the man is back on the square leg boundary now, and it's only a single this time.
He did play Test cricket for England, Ian Gregg?
He did in the sort of dibbly-dobbly middle to late 80s, I think. He got one series against India.
82, 83, somewhere around there, I think.
Fred has come in to say, sorry? Yeah, that's right. I did hear a very bad story about Ian Gregg. When Sussex... Did Sussex win the championship?
Well, with Garth LaRue and Imran Khan, they did.
Oh, they did?
Good rising ball by Hardick. That's just plopped down into the wicket by Williamson. That completes 8 overs, and they are 35 for 1, New Zealand.
So that would have been around about 1980, 81, something like that?
Yes.
I'm thinking. Because that's when I heard the story, when I was about 18, and I was on a coaching course with a bunch of pros who were doing their... their badges, I suppose you'd call it. Anyway, I won't go into the story because it's it's funny. It was possibly funny in a different era. The Harriman says early 90s Sachin was a dasher, but mid-90s team was basically a one-man batting effort and hence the reduced strike rate. Yeah, I mean, there was talk about how he reigned in his cover drive in Australia, wasn't there?
That was in the early 2000s. Axar's going to continue. He's left out very late to play that cut shot. I thought he might have just slept through there, but he's got the bat down on it just in time. And the ball squirted out into the gully area. That's the latest of late cuts by Young.
He bowls the ball with the horizontal seam, doesn't he, Axar?
The skidder, yeah. It's a bit more round arm and skidded in, and that's defended by Young, slightly more competently and confidently than the previous ball. That's 2 good balls already this over. Getting on a length there by Axar. This ball is driven up past the diving extra cover fielder, which is Virat Kohli, and they walk a single down to the long off.
Surprisingly, the camera dwells on Virat Kohli for a long time. And then there's a replay of him missing the ball.
The vanity dive in full effect.
Like a magnet.
And then it's back to Virat again.
He's doing a Superman dive. Axar looks unimpressed nonetheless, and he's bowled another ball that's tucking up the batsman who can just defend it into the offside. Arshdeep's on the pitch. I wonder who he's on for.
Possibly Mohammed Shami.
Yes.
I would think.
That is driven nicely by Williamson, half fielded by Kohli. Then get some more Kohli coming in a minute, obviously, as a result of that. Yes, there it is.
They've just lost. There he is again. If they lost just one wicket at the end of the power play, New Zealand would settle for that. They won't be too worried about the score. They'll just be thinking 1 wicket down. Yes, this is good. Good platform.
Yeah, and they are ahead of where India were at this stage in the innings. That ball is again. Ball can't get away from Kohli at the moment. It's following him wherever he goes. It's driven straight to him again. That's 9 overs complete. New Zealand are 37 for 1.
I got to say, he's bowling to his field, bowling well. The Harriman goes on to say, Sehwag was promoted to open by Ganguly. What was Sehwag's test average? Which made me think, I really wish we had some sort of big screen with crick info on it that we could check those things. Because sadly, I don't really have them necessarily to mind immediately.
Yeah, no, I mean, we don't have enough laptops in here to do that job, do we?
No, we need something up there.
Having a quick look, I'll tell you.
Okay. Most influence on his team, asks Lockie6. Richard Hadley, there is a graph that shows the New Zealand results before, during and after the Hadley years. Well, yeah, I mean, Hadley was one of the world's greatest cricketers, I think.
We're going to have another change of bowling in the power play. We're going to have another spinner. He's going to be India's mystery spinner.
That's what they say.
Varun Chakravarti. Varun Chakravarti. Varun Chakravarti. Varun Chakravarti. Varun Chakravarti.
No, it is, yeah.
Can't tell whether the jingle is over. Sehwag's test average 49 and ODI average 35.
And the first ball is full and driven nicely just past the stumps. It's well fielded on the boundary edge by long off running round. They complete 2 or 3,
I think. That's a lovely shot, really lovely shot from Williamson. Economy of effort, good placement, good timing. Oh, now that might be 4 because Shreyas has come round there. And I think his boot might have just flicked the boundary sponge there.
They're taking a look at it to confirm, and he's in contact with the sponge.
I would say that's a 4.
Is the ball out of his hand yet? No, I don't think it is. That's going to be converted to a 4.
It is indeed. Good start for Williamson against Barron.
In he's going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball, and it went for 4 runs.
Sussex won their first CC in 2003. That's what I thought, because I worked with a massive Sussex fan, and I was getting very excited.
And into the wicket, angling at the stumps, but that's worked round the corner off the front foot by Williamson.
What is the definition of what is the definition of a mystery spinner? I mean, we've all got video footage of him bowling, so we know what he bowls.
Yeah, it's a good question, isn't it?
Shorter, that's down the leg side. That will be a wide, surely. Yes, it is.
Is the definition that it's harder to read than the average spinner? Is that the idea?
Yes.
We're going to have
and I suppose the default of leg spin and off spin is there's something different you do with your fingers. Oh, no.
That's skidded on to Williamson. They think about up appeal. Rohit seems very keen. I think that's going down, actually.
I thought it was going over.
A little too high, a little too high, and a little too leg. I think.
Yeah, it's young, isn't it?
Rohit doesn't seem keen to do it. He's saying no, go back, bowl another ball, and time has expired.
Yeah, I mean he's a tall man, Chakrabarti. For a spinner.
Hit him in front of leg stump. I think that's, and Rahul is heading down the leg side. That's gonna miss. I'm fairly sure about that.
On the replay at that angle, it looked better than I thought. But there you go.
Again, angling down by Chakravarti to leg, and that's worked around the corner and down to fine leg, and they take a single. 44 for 1. We're going to have a change at the end of this over. You're going to see the first occurrence of not Fred today.
I can hear the
groans.
cheers, the groans. Who's it who likes Fred?
Oh, and that ball is.
Is it Mrs. Fred?
Well, I'm not aware of there being a Mrs. Fred.
That
but
ball is comes down the wicket. Williamson goes to slip. I think directly off the pad rather than the bat. They're thinking about an appeal for the LBW.
It's a long way down. It's not, but it wouldn't be a bad shout, to be honest. But he might have just come too far for the for it to.
Without a range, you think?
Yeah,
probably.
yeah.
Good work by the slip, catching it and then throwing it straight back to try and get the run out. And again, quick ball by Varane, and that is the end of his first over. We get 7 off that over. It's 44 for 1, and we'll have a change. You want to play a jingle whilst we do that?
I will. I'm going to play you this one.
We need your alternative cricket commentary, bringing you laughs, bringing you jingles, bringing you joy. We are Gorillas. We need your patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, Fred.
How are you, Ian 44th?
It is me. I am in fine fettle. How are you going, Fred?
Not too bad, thank you. Just
Joined by
divesting
David?
myself of Hendo's hemorrhoid accoutrements.
Hello, Forthy. Hello, Fred.
Hello, David.
Hello.
Who's doing commentary? Is it me?
Yes. You are.
Somebody's bowling. It's Axar, and this is one that goes on with the arm. Young goes back, plays it into the covers, straight at the cover field, and no run. 44 for 1 after 10 overs, chasing 250 to win this game. As next ball from Axar is a little bit fuller, and a drive through the cover region out to the sweeper for a single by Young. Takes him to 21. So, interestingly poised, or a walkover, or what's going on? I'm going to ask some experts, people who may have watched other parts of this game, to let us know whether this is going to be an easy chase, or there is a little bit of spice left in this match. I'll come to them after this ball. Axar Patel in his third over, none for 5 so far. So this is on leg stump and then driven up to deepish, wide-ish, long on for a single. Who's doing what? Who's on socials?
I'm on social, so
okay, so that means David's the expert.
Well,
only for these 10 overs, though.
I think New Zealand are firm favourites in my view. They're actually 10 to 11. Both teams 10 to 11 on the book.
Wow! As the next ball is driven up to long off for a single, milking the singles easily this over.
But I think 5 and over. I know the statistics that Tony was talking about earlier about runs on this wicket, but I really think 5 and over shouldn't trouble them. But yes, Fred, there will be some more spice in the match for sure.
Excellent. Well, keep listening if you enjoy spice. It's probably some name of some sort of drug, as this is Fuller and Williamson drives. Can't beat the fielder with an extra cover. No run. We shall have some social media messages.
We've also got a super chat if you want to jingle.
I shall get the super chat jingle ready. As this next ball he goes back and cuts it, comes on with the arm. It must have been perilously close to off stump. Is that a bye, or did he get an under edge onto that? Either way, it's a single. I think, yes, he did get an under edge on that, but it was pretty close to off stump and was probably a drop then. Let's have a look at this again in slow motion, sorry, before we come to your messages. He went back, the ball went on with the arm, it was edged and, well, very difficult. It flicked the edge of the gloves of the keeper and found its way to short third man. Let's have some super chat. Where are the super chat jingles? Here.
YouTube comments were not getting a mention. Too many lonely folks needing some attention. You post your super chat and then you pay the price.
Well, that took so long, we haven't got time for it. As Varun starts in you over, it's a dot ball as it's driven up to... I should know better than to play Perko's jingles. It's driven up to mid-on and no run. We're looking again at that drop. I mean, it's a bit harsh to call it a drop. The keeper's about, 2 feet away from the bat when it's edged. They either stick or they don't, and that one didn't. Williamson faces up to Varun again, and this is turned into the leg side to the gap at square leg. The umpire decides not to field, probably just as well, and they do take a single. If you've got time for a quick super chat, do it now.
Motley Von Erich, £2. Thank you, Motley. Contrary to reports, super chats are working.
Excellent. They're working, but they're just not being used, not being availed. Varun, none for 8. He's bowled 8 deliveries. That's approximately 1 a ball. As this next ball is chopped on to off stump, and Young has gone. He sort of played an indeterminate shot, didn't come forward or back, and just sort of wafted the bat on it. Got an inside edge to the ball that may have come back into him slightly. And the second wicket has fallen, and New Zealand are 49 for 2.
It wasn't the greatest of shot because we'd seen what happened just before when there was nearly caught behind, and again it was just an indeterminate shot from Will Young, and sort of half-hearted it felt.
Yes, no real movement of the feet, no, not really coming forward or back, just sort of wafting the bat from a static position and under-edging it into the ground and into off stump. So let's take advantage of the gap to have some social media messages read.
Indeed. Eric J, a mystery spinner is one we've never heard of. I guess that's
a mystery spinner is Ashley Giles. The mystery being how he ever got selected for England.
Exactly. So, Lockie 6, without Google, who knows which Dickens novel contains the game Chicken? I'm just going to come in here. I know that there's a cricket game in the Pickwick Papers, so I will go with that. It's probably wrong. We'll come back to that and see if I'm right or wrong. Fluffy 3-0 India. Fluffy 3-1 India. Old Man Mystery was an enigma. And Eric J says, play Mystery for me. You want to jingle up Daryl Mitchell?
I will, and it's here.
Son of an old black funny on Peep Show wrote that book. Oh, Daryl, not David Mitchell.
There's a lot of David Mitchells out there. I can't think of any other Daryl Mitchells.
I can only think of one David Mitchell's, Victoria Curran's husband.
There's a novelist, David Mitchell, very good novelist.
Who reads novels. In comes Varun Chakravarti, and this one goes between bat and pad and must have been very close to off stump. There's a lot of hands on heads and bemused faces in the Indian camp. Well, what happened there? It just looked like it was it was a back of the hand ball which came back and just flicked the top of the pad. I don't think there was any bat on that. It was parried by the keeper rather than held, and the fielder seemed to be assuming that he got an edge on that, but I don't think he did. As an afterthought, the bowler wonders whether it was LBW, but no decision and no review. Out comes a reverse sweep from Mitchell. He can't beat the man at backward point. No run. I'm pretty sure that didn't hit the bat. And Ultra Edge says it didn't hit the bat and flicked the pad, rather as I guessed. And the pad was outside the off stump, so he couldn't have been LBW because he was playing, albeit a not very good one, but a shot nonetheless, as Mitchell faces up to Varun again. And out comes reverse sweep again. This time, he can't beat the man at backward point. So, an interesting first 3 balls of Mitchell's innings. At the end of the 12th over, it's 49 for 2.
Fluffy 3-0 India. Fluffy 3. That one. The good, the bad, and the ugly. Eric J, which one's a Clint? Lockie 6, does New Zealand really want to win this game? Does chickens rhyme with Dickens in the Japanese versions? Asked Fluffy. Lucky Six says, "Go Muttley. I hope the rumours of a sausage famine are false. Sue to who Indians are so tight that they claim the super chat isn't working. Dangerous ground." Fluffy says, "Fook." He's on a kind of 3-0, 3-1 thing. And Farong says, "Collapsing coming now, so Team Tata can claim the #1 group position."
Well, David, how do you think that wicket has changed the match situation? Are you on mute? I think you may be on mute. As the first ball of a new over from Axar.
Yeah, not hugely, Fred. Not hugely. In answer to Forthy's point, do New Zealand want to win this? I mean, I think they will, because they've got a good old unbeaten record. Well, unbeaten their last 9. They've got the winning habit. I think they will be pursuing this score till the end. I know the winner plays Australia, so that's a disincentive, but I can't see New Zealand giving up this chase.
This next ball is Fuller, and a big step forward from Kane Williamson, or Middlesex's Kane Williamson as he's now known, driven up to a wide long off for a single.
Yes, it's actually Lucky Six's question, not my own personal.
I beg your pardon, Forthy.
No problem.
Lucky Six, I think New Zealand will be trying to win this because of their unbeaten record.
I think there's no point in playing any sport unless you're trying to win, to be honest.
Well, there have been famous times in history when
They
it was
have.
in your interest not to win.
West
including
Germany
Arsenal.
versus Austria.
Yeah, yes.
As this next ball is on off stump and slightly edgily defended into the leg side by Mitchell. Still yet to get off the mark.
There was a famous goal average incident involving Arsenal, I seem to remember, from the very early 70s, when they needed to win to get a 0-0 draw, but not a 1-1 draw.
Next ball is outside off stump and defended again by Mitchell.
And they thought if they didn't want, let me see if I can get this right, I think they didn't want Spurs to Arsenal to score in case it riled Spurs up to get an equaliser, which is exactly what they didn't want.
Mitchell drops this into the leg side and sets off 2 or 3 paces, thinking there's a single there. Williamson was not the least bit interested, and the batsman turns around and heads home just as well, because I don't think he would have got within about 5 yards of
Quite
the
right,
other
so
end.
we want to get off the mark, but not with that.
No, he wouldn't have got. They wouldn't have crossed. That's how short that single would have been. As Mitchell skittish, facing up to Axar, last ball of this over, and he defends it back to the bowler. The end of the 13th over, 50-4-2.
Okay, the Harryman, disappointed that no younglings these days claim 2009 Ashes winner Graham Onions as their idol while growing up. Well, he was a fine player. Eric J, avoid, and Lucky Six, the game chicken, the Larky boy, and the knobby Shropshire one were boxers in Dombey and Certain. A book I have not read, I regret to inform Lucky Six, but is it worth reading? Do write in and tell us.
I struggle with reading Dickens, always have. Which is odd.
Because he was paid by the word?
I mean, no, well, you joke. He was actually, it was in his interest to stretch out the chapters because they were published chapter by chapter. I don't know if that's true of all his works, but many of his works, to end on cliffhangers and to keep the chapters coming.
That was how they were written then. Anthony Trollope, if he'd written one of his 500-word page books, he would stop it. He had a word count, and if you finish one novel, he'd put it to one side and start the next one same evening.
First ball of Varron's new over is defended by Williamson back to the bowler. I mean, I have read, for example, Les Miserables a few times, and that is a very, very, very long book. Close to 1,000 pages in the English translation, with some long appendices as well, where he just goes off on bizarre digressions. This one is chopped out to deep backward point. They're going to come back for 2.
Are you a fan of the longer novel, David?
I beg your pardon?
Are you a fan of the longer novel?
I wouldn't judge a novel by its length. It depends on the...
That's true.
On the quality.
Heart of Darkness is a great novel, and it's very short.
Very short.
Yeah.
A Sense of an Ending by when was it? He won the Booker Prize. That's only about 140 pages, and that's brilliant.
I'm sure the publisher was delighted. Much cheaper, as this next ball from Varane is just blocked up to mid-on, no run.
Would you judge an autobiography by its length?
Can't think of the last time I've read an autobiography. Certainly not willingly. I don't know. It depends how interesting the person's life was. I would have thought, as Varane's in again and leaning forward, Williamson defends to cover. It's been a long time since there was a boundary.
There's something very reassuring about collapsing into a very long novel that you feel at home in, like Middlemarch or dare I say, Great Expectation, or a Jonathan Franzen from recent years. The long novel is there's something about it. It's like a long series on Netflix.
In comes Chakravarti again, and this is driven. The bowler may have got a hand on it as it finds its way up to deep mid-on. Single to Williamson, 53 for 2.
Your point about boundaries, Fred, I mean, I think this ground, the reason why the scores are slightly under par is the outfield does seem to slow the ball up. Like that cut shot, that square cut shot from Williamson before would have gone for 4 on a lot of grounds.
Maybe they're playing in a soup bowl. Might be an interesting thing. I have played in some grounds with some distinct upward slopes near the boundaries.
Lush outfielder.
I'm thinking of Sheepscombe particularly,
Ah.
which is you're almost playing on an edge of a cliff. It's a very bizarre ground in the Gloucestershire Cotswolds. As Varane bowls again, this one does come in, gets an inside edge and then into the pads with Mitchell still to get off the mark, and that was his 8th ball faced.
I'd rather Mitchell was playing defensively like that than getting the reverse sweep out second and third ball. It looked like he was caught in danger last over, but at least he's playing that like sensibly.
Well, he kept the reverse sweep down, he just couldn't beat the man. It's not as though it was... I don't think they consider it a risky shot. They do play it a lot. It's just another one in the locker.
Don't like it against Chakravarti because that's, he's kind of bowling for that in a way. It's just...
I mean, I would agree with you if I'd ever knowingly watched Chakravarti bowl before. To just look up his surname about a minute and a half ago. So I'm not going to pretend I know what's going on.
Well,
I am actually pretending I know what's going on.
Well, you're right. He's come to kind of what's the word? I'll come back to that.
Axar bowls again on the leg stump of Williamson. It hits the pad. He wasn't trying to do anything other than defend it anyway. So
what I was trying to say is his awareness is due to his T20 performance.
Right, which is probably why I've never heard of him. And actually bounced up from Williamson's pad and hit him on the chin strap.
He did so well in that T20 series against England that he had to play.
Yes. We all remember that, as the next ball is full and defended by Williamson. When I say we all, I'm referring to you two. 2 out of 3 ain't bad. 53 for 2 as this New Zealand innings is grinding through the dull middle overs. Axar in again. And again, no attempt at an attacking shot by Williamson. He's just happy to defend. What is he trying to do? He can't be trying to play Axar out. He's still got 5 overs to go after this. And then the ball's not exactly ripping square, is it?
Well, he only needs to go 5 and over. He's fine.
Well, then you need to take the singles, don't you? Just knock it into gaps. And they're not even trying to do that. They are distinctly defending. As this one, he has found a gap on the square cover region and walks the single as the sweeper on the offside fields. 1 run off the 4 balls of this over. 54 for 2 now. We are in the 15th over.
People have been a bit down on Williamson in this tournament. He hasn't done very much yet, but one thinks he usually bats like this, doesn't he? Gets himself in, treats its ball and its merit.
Mitchell again is not off the mark as he tries to work this through the gap on the offside, but there isn't a gap, so it's a dot ball.
Yeah, Mitchell on the other hand will be getting worried now. 9 balls, 0.
I think you'd be getting a little skittish if you're 0 off 9 balls in a test match as Axar bowls again and Mitchell does get off the mark finally as the bowler can't quite reach that ball which is played down the leg side. He's kept the strike. He has 1 off 10 balls at the end of the 15th over. It's 55 for 2.
Eric J. Les Miserables wasn't so much the title as the reviews. Ice Cream, Lord of the Rings is the best novel. It's a good novel. Fluffy, Batting at the Time of Cholera, best book. Enrique Mentor, good afternoon. New Zealand looking dangerous. Michael Bedford in the BBC adaptation of Les Miserables. Who played Les? Eric J, there's a sentence you already see. Not sure which one, Eric. Enrique Mentor, well bowled Kiwis, and hopefully they will knock India over today. Lucky Six, after reading Great Expectations and The Tale of Two Cities, I had to read all of Dickens. The only shit one is Hard Times. Am I still going?
Sorry, Dickens, if you're listening. I did see Oliver on stage a couple of weeks ago. It's absolutely terrific, but it's more of a pantomime than a play. As the next ball is reverse swept by Mitchell, and for the third time in his brief innings, he can't beat the man stationed to field that at what is that sort of finish third man on the edge of the circle.
Not actually a great percentage shot, is it, David? Because there's two men specifically placed for it.
Are you as if I wouldn't have any opinion on that, 40?
No, I'm just bringing David in.
Okay, that's
Cheers,
my
40.
job.
I'm not keen on that shot against this bowler.
He gets out the conventional sweep now, and the same result accrues because he can't beat the man who's in the parallel position on the leg side. So conventional or unconventional, Mitchell is not, it's fair to say, timing the ball sweetly or finding the gaps at this stage of his innings. He has 1 from 12 deliveries, 55 for 2. And the Kiwis are batting through treacle at the minute. Is that an expression? Well, it is now.
We know what you mean.
In comes Chakravarti, that well-known leg-breaking googly bowler, according to Cricket Info, as bowls a fuller ball outside the off stump and square-driven, but the short point picks it up cleanly, no run. The camera just cuts to Kohli, sort of between every delivery for no apparent reason.
In the first innings, it was cutting to Mrs. Kohli, the Bollywood star.
Is she? Marvellous. In comes Varane again, and Mitchell defends. They are playing very cautiously, it's fair to say. Another way of describing it is extremely boring.
Batting time, and then...
I don't think that works in limited overs cricket.
Well, get through this period of spin from these two, and then you'll start to see...
And then you'll have the other spinners on.
No, Jadeja's the only other one.
I thought they had 4. Somebody told me they had 4. It was probably Tony who's making stuff up as Varane bowls again. Down the wicket comes Mitchell, inside out shot, not timed at all, but it drops into some open space out at deep point, and it spent enough time in the air that they could come back for 2 runs as Mohammed Shami comes to field that from sort of deepish cover or deepish extra cover, but no real timing there at all, but some evidence of skittishness. Oh, let's focus.
Charging down the wicket as if to say, take that, not Fred.
Well, he didn't prove very much, did he?
No.
They have got 4 spinners. The fourth one's Kuldeep.
You see?
Oh, there you go.
Last ball of the over is driven straight to extra cover. No run. The end of the 16th over. 57 for 2. Nothing's happening.
I stand corrected. I'll take a vow of silence until further notice.
No, don't do that. Fluffy, is The Very Hungry Caterpillar a novel? That's a good question, actually. I guess it is. Peter Smith, I don't know what else it would be. Novella, maybe. Peter Smith, it's 3 a.m. in New Zealand. Leslie Phillips. Sir Les Patterson. Those suggestions as to who Les is and Les Miserables. Rajesh Mohan, this could all get very interesting in the next few hours. Kane Williamson will plan to be there for the duration for New Zealand and bats them through. Peter Smith, he is playing himself in, not like England players. Enrique Mentor, New Zealand really needs some silver or gold in the cricket cabinet.
I mean, Victor Hugo is very similar to Dickens. Again, he also wrote in chapters, I believe, for publication bit by bit. And the themes, the grand themes are very similar, and even to the extent that Les Miserables the musical has a lot in common with Oliver the musical, as a new over from Axar Patel to Williamson, who defends.
Emile Zola's got possibly as much in common with Dickens with novels like Germinal.
Right, not one I'm familiar with. J'accuse, I know J'accuse.
J'accuse.
As
he played from Lancashire, didn't he?
Yeah. No, it was Jack Simmons. Next ball is again defended. Axar is in his 6th over and he's gone for 11 runs off 5.2 overs. So if it's not if it's not an advanced technique from New Zealand to play him out, if they haven't thought they're going to do it in advance, that is what's happening in practice. As the next ball is again a dot ball as it's driven to extra cover.
Well, we're checking record books for the most economical stint in the Champions Trophy soon, and for 11 off nearly 6.
This one's shorter, and it's cut out to deep backward point, and we are finally, after many hours, it seems, going to get a boundary.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
Well, they said if we play him out for sort of 6 overs of dot balls, eventually he's going to drop one short, and he did. And they took advantage. So they, at that rate, they're going to get 2 boundaries off him in this spell. As Axar bowls again onto the back foot again is Williamson. He does find a gap in the offside, out to deep point, single. So there are the 5 runs in the over that they needed at the start, although that would have gone up, I would have thought, by virtue of mathematics. We've got a super chat which we'll hear after this next ball, which is going to be the last of the 17th over. And Axar Patel bowls it. And this is chipped up in the air over the bowler's head. Is there a man out there? It doesn't matter. Oh, it does actually matter. It bounces a couple of times and it's fielded just inside the rope. As somebody came into shot very late, making me look slightly foolish. 2 runs to Mitchell. He moves up to 5. The end of the 17th over. It's 64 for 2. And here's a Super Chat jingle.
Super Chat cash, Super Chat cash, Super Chat cash.
Lucky Six says, "Fourthy book, please. Not as obscure as last time." Fair enough. I've got something for you here. Miss Kenton fell silent again for a moment, then she went on. But that doesn't mean to say, of course, there aren't occasions now and then, extremely desolate occasions, when you think to yourself, what a terrible mistake I've made with my life. And you get to thinking about a different life, a better life you might have had. For instance, I get to thinking about a life I might have had with you, Mr. Stevens.
That's Remains of the Day.
Oh, bloody hell, don't ruin it. Everyone's meant to write in.
That is, of course, that's Remains of the Day. Kazuo Ishiguro.
Of course, to you. You know it very well. Well done, Fred.
And
find something else.
Who played Mr. Stevens' father, Mr. Stevens Sr. in the film, was Grouty out of Porridge.
Yes, Harry...
I can't remember.
Harry Vaughan.
He was also in the McVitie's advert.
Peter Vaughan.
Peter Vaughan.
Well done.
Yes.
I'll get something else because you came in.
That's a good film and a good book.
The size of Forthy's bookcase is intimidating. I think we're going to see every book pulled off there.
I may have been the only person who read that book and sympathised entirely with Mr. Stevens. I'm not sure I was supposed to, but...
Well, I'll tell you who I sympathise with, and that's Mr. Williamson. I think it's fair play to go along as he's doing. I think he's doing the right thing for his team. I know there's a temptation these days to expect wham bam. I know, not Fred, you like wham bam, thank you ma'am type stuff, but he's taking his time, and it's easy to be critical of that, but I think just consolidate the innings and he'll step up as he needs to.
As long as he needs to.
As long he needs me. I'm going to do another one because Fred came in too fast. Reno's mother is
That's the only book I've ever read.
Reno's mother is named Rafaela Celula, but everyone has always called her Lena. Not me. I've never used either a first name or a last. To me, for more than 60 years, she's been Lila. If I were to call her Lena or Rafaela suddenly, like that, she would think our friendship was over.
Well, do send Forthy your entries for this so exciting game.
People like it, Fred. People like it. You may not, but people like it. Now,
people like all sides of shit, I have to say. We've moved from books that I know to books that I don't know, so it's obviously less interesting to me. 17 overs have gone, 64 for 2.
I'd like to give a shout out to James Knights, who's been in touch.
You can. You just did.
He thinks New Zealand's experience will see them home. Santner is batting well, so they bat deep. And he's well on touch. I think he thinks New Zealand are well in touch. Thank you, James Knights, for listening to us. I think from Hanoi.
Havant is not anywhere near Hanoi. Last time I checked. You can go to a site called Rome to Rio and find the easiest way of getting from Havant to Hanoi. I'm sure there will be a number of stages involved.
Shall I read one or two more? Enrique Mentor, well done to Kiwis bowling India out for under 260. Ice cream, has cricket lost popularity in England? Eric J.
The last
fourth.
few weeks, yes.
There's a really good one. I think this is.
First ball of a new over is nudged behind square on the offside. There was slight hesitation there from Williamson as to whether there was a single or was it Mitchell. I think it was Williamson. Eventually, he did set off. There was a direct hit at the non-striker's end, but I'm pretty sure that he was home. Yeah, I think he was home. They are going to send it upstairs because they always do, because the technology is there, so why not? But not only his bat, but I think both his feet were in the crease by the time the stumps lit up in the modern regrettable fashion. So one more to Williamson. He has 30 off 40.
I think that may have been given not out on the field. I don't think they did go upstairs.
I don't think he did go upstairs. Congratulations to the umpires. And amazingly, New Zealand bowled their overs in 3.5 hours, which is what you're supposed to. As this next one is an attempted sweep from Mitchell. It's a little bit top edgy, but he does get a single as it goes over where a leg slip would have been, and short fine leg has to come around to field.
Yeah, when Santner and Bracewell were bowling together, they were getting through the overs at a real clip.
And even then, 3.5 hours is the official time, so it was not exactly they weren't finished within their time, but when it's on time, it's worthy of mention nowadays. Next ball is worked into the leg side by Williamson. The mid wicket on the edge of the circle fields, and the camera focuses on Kohli. Why? Who knows?
He's televisual.
Dear, oh dear.
Photogenic.
And he's not even the captain. He's not even the captain anymore, and not that he's aware of that, because he seems to sort of move people around and do things all the time. As Varren's in again, and this is driven into the offside. A sprawling stop by the actual captain, Rohit, who gets up feeling his hamstring. He's not as svelte as he used to be, Rohit. I mean, which of us are, to be fair? But only one of us is an international sportsman. And he's not exactly Mr. Michelin man, but he fills his shirt, quite amply as Chakravarti's in again. And this is nudged up to deepish mid on. The mid wicket comes round to field, cuts it off, aims a throw, which was probably unwise because only bad things could have happened. Either way, it's another single. And we have one ball left of the 18th over. I think. If you bowl over, if you take too long, then you lose fielders in the circle for the overs that you're late.
Yes.
Chakravarti bowls, and this is an attempted cut by Mitchell, not timed at all. Goes to cover. Maybe they should do it if you finish early. You should be allowed.
Yeah, you get bonus.
You should allow more people out.
Yes, why not? Let's think carrots.
Incentives. Yes. Incentives.
Eric J. This is. I think we can all agree with this one. Hopefully. Says, Fourthie is my cricketing idol. I love Eric J. Enrique Mentor, New Zealand need to speed it up, but without losing a lot of wickets. There, in a nutshell, is the task for all cricket teams. Eric J. Kane has taken route. Chief Wardo, Les Hiddins, the bush tucker man. Eric J. Le Debacle. 3-0 India, Fluffy 3-1 India. Please don't bring him home. Eric J. Not the Franco-Prussian War, but England's tour of India. There's quite a lot coming in. Ice cream, baddies don't speak like that anymore. Farang Rover P6, brief overview, Fourthie? Question mark.
The first ball of Axar's over is defended by Williamson. Carry on.
You sure?
Yeah.
Read the bit where Ulysses comes home, says Fluffy, after wandering around Dublin all day to find Molly flicking her bean. That would take a while, and Ulysses, my copy's in the other room at the moment.
Good excuse. Next ball from Axar is onto the back foot goes Mitchell and drives it up. Williamson drives it up to long on for a single. Again, they're not looking for big shots, and they're barely looking to find the gaps either. So there is a distinct air of stagnation about what New Zealand are doing at the moment, but they're not chasing a huge total. So this ball is on leg stump and it's tickled fine. We are going to see a boundary. Are we going to see a boundary? Yes, we are. Finally, it's been ages.
One over.
4.
You can prove anything with facts.
Yeah, you get very literate and literary group of tweeters when Fourth is on social. Have you noticed that, Fred?
I have noticed that, for example, Jay Grover is not to be seen.
Jay Grover is the one who initiated the book game in the first place.
Mint! That was held back slightly by Axar, and the defensive shot by Mitchell was pretty high on the bat, actually, so we can give a moral success to the bowler there, even though nothing happened other than it being a dot ball.
Fourth man who tames Jay Grover.
It's an international #1 bestseller, and it's written originally in Italian.
Jackie Collins. This one's driven back to the bowler. No run. Written in Italian. Some of my favourite books were written in Italian, and then I read them in translation as Axar is in again. And Mitchell turns this round the corner and does get the single this time, as Williamson calls him through quickly. The end of the 90th over, 73-4-2. Possibly my favourite novelist of all time is Italian.
Primo Levi?
No.
Umberto Eco?
Oh, of course, Umberto Eco.
But not, of course, there are others. Could have been Dante.
I have read The Leopard. The Leopard? Who wrote The Leopard?
Yes, The Leopard. I can't remember the author's name either.
Yeah.
More from Fluffy. I don't necessarily need to read all of those. Lucky 6, I had to leave my library of 300 books behind. Only bought one with me.
300 books? That's 1 week on Amazon, mate.
Lucky 6 says, Fourthy gives Jay the proper fear.
Oh, please! Let's not having Grover appreciation tweets. This is beyond the.
He's a big supporter of guerrilla cricket.
Yeah. We're going to bring Dave in because we haven't heard from him for a while, and there's a change of bowling. So, Dave, tell us what is Kuldeep going to provide.
Well, this is the fourth spinner that I didn't think was in the side. Kuldeep Yadav.
Maybe he's bowling seam up.
I mean, yeah. They need a wicket to India to stay on top in the match.
The non-mystery spinner Kuldeep's first ball to Mitchell is played through the leg side. It goes pretty deep, but they didn't attempt 2 runs. They settle for the single. Mitchell has 12 off 24, which even I could work out is a run rate of 50 runs per 100 balls. Williamson at the other end is 32 off 45, slightly harder to work out.
Lampedusa is
Lampedusa, that's right, the Lampedusa. I can't understand Italian. And when I'm in Italy and I pick up a newspaper, you can't even recognise any of the nouns. I find it a very difficult language to understand. Whereas in Spain, you can sort of get the gist of a sentence.
Thank you, Richard Harmon, for writing me that.
As Kuldeep bowls again, and this is pulled away sort of off one knee by Williamson. It couldn't have been far from the man at backward square leg. Either way, it beats him and the man in the deep. It's going to be 4 runs. Oh, it was closer to the man than I thought. That has to go down as a chance, surely.
Yeah, it does. It was a decent dive, but went through his hands, I think.
Yeah,
it would have been an amazing catch.
It would have been a very good catch to hold on to, but I think the hard part was getting there, and he pretty much did.
Yeah.
It would have been, but New Zealand caught 2 of those in the Indian innings.
Yes.
So this one is nudged up to wide long on for a single.
I mean, that's a fair point. The fielding of New Zealand has been so good, hasn't it? There's hardly any mistakes.
Oh, amazing. There's been one mistake. They've got a 98%
wow
efficiency. Do
you know that, Paul? You just made that up. That's very
it came up. It came up
early. 98% efficiency.
Yes.
Hugely efficient. The next ball from Kuldeep almost traps Mitchell back on his stumps. He does get the bat down in time, plays it to square leg, takes the single. We're going to have a change over in a couple of balls' time. Jason
not a particularly onerous one, Fred, because it's you and I swapping places.
And Jason is in for Fourthie.
Jason has picked up the literary thread from Fourthie.
Jason's going to be reading us.
Not following Fourthie.
Reading us from.
There's a quick super chat. There's a quick super chat. When you get it.
As this next ball is played to mid-wicket, no run. Jason's going to be reading us from some of his favourite books.
And we've also got a winner.
Was that Alex Stewart's autobiography? What's that going to be?
Someone has correctly guessed the book as well. Richard Harmon.
Hooray! Last ball of the 20th over is nudged into the leg side. No run at the end of 20 overs. New Zealand are 80 for 2. That means they're going at 4 and over. Goodbye to Fourthie. Hello to Jason. David, talk us through what's going on.
Well, as I say, it's not an onerous changeover. In fact, I don't think Fred and Jason are even going to swap seats. It's not necessary, is it?
Okay.
And
I
we
should
thank
just very
Forthy
quickly
for raising the tone. Forthy, sorry.
Oh, sorry. Just before I go, I'll just say, Muttley Von Erich, super chat, your love for Jay Grover, peeps, please do. And Richard Harmon correctly guessed Elena Ferrante. And it is my brilliant friend, so I will leave you.
Elena Ferrante, not next in. Mitchell Santner. Is it Mitchell Santner? Glenn Phillips and Mitchell Santner. And the score at the end of 20 overs is 80 for 2 New Zealand, 170 from 30. That's the equation. So on this ground, there haven't been too many big scores, but because of the maybe not as easy to hit boundaries on this pitch, that one is played into extra cover and there's no run. Jason's taken over on social media, so it's very much a literary theme with Jason. Here's Axar and bowls, and that's into the pads of Mitchell, plays it defensively. Fred's not convinced about this New Zealand response. This is swept though by Mitchell, who's going to find the fielder down at deep square. And bookmakers would agree with you, not Fred, because India are the favourites at the moment, but I wonder whether that's because all the punters tend to be from India.
Now, honestly, Dave, I couldn't give a shit, so I wouldn't rely on my judgment because I will have forgotten this game about 20 minutes after it's finished.
That begs the question, your most memorable match in recent times, Fred, which one was it? And that's Axar bowls, and that's played defensively by Williamson.
I'm going to say something like a draw between Derbyshire and Northamptonshire when the first 3 days were washed out. That would probably be better than any World Cup final that's ever happened.
Ooh, not sure about that.
And this one is, apart from the one you were commentating on, Fred, that one's played out to point and there's no run. When you were at the headquarters of cricket, I believe, in the commentary box?
The things we have to do when we're getting paid for things. I mean, anyway, let's move on.
Williamson on 37. That's up has he just chipped it over the infield? Yes, he has. And it goes 2 or 3 bounces down to Hardick, and they run through for 2. So Williamson...
Well, it was only 1 bounce, and it wasn't all that far in front of the fielder out there, who seemed to go sideways rather than forward at the ball. I have a feeling if he would have taken a better route to the ball and possibly dived forward, that may have been a chance for a catch.
Have a look.
It was in the air a long time.
But he was going sideways. Can you see what I mean? He wasn't running towards the ball.
Good point. Drinks are being taken, and Jason, a chance to catch up on the socials.
Yep. Drake Mongery said, my favourite book was Half Men of O by Morris G. Fluffy through India, Fluffy through one India. It says Foot Rot Flats, A Dog's Life. I presume it's another novel or book, literature. And Mayank, bringing back to the cricket, says, I wonder what the odds of a New Zealand versus South Africa final is. Well, I'm sure you can tell us when they go and look it up.
It's 50-50. Either it will be or it won't be. That's how odds work, isn't it, Dave?
And Foot Rot Flats apparently has got pictures. And he also says, Fluffy, that there are too many wordy words in high literature. Eric J says he can never get past page 3. I don't know what you're reading there, or not reading, as the case may be.
Don't know. We were much more highbrow than that.
Drinks have been taken just by the batsman by the looks of it, and Kuldeep starts a new over, and that's played out by Williamson by Mitchell for a single. He's on 15. Williamson's on 39. Of interest to me because I've backed him to score more than 40, so I'm particularly interested.
So is it just about to come in for you?
Yeah, I'm very interested to see his next 2 runs in particular.
Well, you commentators cursed him on air.
Well, I don't believe that. Can't hear us. What's going on now? Sharma's been called in to have a chat with the bowler Kuldeep. Is he running on the field? What's going on here?
You are allowed to run on the field. It's the pitch that you're not allowed.
Sorry, running on the danger area, the strip.
I don't know what's going on. There is a discussion between the bowler, the captain, and the umpire. And
Goff is laying down the law, it would appear. He's run into the danger zone,
Has
I
he?
think.
Yeah.
It's very
wide. Very close to the wicket
very
and running
wide.
to that. Yeah.
So has he been officially warned? Is that the point?
I think it was a warning rather than
an unofficial warning rather than an official
unofficial warning. Thank you. Yes, that's the word I was looking for. Let's see if Kuldeep does the same thing again. He bowls. No, he goes off the field. Goes off the strip to his right, more noticeably, and that's played down by Williamson, and there's no run. It's just we're just seeing a replay, just a little bit close to the danger area.
No, that's fully on the danger area, and he didn't need to because he landed and then stuck his leg out into the red zone. So it was voluntary, perhaps. That was the point that was being made.
So an element of skullduggery is what you're suggesting there, not Brett.
I mean, he's not very big, Kuldeep. You know, if Rohit did it, it would dig up a lot more than Kuldeep.
If you Shahid Afridi, you do a full 360 in the middle of the wicket.
Yeah, whilst biting the ball.
Williamson taking a great deal of care about these next 2 runs because he's been shotless since I mentioned it. 4 balls down in this over, only 1 run scored so far.
Cricinfo says that he has been officially warned.
Ah, thank you.
And I think the next time he does it, he gets removed from the attack. Is that how it works?
I believe so.
Yes, so called it.
It's not as though they haven't got a lot of people to take his place.
Well, nonetheless.
But it's 10 overs that he's.
Yeah.
That has to be found
that one
somewhere.
Is right on the money and played defensively. It's been a very, very accurate over, although one marred by that slight indiscretion for Kuldeep running on to the danger area. But he's only 1 run off the bat, and New Zealand just slipping behind the rate. That's swept by Williamson, and he's only going to get 1. He moves on to 40, and that's the end of the 22nd over. New Zealand 85 for 2. They need a further 165 from 28 overs.
There's various discussion between Lockie and Fluffy about whether Foot Rot Flats is a comic strip or not. And that is pretty much us up to date at the moment.
Oh, so I'm supposed to say something about what's going on to fill up the gap.
Exactly.
Unfortunately, I'm perhaps not the man to ask. But New Zealand have lost just the 2 wickets. So if I was looking at this game, just by the scorecards rather than actually watching the game, I'd think they look pretty well placed to win the game. But we've got another change of bowling now, and we're going to jingle up the person in question as soon as I find him.
Yeah. A man who has turned a game, many a game in his time.
It's this chap.
Well, I'm not surprised that this man's coming on.
They need a more controlled Jadeja's on.
But his first ball is shorter than he would have liked, and it's a nice shot by Williamson down to the cover point boundary. Good bit of fielding for Kuldeep. And they go through for the 2 runs that I personally was looking for from Williamson. He moves on to 42 and played it in some style.
Yep.
It's all about the money. Didn't we used to have a jingle for that when Bear won a bet?
Money, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, well, given how well Axar has bowled, I was not surprised that Jadeja would bowl, and I was expecting to bowl a fairly extended spell if he bowls as well as Axar.
Spin has dominated this match. Even Ravindra was called into the action earlier for New Zealand. He got an important wicket that was played out by Williamson for no run. Jadeja with Ravindra with an action not unlike Kuldeep Yadav's, bowling his with left arm. And he did get 1 wicket earlier, didn't he? Can't remember who he got out, but Jason will tell us.
It was Axar Patel. In fact, he just top-edged a little sweep and got caught by Williamson at fine leg.
So Jadeja, that's Fuller and driven out by Williamson for no run. You're right, Fred. If a dispassionate observer would say 87 for 2, chasing 250, and put New Zealand in front, but the book is not having that at the moment. That's because New Zealand are behind the rate. That one is played out by Williamson for no runs.
Yeah, I mean, the book is just following the weight of money, really. They're not taking an objective view at it. The thing to do then is to just go the other way.
That's quicker from Jadeja, bowled into Williamson, and he plays that down. So only 2 off this over. And as Not Fred was saying before, the boundaries are few and far between. We've had a couple in the last 10 overs, but no more than that. And see whether Jadeja can finish off this over with economy. Yes, he does, because it's a dot ball played out to extra cover, so only 2 runs off that over. Jadeja's got a good record. No, hasn't got a good record against New Zealand. Sorry, I misread those figures. The average is 82. So he hasn't taken a lot of wickets against New Zealand, but he'll be happy with that over. 87 for 2, New Zealand, 23 overs gone.
Lockie 6 says, it was a comic when I lived there, Drape. Talking back to Drape Mongreen. He also says that Flocky has got long COVID, to which Fluffy responds, and a short handle. Murray Bell apparently is New Zealand's Byron, according to Fluffy. Is that because he's mad, bad and dangerous to know?
New Zealand's Byron.
Yeah.
Wasn't Byron around before New Zealand?
Good question. I'm not quite... no, I think probably had found New Zealand by the 1780s, so they probably knew about it.
Yeah.
And Byron was in the 1810s, 1820s.
New over from Kuldeep. That first one is just patted back to just behind square. No run. He's bowling to Mitchell.
Was he
varying his speed. This one is on the stumps. It's a nice bit of fielding and extra cover by Rohit. Must have heard not Fred mentioning his additional girth he's put on, but it didn't stop him from must have cushioned his fall, in fact, as he stopped that.
Oh, he's broken his glasses. It's a disaster. He landed on them and they couldn't take the strain.
He's broken his sponsored glasses. Reverse sweep from Mitchell, and yet again, every time he plays that shot, he never scores a run.
Well, there's two men there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not the percentage shot, really, is it?
It isn't, no. And still insists on playing it.
Did Byron write Child Harold Larwood? Was that one of his?
A lot of his wickets. Yeah. People playing the sweep shot. That's pushed out by Mitchell. There's a run there every time, down to long off for a single. So we are into those middle overs of the ODIs that do sometimes test the patience of the T20 fan.
Yeah, the ones that Hendo never commentates on. Somebody's attempting to fix his glasses. There's no point. He's sponsored. Just get a new ones out. Did he actually land on his glasses? That's going to be irreparable. Yes, and here's a man with new glasses. Ooh.
There's the pill for OBW there. Must be close. No reaction from is it Bob Tucker and what's his umpire?
Michael Goff.
Michael Goff or Richard Illingworth.
Goes through for 2, and that was off the bat because Williamson's gone on 44. But a decent shout, back foot. It caught Williamson there. What did you think of that, Fred?
Yeah, I wasn't entirely sure what happened. It may have been outside the line of the stumps anyway. Where it hit him. Now he is giving leg buys. He just waited to see whether there was an appeal or a review before deciding whether I think it was going to miss, and it may have been hitting him outside because it was sort of pitched middle and leg and was moving away.
He was certainly right back on his stumps. There's the paddle shot from Williamson. Is this going to reach the boundary? No, it's being collected there, and they run through for 2. So there are the 2 runs that Williamson was denied from the ball before that were counted as leg buys. He ends up 44, and it's 92 for 2, 24 overs.
I don't think he was denied. I think he did actually come off the pad.
I think we can agree to disagree between Fluffy and Drape about whether Footrock Flats is a comic or not. One says it's a masterpiece of New Zealand literature, and the other one is shouting it's not a effing comet.
Never heard of it.
Yeah.
So, no.
It's niche, shall we say.
Right.
From our point of view.
It's not as niche as what we were discussing earlier, which was...
yes, in the green room there was...
Getafe FC's marketing strategy. First ball of a new over there.
Fred, if you can just fill in for me while I find my all-important phone charger.
As that is sort of swept out to the leg side sweeper for a single by Mitchell. He has 17 now of 34.
All important only because my team, my football side, are playing in a FA Cup match at Newcastle.
Is that Brighton? It's 1-1 at half-time.
Oh, thank you very much. Fred, that's Brighton over Albion away to Newcastle. 93 for 2. New Zealand.
Did they still play Sussex by the Sea before
they
Brighton
do?
Games?
Yes, they do.
Yeah, okay.
Good old Sussex by the Sea.
Yes. Here's Jadeja.
Ooh, wow.
On turns. He really makes that one rip. and he's got his spinner going. Really ripped turn off a leg. Oh my god, it went a long way. Pitch leg stump missed off, and decent amount of bounce as well.
Bit too much bounce, perhaps.
Yeah.
But reminiscent of what Santner was doing in the first innings.
Don't look at me, Jace. I wasn't here.
I'll put the seeds of doubt into Williamson's mind as he plays that one very defensively. So it's a good start by Jadeja. He's looking dangerous here.
What are we looking at?
Release points. You can't see the blue one, which is why it's quite hard to work out. It's wider and a bit more round arm.
Stupid graphics alert.
This one is shorter and gives Williamson a chance to tackle off the back foot. Good bit of fielding.
We could could have another set of broken shades there. They are very flimsy.
And Rohit's very bulky.
I don't think it was Rohit this time. I think it was Kohli.
Andrew Strauss who managed to shatter his
This one again turns a long way, and Williamson almost has to say, how am I supposed to play that?
Well, he had a waft, and bizarrely, after 5 overs of just patting back Axar, who was not turning the ball appreciably, he's now having a go at Jadeja, who is turning the ball appreciably. It's a bit of a... well, it's an odd way of going about it.
Cheers. And the outcome is only 1 run off this over. This one is driven, but straight to extra cover again, no run. So top over there from Jadeja. He's 0 for 3 off 2. And New Zealand going below 4 and over now, 25 overs, 93 for 2.
Fluffy and Drape are continuing to talk about New Zealand culture and literature.
Shouldn't take long. Hey.
Once Were Warriors has been mentioned.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it says Once Were Warriors were good, but masterpiece, I don't know about that.
Kiri Takanoa, she made a mention.
They've also mentioned Sleeping Dogs with Sam Neill. Don't wake them up.
I'd let it lie.
And The Bone People, which I think is a book and film about the
what about that
indigenous people.
That artist who I've never known how to pronounce, where the first name is Ngaio or something.
It's a good one. He traps Mitchell in front. It was straightened, and I'm very surprised that Mitchell reviews this. This was looking very straight indeed. They're having a chat with Williamson now. It was the first ball that Kuldeep's over, and Darryl Mitchell didn't read it, beat him. He's going to go for the review, but, well, I don't know what you think, not Fred. It looked pretty straight to me.
Well, I'd be interested to see that again on replay, mostly because I wasn't actually watching it when it was first broadcast. So it wouldn't be a good idea for me to offer an opinion. Let's see if there was an edge involved. Doesn't look like it was close enough to the bat, so we can rule that out straight away. It looks like it's pitching on the stumps, and it looks like it's going to hit leg stump or middle and leg stump.
Sort of like pitching middle and off, hitting the pad around middle and going down to hit middle and leg.
Doesn't seem to be very far forward. Kuldeep's got the look of Josh Robinson about him. What'd you say?
I don't know who's going to be more offended by that.
Well, Kuldeep's not listening. Josh might be. So the original decision was out, and assuming Hawkeye agrees with Michael Goff, I think we're going to have seen the 3rd wicket fall. Let's see. Wow, they're taking a long time to get Hawkeye working.
It's the technology. It always takes a long time in the ICC tournament to draw out the drama.
So we can have a look at Kohli for another 10 seconds. Nothing's happening, ladies and gentlemen.
He's got the helmet half off, which is a suggestion of culpability. Looks like he's out, and especially can't be reprieved by an umpire's call because it was given out on the field. So on your bite, as
perhaps
Moggs might suggest.
This is a very long delay. A very, very long delay.
Can we have controversy if the technology has failed? Surely not.
Maybe it's shown it was missing, and they're trying to find.
Here we go, Ultra Edge.
Well, we've seen Ultra Edge, and there is that the tiniest thing on Ultra Edge? No, I don't think there's anything on Ultra Edge.
No, he's miles away from his bat.
There is a tiny flicker, but I don't know. This is going to... Oh, finally they've come up with Hawkeye, and it's going to have 3 reds and that is going to be...
The crowd says, you're out.
Goff doesn't get many wrong.
No.
And hasn't got
Up
this
goes
one
the
wrong.
finger for a second time. So wicket for Kuldeep. He had a first ball of this over, and Williamson. Well, Mitchell, who's out. Darryl Mitchell, a stay of 34 balls for 17. Never really got going. Over reliance on the reverse sweep, which was unproductive shot for him. He hit one boundary, faced 23 dot balls. So not one of Mitchell's better tournaments so far, you'd have to say. He's out for 17, and New Zealand 93 for 3. And one of the players who is more in form is Tom Latham, who's going to come out now to replace Mitchell.
Let's jingle him up.
He opens up a thing or sometimes keeps wickets. He doesn't bowl great, but I still don't want to face him, Tom Latham.
Should really mention James Sherwood, who's responsible for so many of our jingles in the early days. I believe it's
earlier this week, wasn't it?
It's his 50th birthday this week. So if you're listening, James, happy birthday to you, and continued kudos from the Gorilla family for the immense amount of work you put in, mostly in the early years, but many of them are still played today.
Kuldeep to the new man, Tom Latham, who, that's beaten the wicketkeeper Rowell. It's gone very fine. Did he get a bat on that?
No, it's going to be a wide, surely.
4 byes, or
Gone
4
down
wides.
to the fine leg boundary. There was a bit of bat on that.
No, it's wides.
It's wides.
I beg your pardon, it's 4 wides.
Wide.
Yeah, it was quite fired in.
Was
and
I'm not so sure about
may
that.
have flicked the pad.
In which case it should be a wide.
No, but it would still be 4 runs rather than 5.
that one, this time Latham does get off the mark. He plays that down to square leg for a single. That's 99 for 3. New Zealand just losing wicket of Darryl Mitchell, LBW, to one that straightened nicely by Kuldeep. And it looked all over out. Mitchell may as well use one of their reviews left.
Did it straighten or did it turn? Should we get Gary and Hendo in to discuss it? We're talking about guerrilla feuds of years gone by.
And
dubious points.
Famous feuds. Have you been involved in any famous feuds, Fred?
Not that I can recall.
Yeah, they have. This one is swept round the corner by Williamson, who's still there. And he settles on one because Jadeja's got the ball in his hand and hurls it back in. So he moves on to 45. That's the 100 up for New Zealand. And we're told that DP World are going to deliver 10 kits.
They're not paying us. We don't need to mention it.
As someone pointed out earlier, why don't they give the kits anyway? Because if grassroots cricket needs them, why do they wait for people to score runs before they give them away? 100 for 3. Here comes Kuldeep to the left-handed Tom Latham, who is very correct and forward defensive there. So Kuldeep, he's 1 for 19. He's got 2 balls left of this over, and it's 150 is the target now. 150 more runs. Around 250 is what they're looking for.
Around.
Well, it's a round number.
Around rather than a round.
Yeah, a round. Thanks. This one, it's paddled away by Latham. He's going to get 2. And there's nothing more to be said about that, unless not Fred can think of something.
No, nothing at all.
So it's 2.
We're looking again at that one that was given 4 wides. It looked like it may have flicked. It may have hit the bat, or it may have hit the pad. Anyway, it's gone.
Yeah, this time he's outside the off stump. Latham plays that one out to extra cover, and they take 2.
Yeah.
26 overs gone, 104 for 3.
Yeah, 10 runs off that over. That's a big difference we've been seeing for the last 10 or 15 overs.
Yep. More New Zealand culture from Jake Mongane and Fluffy. Pork pie, goodbye pork pie, bad taste. UTU, which I don't know what that is at all. Farong says, with the absence of Duckett from the competition now, Farong has moved to another hero of his. He says, About time for Virat to bowl an over or 3.
Well, if the cameras had its way, then it would. Dame Edith Ngayo Marsh, DBE, was a New Zealand writer.
Yeah.
How do you pronounce it? Does anyone have an idea?
Ngao.
Ngaio?
Yeah. Drape says, so yeah, I was wrong. They have more masterpiece movies than Bollywood. Sari covered women.
What are you reading at the moment, Fred?
No novels of any sort. All history.
Okay, that suggests you're in the non-fiction genre. That
Very
first
much
one
so, yes.
Played out for extra cover.
Gentlemen of our age, I think novels are, a young person's game.
Is Williamson saying, try telling that to Richard Osman. Seems to be making a fortune out of his.
I would do.
Centred in a retirement village. Williamson on 45, Latham 5. What non-fiction might you be reading at the moment? Any recommendations, Fred?
I'll think about that.
One's gone up in the air over extra cover. It's safe, but it won't go for 4. It's just going to get. They're coming back for 2. So Williamson upping his game now. He's moved on to 47. He still had 74 balls at the crease, but the target is just over a run a ball. It's virtually equivalent number of balls, number of wickets, almost exactly 6 and over. 144 from 141. Not Fred, what have you got in your locker?
I've just been reading a lot of biographies of 19th century American presidents that nobody's ever heard of, like Chester Arthur and Grover Cleveland and people like that. Millard Fillmore. That's a
this
poor
is
ball.
Round the corner by Williamson. There's no run this time.
Got away with that. That was a shocking delivery.
It was. Should have been put away by Williamson.
Well, Cleveland has one Jewish claim to fame that he shares with Trump.
Yes, he had non-consecutive terms.
The only other man to.
And the Americans can't count, so they get the numbers wrong when they rank their presidents.
Because he's something like the 26th and 28th president.
22nd and 24th. Oh,
that one again, Jadeja's proving to be the danger man here for India. They're finding it hard to score him. That one again turned appreciably.
The Jadeja man.
You should be Tony Bishop.
Oh, it's not that bad. What is it with the Indian players' haircuts? Have they not got any barbers with them? Because they all seem to be.
The long hair style is in fashion.
Yeah, but so only at the top, not really at the sides. They just sort of go upwards, like a sort of a tree looking for sunlight.
That's tickled round the corner there by Williamson. Oh, we're going to get runs here. 1, 2.
Chakravarti's not going to catch that.
It's gone down there. Chakravarti gave up that chase. It wasn't a great chase, to be honest, and that's 4 runs.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
Congratulations, Kane Williamson. You are a half centurion.
I can't be asked to look for it. Keep talking.
Decent 50. I mean, a little bit slow, but slow and steady. And no doubt Williamson's experience that he knows what target is and what pace is required. He raises his grey Nichols bat, and all the way from Robertsbridge in Sussex.
Oh dear. There's a railway station called Batten Ball in Sussex, isn't there?
Kent,
this
I think.
Oh, is it? Kent? Oh.
Is there a railway station?
I thought
That's
it's
driven out
on the way down to Brighton, isn't it? On the Brighton line?
No, it's not on the Brighton line.
Oh.
It's on the line to Tunbridge.
Okay.
Right. Driven out by Latham for a single. So Williamson's got strike back now against Caldy. Of course, is turning the ball back in rather than what Jadeja is doing at the other end. So something to think about for both batsmen. This one is driven out by Williamson for 1 run. Fred, just on the subject of your reading material, US presidents, how will future biographers look back on Donald Trump, would you say?
Well, I've no idea. We have to wait 150 years.
Well, we know how the autobiography is going to come out.
Well, it's,
this one is
it's not history, is it?
What was your reaction to the exchange on Friday evening, Fred? You'll be one of the people I'd be most interested to hear.
I didn't actually see it. I've only sort of read about it third hand.
I've not heard it.
Yeah.
I saw it, but I can't lip read. And I was. in an AGM at the time.
We don't do current affairs. We do history and cricket. And
113 for 3. Here's Yadav again. This one is again paddled round the corner by Williamson, who is accumulating his runs slowly and steadily.
It's interesting that they put their best fielder down at fine leg to cut off the twos from these paddle shots.
Yeah, it is.
Because Jadeja is herring around there.
They're looking to get more singles off Jadeja and Kuldeep than they did off Chakravarti and Axar, which is interesting and odd. Oh.
This one does would have spun into the right hand, because it has spun away from the left hand of Tom Latham.
And that completely defeated him. That was a really good ball.
Again, it turned and bounced. So India not out of this by any means. If they can get another couple of wickets here. 114 for 3. New Zealand. Winner plays Australia. There's an incentive. Here's Latham. Plays up against Kuldeep. Just pats it down on the offside. So tidy over from Kuldeep. He's bowled 5 overs, 1 for 27. 28 overs have gone. 114 for 3 New Zealand. Williamson on 53 and Latham on 7. Jason's in the hot seat.
Yep, and in a change from the New Zealand culture exchanges that are going on YouTube, the Harriman says, I think the travel advantage fast can be simply reduced by sending the entire Indian team to England and back. Make them watch a game of Man United, showing the consequences of throwing around money.
Well,
Manchester United, how not to run?
Nio is what apparently how you pronounce that name. Nio Marsh.
Ignore the G completely.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that an indigenous New Zealand name or not?
The match-up continues between Jadeja and Williamson. We use the modern vernacular of the match-up. That one's played out by Williamson. It's a good contest. I won't use that term again. It's going to offend Fred. Williamson backs away, and how do you know that was going to be short? He seemed to feel that one, and he was in position to hit it out to deep cover point for a single.
There is an element of rock, paper, scissors about bowling in one-day cricket. That, it's a question of guessing where they're going to go next. Oh, the camera's on Kohli. Why is the camera on Kohli? Who? No idea.
Well, Forfey used the word before, telegenic.
Telegenetic. Yeah, okay. I'm not sure why the ICC are enthralled to Virat Kohli's
visage.
media.
That's played away by Latham for a single. 116 for 3. They need 134 from, in terms of balls, 129. We'll let everyone know when it's 100, and then we can replicate the thrills and spills of a 100 match, Fred. That'll make you even happier to watch this. That's lofted, again, just over the close field. Is he going to get 4 for this? Placed magnificently by Kane Williamson. Just picked his spot almost to the centimetre. He gets 4, and the score moves to 120 for 3. Fred, that was nice to play.
Yeah, that's almost like cricket. He knew where the fielders were, and he placed it so neither of them would be able to get to it. And as an added bonus, they may have collided with each other and taken each other out of the game. And that's how close they were at the end.
This one is driven up to long off, and there is 1 run. Fred, you're a Middlesex member. Are you more confident about their prospects this year with all these signings? Dane Patterson, Kane Williamson?
I mean, they are decent signings. Whether they're just blowing money for no reason remains to be seen.
Jadeja, and that's played out by Latham, and there's 1 run. 122 for 3, 29 overs. Fred, what are you most looking forward to about the coming English cricket season?
Cricket! Lots of cricket.
Excellent.
Nio lifted the white bait, says Fluffy. I don't know what that is, whether that's a New Zealand...
Is that a euphemism?
Yeah. Grover Cleveland is cool, says Lockie6. And also, where was it? He also says, that really sounded like he raised his grey nipples bat.
We can't really see what colour his nipples are because he's wearing a black shirt.
But he is, in
Free
grey.
the Nichols, to use a Charlie XCX.
It's not Henry Nichols, whilst we're talking about New Zealand.
Oh. There's no. This side is so strong, Henry Nichols can't get into it, Fred.
Do you think his nickname is Gray? I doubt it.
Well, the way he plays, it could be called it. That's defensively by Latham, and there's no run.
Little Latham bats like a wicketkeeper, doesn't he? It's all nudges and
nurdles.
Little boy Latham.
And Henry Nichols would be top of my list for players that I wouldn't pay to watch. If you told me Nichols was, to a fancy coming down to balls, Nichols is in.
Graham Smith.
What was that?
It was a cue shot.
Who would be top of your list, Fred, for batsmen that you would...
Sorry, Latham tried to sweep that last one. It looked like he hit the cue end of the bat. And
Well, he hit the back of the bat with playing a proper sweep shot with the bat back at the front.
What's he going to do to this one? Cordy. He goes for a normal shot, and this time he makes good contact all along the ground to deep square leg for a single.
Bit risky, that shot, because he's mowed it. By its very nature, it's not as full as it ought to be for a sweep, and they can very easily be top-edged. But he did manage to keep that one down.
Williamson has certainly worked out a way of playing Jadeja. Let's see what he does to Kuldeep, who's turning his back into him. And, he's played the sweep. He's got all the shots, and that's just down to long leg for a single. Williamson has moved up in the manner of Joe Root, sort of imperceptibly up to 60, and he'll be looking to go big and see New Zealand through, I should imagine, today. And
we're having a changeover in a couple of balls. Jason, you staying on?
No,
we're having a
Tony
three-person
and
change.
Hendo will be coming in, I think.
I think it's a two-person change. For my sins, I'm staying on in some capacity.
Yeah.
So you can talk through the changeover, David?
I could do that, yes. Means I'm going to miss the whole of the Brighton Hove Albion match. But Freddie, could you give us a latest score?
Still 1-1 last time I checked.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And let's see how Paulie finishes this over. A little bit of turn, and Latham plays with the turn and gets a single. So we say a temporary goodbye to not Fred. We really appreciate your company, Fred. And Jason, we're on 125 for 3 off 30 overs, and we welcome back Tony in the all-way chair, I believe, and Hendo as well.
Well, I think Hendo has voted to sleep, and therefore I am subbing in for him. I've got extra overs.
Welcome back to Tony Bish, who will take you through overs number 30 to 40 with virtually a runner ball, just over a runner ball for New Zealand.
That is correct. It is Jadeja who is going to continue the attack. Number 17 for him so far. He'll be bowling to Tom Latham. 125 from 120, you'd think. Puts New Zealand comfortably into the box seat, and Latham steps back, angles the ball to Gully, and they take a single.
Runner ball should be straightforward, but they don't seem to be able to get hold of the ball and manipulate it.
Do they really need to, Jace? Do they really
No,
need to
this
get
is
hold of
David.
anyone?
You were making this point earlier, weren't you? That they don't need to. They absolutely don't need to. A couple of wickets, of course, would change it. The perspective of Jadeja comes around the wicket, back steps Williamson, gives himself room, but can only angle it to backward point. Again, it's a dot ball, but David is wise. He's relaxed. He's assuming that it's all going to be just fine for New Zealand. They just don't have to rush. That's driven. That's driven nicely out to deep extra, and Middlesex's Kane Williamson, who is serenely cruising at the moment, adds 1 to his score and moves on to 61 in the most pleasantly untroubled manner. Jadeja in, throws the ball up. Latham defends.
I mean, it has been untroubled. There was a bit of a debate earlier, Tony, you probably heard it, not Fred, saying not much happening, getting behind the rate, but no cause for alarm yet.
No, I don't think it's cause for alarm. That's nicely nudged by Latham. So he'll get a single. He'll keep the strike as well, won't he? Or is there one ball left? At the
There
over?
is one ball left.
There is one ball left at the over. I think Hendo and I made a tactical error in that we turned the heating up, and as soon as we turned the heating up, both of us.
He's gone to
fell asleep.
hibernate, has he?
Well, I
Or
fell asleep.
estivate, sorry.
I was asleep as well, I must admit. It was nothing to do with the quality of the commentary, I might say, which I'm sure was very good, but I couldn't tell you because I was asleep. That one was cut straight to backward point again. It means after 31 overs, it's 128 for 3. Jace.
Where do we get to?
In his role as Hendo. Can you read this in the voice of Hendo, who you're subbing in for? No, you're all right. You can do it as yourself.
Missing. Where are we? We are miles away from where I thought we were.
Well, while you think about that, a reminder that should New Zealand win, well, actually, no, I was going to say that should New Zealand win, they would play Australia in Lahore, and India would play South Africa in Dubai. Now, you've got to remember here, India will have played in more favourable conditions for them 3 games in a row. Whoever they play in the semi-final won't have had to play in those conditions at all. Will been able to play in those conditions. They won't have had to travel. They will have had to travel, whereas India won't. It's almost like things were being angled in India's favour somehow, as that one is just eased down to third man.
It's a change.
They will take one more.
They've brought pace back now.
Well, they have. It's Mohammed Shami, who is back into the attack. He's bowled 3 for 12.
Yeah.
Well, 3.1 for 12. Only one of them off the first ball of this fourth over of his. 129 for 3.
Gives Williamson and Latham some angles to work with now, which they didn't have previously.
No, that is very true. That is very true. Nice, easy run up, Mohammed Shami. It's all smooth rhythm, and that's angled down past backward point. They should come back for 2. Yeah, they will have done. Williamson will move on to 63. 63 of 88. He's been struggling, David, in the first couple of games in this series, in this Champions Trophy. A couple of low scores. But the closer the county season gets, the closer his blast spell with
So they're just
Middlesex
playing
gets.
him
He's
into
working
form.
himself into form.
He is indeed. He's
Which
needed
is
some time at Greece, and he's getting it today.
Excellent to see. In barrels, Shami. That's a good ball, though. And Williamson smartly has nothing to do with it. A little bit of extra lift, a little bit of width. And Richard Illingworth.
I could argue the same for Super Mitch.
Well, indeed. Who's playing for Yorkshire, or have you got him at Surrey now?
We've got him at Surrey.
Yeah,
He's
I thought you
moved
must
from the counties with previously, which I think was Leicestershire or...
Like bees to honey. Anyone who's halfway any good gets attracted at some
I
point
think
to Surrey.
I think they would still have gone for Kemar Roach.
There is another analogy involving flies, but we won't go with that one. And that one is short. And that did almost cause Williamson to twitch a little. But I think we'll give him the benefit of the doubt and say he let that through.
But
So
I finally remembered who they've assigned as a Kemar Roach fast bowling replacement. It's Matt Fisher from Yorkshire.
Which again, that's an interesting signing actually, because he hasn't yet, you could say, I don't think fully fulfilled his promise. I don't know what
But
David
he's the
would think
right
about
age, that's the thing.
That Matt Fisher of previously of Yorkshire in
Yes,
England?
that's the one. 131 for 3, Shami over the wicket. Driven by Williamson, driven straight to short extra, no run again. So it's an interesting chase, really. It's 119 off 109. The stakes are high. Well, the stakes are high-ish. India, in a way, it all comes down to India. Who do they want to play?
What do you want to do? Yeah.
They're going to stay where they are, whatever. So a weakened Australia or a pretty strong South Africa. But let's not assume South Africa are so strong just because they murdered England. I think some Winifred School Choir under 11s could have probably beaten England yesterday. That's how bad they were. That's pulled down to deep backward square. One more to the score. KL Rahul, not the fielder because he's the wicket keeper, isn't he? It's Shubman Gill, isn't it?
Yeah. Some general complaints from the
132 for 3.
listeners about the batting rate. Is New Zealand playing runner ball? And why are they batting so slow, says Enrique Mentor.
Well, I'm going to refer you
they
to...
They now must push for 2 runs per ball.
I might refer you to my reverend colleague.
Yeah. And James Heron says it's a decent match, finally.
132 for 3. We're going to have a Brook captaining England, I suspect, in white ball cricket.
Happy days.
Happy days. We're going to get some highly senior Brook on Brook action now. Jadeja, round the wicket. Up onto his toes goes Kane Williamson. Just pushes this down to long on. Jogs one of the easier singles he'll take. Unhurried, untroubled. When he gets in the groove, that's his manner. He's not.
It's hard not to see him there at the finish today, isn't it? I mean, it'll be a turn up if someone does get him out now.
In comes Jadeja. There's a huge shout, and Jadeja has got Latham, not Williamson. But Latham has to go. Now that might make it interesting. He's walking down the track. He's going to have a chat with Kane, who basically has gone, "You're toast, son. You might as well keep walking."
I think he said to Kane, "I'm toast."
Oh, well, I think Kane agreed.
How refreshing to see a batsman walking off after being given out LBW.
It straightens.
Oh, he's in front of middle and off, and that's going to hit the top of middle and off.
It is Richard Illingworth. Where's he from? He's Yorkshireman, isn't he? He's Richard Illingworth, I think. Yeah, he's from Bradford. He's from Bradford.
Yeah, played
almost slow left armour
for Worcestershire.
Yeah. Anyway, it's been given. Latham's gone for 14. It's 133 for 4, and David just perhaps a wobblette in what was otherwise a reasonably smooth progress for New Zealand.
Well, Latham sort of paddled his way to 14 there. So, well, Phillips and Sant, the two players who go at a decent lick. So, you need another couple of wickets, I'd say, from here.
You've also got Bracewell.
Yeah, you think they'd have enough in attack. Different sort of role for Phillips, because
on your bike, mate.
So solid has New Zealand's progress been that Phillips has been playing the role of coming in to accelerate the scoring rate on top of an already decent score, and he's played that magnificently. Now he's in a finishing role of a different kind on a wicket that's not particularly well, it's certainly helpful to the bowlers, and it's not easy to score. It's going to take a different mindset from him a little bit, David, isn't it?
Well, yeah, Jadeja is posing problems. He's been the pick of the bowlers for me. He's getting a lot of turn and bounce, so he'll be the one to trouble Phillips. Let's see whether Phillips can get through this little interrogation from Jadeja.
The interrogation, well, the first question in the interrogation involves a single, and Phillips immediately off the mark. We're looking at that dismissal. It pitched in line, the impact was in line, it was hitting, as I think Jason said, 3/4 of the way up middle stump, and it did the job, and it was a wicket at the right time, I think, from India's perspective. In comes Jadeja, forward comes Williamson, guides to extra cover, thought about a single, changed his mind, and we'll go back to where we were. Jadeja was in absolutely no doubt.
Definitely his quicker ball, judging by that replay.
Williamson punches off the back foot, down to long on, takes another single. 135 for 4.
I mean, Jadeja's been getting some extravagant spin out of this wicket.
Yeah, a turning wicket for India, the team that doesn't have to move location to play a team who won't have played on that turning wicket before. Yeah, they've been lucky, you've got to say, as this one is guided down to third man. They'll take 2. It's 137 for 4 after 33. Phillips on 3, new to the crease because of the departure of Latham LBW to Jadeja. Williamson glides on at 66, and Jason is poised like a cobra.
Wright says Cody got a lot of cricket time in Australia's tour recently. Well, that's a surprise. Drake Mongery says, once Lame Thumb gets out, we'll hit runs like a bun on a laxative. Well, that's a fairly graphic vision.
It's possibly not.
And if wickets don't fall in the next 5 overs, then New Zealand wins, says Wright.
Was that before or after that wicket, though?
Before, I said. Leah is back. Was out for a bit, looking at people day drinking because it's Carnival here in Germany.
Oh, fantastic.
And Wright says, feels like we're going to get the second close match in Champions Trophy 2025.
Well, there is every chance we may do. I'm just trying to look at New Zealand's 2 results. Obviously, they've won both their games. We know that.
They're on a winning run, I think, of 9 ODIs.
Yeah, they are in terrific form. It's Varun Chakravarti, perhaps a surprise pick for this game, but with the more balls turning, and that was a terrific ball. That did trouble Williamson. Just bounced on him a little. It's actually given us a wide by that man's butler, Michael Goff. Back of the hand, straight on with the arm, and bounced off the leg of Kale Rahul. But it was down leg. Yes, they beat Bangladesh, didn't they, by 6 wickets? Oh no, I'm looking at India. It's ridiculous. That's defended. No run. India. New Zealand, right, here we go. They beat Pakistan by 60 runs.
Yeah. And the rain off.
And then, no, they beat Bangladesh by 5 wickets. That one's defended into the onside. Take a single.
Possibly an element of frustration there from Kane Williamson. I mean, he stays pretty calm, but just had a little reprimand of himself there.
That's worked. Oh, that was nicely just pushed very straight by Kane Williamson. There is a man at long on and they take a single. Is that right? Did they beat Bangladesh? Because I didn't think... Have I got that right or wrong?
No, that was the first game.
That's right, yeah, they did. They beat Bangladesh and then they beat Pakistan. That feels like the games India played, though, which makes me think I might have cut and pasted erroneously. That's what's rather complete. Yes, I have. I knew I'd done something wrong there. I've cut and pasted the wrong results because I've just given you India results twice.
Oh, Gambia Cam.
Oh yes, probably is worth just. It was this fellow.
Gautam Gambhir.
139 for 4. That one just shapes in a little bit, but he's pushed down to long off. They take a single. Do I spy a super chat has just appeared?
You do.
Inform me how exciting, and that is great stuff. Let me get this ready. We'll wait for Chakravarti, possibly because he whips through his overs reasonably swiftly. Does Varun Chakravarti? He's going to be bowling to Kane Williamson. He's got 2 balls left of his 6th over. Williamson comes to meet him, but it's fielded straight away by Varun Chakravarti.
Just
off his own
getting
bowling.
Tucked up a little bit, Williamson.
Have been becalmed since you've taken over, Tony. Been a long time since the boundary, and the rate just increasing a bit to 6.7 required now.
Well, I like the way that seems to be somehow associated with me. Perhaps I brought a sense of something. Right, in comes Chakravarti, fires this one through a little bit quicker. Williamson plays this into the offside from in front of his off stump. And there is no run. Right, Jason, you're...
Yep, super chatting.
Super chat.
From our own messages, send us $5 Aussie to say, has nobody super chatted today? I really can't leave you to your own devices, can I? No, there have been some super chats, but there have been few and far.
They were early. Yeah, we had a little rush earlier. There was like buses, they tend to come in clumps. You don't see one for a while, and then 2 or 3 arrive together.
Eric J asking me why Fisher has moved down the river to Traitor's Gate. I don't know what was happening at Yorkshire that might have influenced his decision to come down to Surrey. but I can guess.
Right, there's a slip in for Jadeja to Glenn Phillips, and he's past the outside edge. There's a shout, a bit of a half-hearted shout by Jadeja. It was taken by KL Rahul. I don't think there's anything there, David, but yeah, it beats the bat, but it
Doing
turns.
too much. Yeah, doing too much. Jadeja is the danger man, and Sharma's going to... using up his precious overs here to try and get the breakthrough.
Yeah, no, I haven't gone mad. New Zealand did beat Pakistan, and they did beat Bangladesh, and they did win them both by one by 60 runs and one by 5 wickets. So I hadn't gone mad.
Tony's not doing Tony things on his 4-inch device then.
No, I had got it right. 141 for 4. Did I see Win Predictor pop up in front of me there saying about 46% for India and...
What, 48.52 perhaps?
48.52, oh Lord.
That never ends well.
Oh Lord, yeah, that doesn't end well. Right, Jadeja was about to come in, and Rohit Sharma decided he wanted to make a small change. I think he's pushed Gully just a little bit further back. Williamson, who's steps outside of his leg stump, perhaps looking to make some space to try and work that offside field, but it was pushed through to him too quickly. The run rate, actually, when you look at it, it's over 7, and they're currently going at 4. That's lofted by Williamson down the ground, but stops well short of long off, and all he gets for his trouble is a single. So what India are doing very, very well, David, is continuing to apply pressure and make their bowling very hard to score off.
Yes, Jadeja in particular.
Nicely worked by Phillips, though, who hasn't come out guns blazing. He is playing the difficult conditions that he's finding himself in, and has got himself a single. And it is a different... we're asking different things of him here, or the different things are being asked of him. From the fortunate position of trying to accelerate a score from a very decent platform. On this occasion, he's having to play a different role. That's played into the ground by Williamson. It bounces up and over the stumps, up and over KL Rahul's head. Rohit Sharma turns and runs from slip. They will only get a single, I think. Let's just have a look. Yeah, Williamson steps back. Oh, no, he edged it. He edged it, and it just didn't quite. Went through off the leg and through the gloves of KL Rahul, and they take a single.
Jadeja's posed some problems, Tony, for Williamson. He's the one bowler who is really struggled to play. I'm not say struggled to play, but he's had to be very careful against him.
Well, if
been called on.
Well, these are spin-friendly conditions, and let's face it, India are very well equipped to be a difficult proposition in them. Jason.
Yes, I think we're in the break at the moment, so I'll get through some tweets. There's lots of fish-based puns that are coming in for Matthew Fisher.
Matthew Fisher, yes.
Asking why did he leave? Money, possibly.
Yeah, I'm sure that's had something to do with it.
I think opportunity is the other one, and the toxic environment might be a third one. But
I very much doubt Surrey go to anyone and say, "Do you fancy living in London for a bit?
For less money,
pay you half as much as you're currently earning."
OJ asks, why did the chicken cross the road? And we get a really nice Hitchhiker's Guide reference from Fluffy, who says, thanks for all the fish. So long, and thanks for all the fish.
Nice Hitchhiker's Guide reference.
Didn't cross the road because it wasn't where it was the road, says Drape.
Why did the chicken stop in the middle of the road?
Yeah.
Because he was a Rhode Island chicken.
Oh, very good. Enrique Mentor says, it's always nice, relaxing, calm cricket on a Sunday afternoon when India plays against New Zealand.
It's different. It's a different sort of game.
Yeah.
I mean, I will say it's absorbing without being an adrenaline-fueled ride. Would be how I would describe this one.
Steve Bruce sent us too much information about his heavy lunch that he's kept him away from the game, but he's back now.
Is that Mr. Bruce?
Yeah.
How's Mrs. Bruce, may I ask?
Pining for you, I think.
I'm just checking.
For the fjords.
I need to know she's all right.
Enrique Mentor says there's lots of sportsmanship and cricket respect between these two countries.
Yes, well, as there should be. They're both.
Enrique Mentor also says, I'm glad Kohli is calm today, not knocking around any Kiwi players. Well done, Virat.
Well, we saw him. The first we saw of Virat was about 20 minutes before the start, and all he was doing a couple of gentle, like, what do you mean, like dressage horse, jumping along and lifting his legs up. And we watched 5 minutes of that while the camera just lovingly followed him.
Sort of kneesy uppies.
Kneesy uppies, yes. Easy uppies, if that's what you want to call them. I suppose that's what it
Right
could be.
asks us which spinner out of the 4 is most interesting to watch. Well, there are only 4 in one side and there are 3 in the other, so which one out of the 7?
Interesting. It depends how you define interesting. I mean, I
think
love
the two-
watching Mitchell Santner.
Yeah, I think the 2 that bowled best in the India innings have been actually the 2 left armers, Jadeja and Axar.
Yeah.
Have bowled very well and kept the lid on.
As with Santner, who pulls left arm finger spin, doesn't he? So left arm orthodox. The thing I like about Santner, David, is he's very uncomplicated. It's just a nice, easy jog to the crease, or just an amble, really.
Steve Bruce has responded. He says, "How's Mrs. Bruce? I'll be down to Gorilla Tower if you ain't careful, Tony."
I'm just checking. I'm sure she's.
Well, if you're coming down.
Yeah, if you're coming down,
you'll get a chance
can you
to
bring
be
your
in
mate? Can you bring your mate with you? And he can do. We try him out. Give him his commentary tryout.
You could be his roadie.
He could be his roadie. Carry his microphone and Marshall stack. 144 for 4. It's going to be Varun, who's straight pushes the ball through. Williamson defends. Varun, he bowls pretty quick, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He really pushes it through.
I'm interested by Williamson because for all the fact he's got 69 of 104 balls, he doesn't look in particularly good form. He seems to be struggling.
Well, we
to
don't want him
locate the middle
shooting
of the
his
bat.
bolts too early. Obviously, there is no bolt anymore to be shot in the New Zealand team. This one is guided by Phillips out to deep cover. They take a single. Was that a drop from Williamson? Yeah, there was certainly a KL Rahul.
Yeah.
We saw a superb catch by Latham in the Indian innings. That's launched. Has Phillips got enough of it? Oh, yes, he has. It was just dropped that little bit too short by Varun Chakravarti, and Phillips swivelled on it in a heartbeat and pulled it over deep square leg all the way for one of these, and that might ease a couple of fluttering New Zealand hearts here and there to get the scoreboard ticking along. 7 off this over from Varun Chakravarti. He's bowling it to Phillips, and that's a huge shout. That looks close to me. Gone. Up goes Michael Goff's finger. We were saying Glenn Phillips' challenge is going to be to play slightly differently. He reverted to type, launched a big 6. That one foxed him completely, and I'm afraid Chakravarti's got his man at a cost of 7 runs in this over, but he won't mind about that. Glenn Phillips, who is a dangerous customer, has to go, and suddenly, David, this is taking shape to be a tricky old chase for New Zealand, isn't it?
Interesting. He didn't wait to get
You
the review.
flipping muppet! Is David with us? Has he disappeared?
I've just gone on. I was on mute by mistake there because I was doing some noisy lifting. But I was saying that this is definitely the odds have swung in heavily in India's favour now because those 2 wickets puts the pressure on Santner, and as you say, Bracewell can bat as well. So with Williamson still there, all as well. But certainly the bookies are making India very strong favourites now.
I think put yourself in Australia or South Africa's shoes as well. I mean, at the moment, they're going to be thinking, are we rushing to the airport? Are we staying put? What's the plan?
Well,
neither will know for sure yet.
It'll be South Africa who are rushing to the airport at this rate.
It's looking more likely. Yes, right. New man to the crease. He's dug New Zealand out of holes before. It's this fellow.
Even if my Bracewell sturdily keeps wicket, knowing how the Kiwis pick teams, he'll be just 1 of 5.
He can bat, he can bowl. He's a tidy package.
That's a tidy average, 40.
Yeah, exactly. Right. He's going to face Varun Chakravarti. This one is just drilled down to deep point. And he's off and running straight away is Michael Bracewell.
I mean, it's an interesting point that you make, Tony, in that if New Zealand win this match, that means they get a game against Australia, don't they? So
they do, but they're in Lahore.
So will they be thinking,
Well, we'll hold that thought for a second. That's just nicely tickled by Williamson, but there's a man on the 45 and there will be no run. it's a different Australian proposition with the attack that they've got in this tournament than you might expect. And Lahore is quite a pace-friendly track, of course. But they don't have Cummings, they don't have Stark, they don't have Hazelwood, which would mean it's very hard if you're thinking who would we rather play and where would we rather play them. I think you would say, well, it would have been Lahore, whatever, for New Zealand, isn't it?
I have news for David. You should be pleased that Newcastle are down to 10 men against your beloved Brighton.
Of course, only 7 minutes, I think, of full time to go. Is that right, Jason?
I don't know. I just read what they've put in front of me.
Yeah.
Big cricketing family, of course, Bracewell comes from. He takes a single there. Driven down
was it
to
Uncle John was a bit of a dour batsman, but he got a ton.
He's nephew of both John and Brendan, and son of Otago's first class cricketer Mark.
And his cousin is Doug, I think.
Yep, cousin of Doug Bracewell. Not out in his first game, and 11 not out in his second. So he's not been out in this tournament. That has gone past Williamson. That really turned again.
Another ripper from Jadeja.
It was an absolute ripper. Just enough air, but it moves. It straightens off middle and just misses 3/4 of the way up, off by a coat of paint.
Does more than straighten it. Just missed the off stump.
Williamson's answer is to step back, loft this between cover and extra cover. Virat Kohli jogs around with no chance of getting there. And Williamson's response is to forget the previous ball and fire the next one away through cover for one of these.
Can't listen and you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
It's rarely raw power with Williamson, is it, David? It's even that. It was a 4, yes, but it's all about placement.
Placement, yes, indeed.
Is that Basil or Parker that's barking in the background, defended to
I think that was another reason why I went on to mute. That's Parker, the young Parker, giving it some exercising his vocal cords.
Exactly. Is he telling you it's his tea time?
He's telling you it's time for a walk. Telling me, not telling you. Telling
Work
me.
towards cover. Well, we could reiterate that. Parker wants his walk. There is a big old gap if you look at that, the way that field is set. As ever, there are the 2-3 men tight on the offside, but there's a fair old gap between cover and extra cover, and that one will find the man at cover, Shubman Gill. They take 2. It's the end of that Jadeja over. 7 from it, 1 for 36 off 8 for him, 159 for 5. The target 250, and we can go to Jason, who is poring over your torrent of messages.
Torrent is the right word. They're coming in thick and fast, and they've moved on to cow puns now.
Oh, excellent.
Talking about Hereford and Aberdeen Angus and dirty shorthorns, which we didn't know if it's a breed or not.
Cow puns, I've heard them all before.
Yeah.
Wasted. Oh no, there we go. I did get at least a response.
Mark Clark asks, is Trent Bolt still playing? He's still playing cricket, but I think he's not made himself available for New Zealand.
Yes, that is correct. Right, Varun Chakravarti. Right arm over. Nips back. That's plumb in front. Bracewell's gone. Up goes Michael Goff's finger. I thought there was some inside edge on that. The question is, does Michael Bracewell...
I think he has to review regardless.
Well, the fact is, if there wasn't an inside edge, he's Salmon Trout.
He's been told to go.
I think it was first, yeah.
And Salmon Trout, he's gone. There'll be no review wasted. Well, let's have a look at this. Thrown up again by Chakravarti. Yep, that's out. Bat first. Pitch just a shade outside off. Would have hit often middle. Everyone was pretty convinced. Most importantly, Michael Goff was absolutely convinced. And I suppose second most importantly, Kane Williamson was convinced.
Yes, I was going to say. Kane Williamson wants to stay for review, doesn't he?
He told Michael Bracewell, don't bother, son, you're gone. Gone as he is. He is most definitely gone. Now, having teed that up, do I actually have that particular jingle? No. See, that would have been so professional. Most importantly, he's gone, and then I play the
Now you're
jingle.
gone, yes.
But I don't know. That might be one of the ones that got
You
cold.
get stinged, yeah.
So we'll play this one instead. Oh! I have got the right one.
Gone.
He's gone. So, Mitchell Santner, captain's innings needed from him. 159 for 6.
Yeah. Fluffy
He comes
says
to the crease.
Baz roller coaster needs some urgent maintenance. Well, he's not managing this particular.
No, it does, and I'm sure there's going to be some very interesting conversations to be had around what England, who survives something of a cull. Who do you bring in that can actually spin a ball? How do you succession plan for a dual
Richard asked a technical question of us saying, is there any technical problem behind the reason that they can't get the GC website to play audio? Well, if you turn it off and on again, I think you might be your end.
As far as I know, tune-in should be absolutely fine.
I can certainly see that it's configured correctly on the machine over there.
Give me a second, I will check if I have the same problem. And do some
wow, they should have reviewed that.
Whoa. Well, no. It's saying it wasn't hitting.
Yeah, it was missing.
Well, former Captain Williamson, in actual fact, it was missing. Crikey Moses. We all gave it. That's defended by Williamson.
Bracewell made the mistake of consulting Williamson, who had a vested interest in saying, don't review it, because I want to use the one review that's remaining.
160 for 6. I'm not sure that was what he was thinking, but the net result was Bracewell's gone when perhaps he shouldn't have done. That's very inside edgy, huge frustration for Varun Chakravarti. Out to mid-wicket, no run. What was I looking at? Oh, I was checking our website, wasn't I? And finding out if there's audio or not. If not, we can contact tech support. That will shout at us. But we're prepared to give it a go. Now let me just find Guerrilla Cricket. Here it is. We'll let Varun Chakravarti. Any balls? That straightens as well. Williamson was well forward. He did get himself in a tangle. It's another dot ball.
It's miles down the wicket.
Means just the one wicket and just the one run on a wicket so far.
Production note, Tony. I think we're okay on the website. I just had a go at that.
Yep, I have just played tuned in on the website, and all is well. That's nicely flipped off of his legs, down to long on. They take an easy single.
This is looking somewhat like Williamson's going to get a Jonathan Trott ton in a losing cause.
Well, the ultimate losing cause is the top scorer of the competition is still Duckett 165, isn't it?
Well, no, 177 by Ibrahim
Zadran, of course. 161 for 6 after 38 is where we are here.
Which I believe was a winning cause against, was it England?
Yes,
it
was. It was.
Enrique Mentor says, did you guys see that the South African bowler Marco Jansen with the same post-match presentation with Baz yesterday?
Say that again? He was what?
He was at a presentation with Baz McCullum yesterday.
Right, Axar Patel, who's bowled 8. And maybe India are scenting blood here. They've got New Zealand 6 down.
More bad news for David. Bryson also down to 10 now.
Crikey. Right, Williamson on
Must
77.
Be a feisty game.
He's got Captain Mitchell, so former captain and current captain. Oh, that's beautifully dabbed, but there is a man at short third. It's called Eat Your Dab. They just get a single. And India's spinners' wickets today, they've all been pretty much, well, one, as you can see there, wasn't hitting. 4 of them were right at the top of the stumps. So it shows that there's bounce as well as turn. Mitchell Santner extracted some of that himself for New Zealand, but he's got his bat in his hand at the moment and defends. And there's no run.
I mean, one would hope that Williamson would not be happy with the Jonathan Trott style 100 in a losing cause. Surely it's down to him to try and see this one through.
Well, yes, I would think he would want to do that. And then
I mean, Santner's been striking
mid on,
pretty
mid-wicket,
well.
no wrong.
Yeah, sorry, Tony. I was saying Santner's been striking the ball pretty well. We've seen him back.
Yes, he has. Round the wicket comes Axar Patel. Santner defends again. And 88 from 68. That's quite taxing when you're 6 down on a wicket that's quite hard to get away against a world-class attack that's strangling you, mercilessly, relentlessly, being hard to hit. How much could... Well, England, this is England's challenge as well. They just don't have the resources to exert this kind of pressure, particularly on turning wickets.
As you say, we're looking at form based on New Zealand's performances in Lahore and Karachi. And now
comes Axar Patel, defended back to him off the back foot by Mitchell Santner, who bats across in his glasses. And in no speed, in a heartbeat, he's whipped through an over for just 1 run. It's 162 for 6. Jace.
Yes. We've got confirmation that it is working now on the website from Messages and also from Richard Forster.
Marvellous.
This match is changing really quick now, says Enrique Mento. He also asks us, are Afghanistan really out of the tournament? Yes, they are.
Yep. They were pretty
their
much
group
done
is
as
done
soon
and
as
dusted.
Is that because of the weather?
Yep.
Yeah, South Africa's game against it. South Africa would have had to have lost to England by about 250 runs.
207.
207 was it?
And we didn't get that, so they couldn't lose by it.
And we didn't even get that. So exactly right. So it was done and dusted by the end of the England innings, basically.
Well, in fact, that game was done and dusted by the time I got to Reading.
Kuldeep Yadav. And that's worked nicely off his legs by Kane Williamson to backward square. They take a single. By the time I get to Reading, it'll be done and dusted. By the time I get to... Is that what am I thinking?
Tulsa?
By the time I get to... No, Phoenix.
Phoenix. I knew it was somewhere in America.
She'll be rising. You're thinking of 24 hours from Tulsa.
Yeah,
Jason.
PJ Proby.
No.
No.
Short, wide,
Shot.
Cut. Gene Pitney. Out towards deep extra. They will take... Should take 2. No, yes, they did take 2. So 3 off the first 2 balls. Virat Kohli looks cross with himself. Did he fumble? Or is he just looking angry?
He's put in an unnecessary dive.
He's put in a dive.
He has high standards.
He has high standards when the camera's on him. Up onto his toes goes Santner, but again that ring of 3 is proving hard to find its way through.
Well, you'll find out just about soon enough, David, but there's extra time being played at Newcastle.
Kuldeep's beaten. Santner, who's down on one knee. I think he was looking to work it. The stumps are off. I think Santner's got a big long leg that he had securely planted before KL whipped those bails off.
Bit of a swish that from Santner.
It was a swish.
Anywhere near it.
I think it's fair to... I don't think he's batted in this tournament, Mitchell Santner, because he hasn't had to. Took 3 for 66 in the first match. Took none for 44 against Bangladesh.
Was Richard Illingworth just asking KL
almost
Russell
certainly
not to
hasn't
knock
had to
the
bat.
bails quite so far in front of the wicket?
Yeah.
When you take them off, please.
Well, he might have said that in jest. Kuldeep Yadav, the left armour, that one turns away from the left arm. Santner, left-handed Santner, who defends into the offside. It's another dot ball.
Leaving themselves with a 8.5 and over chase off the last 10.
Suddenly, yeah, well, win predictor. That fickle... Oh, that's turned past. A forward prod from Mitchell Santner. And he was beaten. It's 40 overs complete. We are due a change, and this game has moved quite decisively in the direction of
Hendo,
India.
Tony and me, but if...
well, Hendo should be there, so we will call Hendo. This is an
But if
alarm
not
call
Fred-
for Mr. Henderson.
But if not Fred wants to come in and do my last 10, I'm happy to oblige.
Well, we'll see. We'll give them the choice. We'll give them the choice. Hendo is on his way. Aroused from his slumber.
Who's doing
like
what?
Sleeping
Is he calling?
Beauty. That's a very good question. You're asking me. It's like I do the rotors or something, and I'm expected to know these things. Hendo will be on Ball by Ball. I will be on social media. Jason and or not Fred will be summarising.
Yeah.
And that one is
In
inside Edgerley, worked away to mid-wicket by Santner. He will get a single for that. Just stay put for a second.
Yeah.
Or
well, I'll move to there.
manoeuvre yourself to the far left and allow Hendo to take up the central missionary position.
I'll get the studio set up ready.
Thank you to David, by the way, who I very rudely didn't say goodbye to, but I think he's dashed off to take Parker out on his walk. So Parker will be happy. That one's nicely worked to mid-wicket. They'll take another single. They need more than a run of ball, though. Since a promising start, which it was fine to be quite sedate, but when they've needed to just move things along a little bit, it's come at the cost of wickets for New Zealand, and they're being examined by this fantastic spin attack that India have. This is out to Shubman Gill, who's at deep extra cover.
Oh,
a lot of ferreting going on next to me. 168 for 6.
Right, yeah, well, I thought you put me on the last 10 overs again after all my hard work in the early stage, unglamorous stages of the game. But New Zealand, who look like making this into a really thrilling final 10, are struggling greatly now. Chipped in the air, but through a gap mid-wicket by Santner, the captain. He goes to 5. I was just wondering, and I was questioning this with Fred out there in the green room, whether that failure to review was it that one which Williamson said to Bracewell, he's going to be stumped by a mile, it's all over now. He keeps running. It's kind of really doesn't matter. He's gone for 81, just ran past the ball, and he's stumped by an absolute mile.
Well, he rather knew he was
didn't even turn round.
Didn't even bother. Mind you, Raoul, it's not kept very well today, could easily buggered it up. Even Raoul couldn't bugger that one up. He's out by yards. I mean, I don't even know.
You silly
hang on.
little boy, what on earth were you playing at?
He did ultimately take the bail off, but I thought he wasn't going to. And then I thought to myself, well, maybe you could go back if he didn't take it off.
I think that is the definition of run out rather than stumped.
Pretty much.
He's coming up front of the crease before he's taking the bails off.
Well, Williamson was halfway to Lahore, wasn't he? Which is where he's on his way to anyway.
It's a good point. I was going to say maybe Williamson, with only one review still in the hutch, was thinking to himself, that looks out. I'm the only person who's going to win this for New Zealand from here on in, so I will advise Bracewell not to review it. Was it the Bracewell one, or was it the one before?
Was the Bracewell one?
It was the Bracewell one that shouldn't have been given. Yep. Okay.
It was umpire's call on pitching in line, and then it was missing the stumps.
Yeah. Well, there you go. They've they've signed their own death warrant there to a certain extent, New Zealand. I did say I thought that 250 was
it's
decent enough. I thought it, and as soon as the spinners have got stuck in here, and they have bowled exceptionally well, I have to say. New Zealand have really struggled.
Here's the new man.
You can never trust a man with 2 first names. Matt Henry.
Matt Henry's not facing Mitchell Santner. That said, if both these teams end up in the finals, New Zealand have got a chance of revenge next week. Played into the offside, there is no run. Axar Patel is having a good day. He's taken a catch, good diving catch, scored 40 plus, and that's hit him on the pad. Another inquiry from Kuldeep. This time Richard Gough keeps his finger down.
That's to Google, and I think that's just going to miss leg stump.
169 for 7, 81 required off 52 balls, but it's the wickets tally that is the problem for New Zealand.
Wickets win matches.
Wickets. Yeah, we thought it was catches, and there were some great catches taken by New Zealand today, but ultimately it's going to be wickets. Down the wicket comes Santner, lofts that. Has he got enough on it?
Yep.
Just about. And he's got 6 runs. He's not giving it up, and he can hit a mean ball, can Mitchell Santner. 175 for 7. I think it's probably right now. You got to go down fighting, haven't you? I'm not sure that you can really just fiddle the ball around now with
They need 9 and over.
Now he fancied launching that. You could see his eyes lit up. There was a little bit of wobble in the air.
Yeah. Yep. No.
And then he defended it. And I think that was probably the wise decision. There's almost undoubtedly a man out at deep mid wicket.
And man, that deep point to catch the skew off the outside edge.
He's got to be confident that he's going to clear it. And he obviously is fairly confident in his ability to do that. But this isn't really the pitch. Driven out to the edge of the circle. They run through for a quick one. And because he can't stop himself and runs too far past the crease, that any chance of an overthrow, which might have been there because it had to be fielded by, or had to be backed up by a man on the boundary, or running in from the boundary.
It's going to be the Tasman derby, isn't it, in the semi-final, though, regardless.
No.
Unless some sort of miracle occurs. Oh, not in...
No. New Zealand play South Africa if they lose.
Yep, correct.
Oh, that's true, yes.
Yep.
If India win, they play Australia, quite
Yep.
right.
Kuldeep in, bowls to Henry, gets that to turn. It's turned far too much. A bit of excitement from behind the stumps, but I think...
Yeah, jazz hands Rahul.
I don't think there was a chance there. Henry can bat, but can't he? But it's a
He
different
can hit.
ball. It's a different ball game this against these guys. That's the end of the over. Kuldeep has 1 for 40, and New Zealand are 176 for 7, chasing 250 with 8 overs to go.
Jeff Perkins wants to know whose job is it to arouse a slumbering Hendo. I did say rouse, not arouse. I have to say.
I'm past arousing. I'm 61, don't you know?
Well, hang on. What does that make me then? Drake Mongreen. Well, there's a lot of chatting backwards and forwards about football and whether we like it or not. 80s, let's have a go now. 80, well, they are having a go, but it's cost them wickets, Ashley. Let me see. 2 roads. The journey determines the destination. Looking good, Hendo, Tony and Jason. Is that our Anindo? Under his other consulting guise, I think it is.
What's his name?
Two Roads.
Yeah.
2 Roads.
It's the name of his
company or something.
His
Isn't it?
splendid consulting company, yes. This is proper baseball, says Ashley Partridge. Let's be positive, lads.
Yeah.
Hit the cover off it, boys. Come on.
It's all about entertainment, not about the result.
Varun in, smashed, but all the way along the ground by Santner out to long off. And he scores another single. I don't know what he's annoyed about. I guess he was trying to maybe get that a little bit squarer.
I think he hit that too well.
I don't think you really got to go to get 2 to long off.
Yeah.
But
There's the Indian coach.
Oh, that was a James Sherwood special, of course, and it's James's 50th birthday
is
today.
50, yep.
He's raising his bat somewhere in London this evening. I would have loved to have been there, but unfortunately, well, as you can see, I can't keep my eyes open.
That's why you bought your own pillow, Hendo.
Well, yeah, it does double up, apart from being support for my broken back. Varun, 3 for 30, bowled really well. He's in bowls, and Henry
didn't really get hold of that.
Swings it away, but doesn't get hold of it. You're absolutely right. Drops short of deep mid wicket. They go through for a single. He's off the mark.
Who knew that Hendo had ESP?
ESP?
Emotional support pillow.
Hello. We're looking at the replay of Williamson's dismissal for some reason. 178 for 7, 72 required off 46 balls. Varun in again. Down the leg side, hits him on the pad. He was trying to get that fine of the man on the 45, but can't. So it's another dot ball.
Varun has yet again burgled 3 wickets against unsuspecting batsmen.
Well, England struggled against him in India.
Looks like lots of other people are going to struggle against him as well.
Indeed so. He's round the wicket to Santner. The ball straightens on him slightly. He tries to force off the back foot, but hits it straight back to the bowler.
Bowls pretty much medium pace, doesn't he, Varun
Yeah.
Chakravarti?
Yeah, almost.
He's very much like I'm trying to remember the name of the Sri Lankan mystery spinner.
Dhananjaya?
No.
No, but he is a
before him.
Dhananjaya. No, there is a Dhananjaya.
There is.
No, but there's more than one Dhananjaya. This is come off the inside edge to the man on the 45. I
Yeah,
thought he had that was one of his names.
There's Dhananjaya de Silva, which is a
no,
batsman.
not him, not him.
And then Akila Dhananjaya is the spinner.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, he's the mystery spinner. He was the one who got a. What did he do in the same game? He got Varun in bowls. Gone for another lofted drive. Has he got enough?
Oh yes,
more than enough. It's up into the second or even third tier. 6 runs launched by Mitchell Santner. 99th tournament 6, 184 for 7. Well, it needed something because they'd only got 2 off that over. And he lined it up and he hit it so cleanly. So cleanly. Yeah, going back to Akila, wasn't he the guy who in the same T20, I think it was, took a hat-trick and then got hit for 6 sixes in an over by Kieran Pollard?
Possibly.
I'm pretty sure that's what happened. I thought, talk about... That was because I think I wrote an article about it for the Gorilla. Some people might like to go and find that.
He did bowl 6 hit-me balls that Kieran Pollard just said, I'll have that.
Yeah.
He didn't change his plan at all about any of it. And we have a man on the pitch who I think is
groundsman of some sort. Maybe he ran out.
Is he brought out a new ball because they've damaged the previous one?
Well, may I get some messages in the meantime?
Go ahead.
Dre Mundi is saying, lol, 3 tenured citizens.
Tenured?
Which I think means like an old people saying is what he's basically saying.
Googly from the wrist spinner, Kuldeep. It goes away from the right-handed batsman and he gets a single as he forces into the offside.
What's the range? Yep, I thought so.
Wow! 106 metres!
Yeah, it's huge, wasn't it? It's
And-
absolutely launched.
Oh, wow, that is I mean, Brendan McCullum will see that and invite him to a golf day. 185 for 7. In comes Kuldeep again. He's driving that with power and precision all the way along the ground this time. That's a spectacular, beautiful, wonderful shot from Santner. He hasn't given this up. 189 for 7.
Well, Ashley Partridge is relentlessly positive. If you need 12 off the last over, you never know.
True.
1 big over needed. Well, this could be it.
It's just the wickets, isn't it? This one is nicely placed. Oh, I thought it was nicely placed. And the guy's quite well back there, Hardik Pandya, on the edge of the circle. Might have thought of getting a single. But in the end, perhaps Henry wasn't quite alive to it enough.
I think they want Santner on strike to try and slap a 4 rather than have Henry just hit another single and get 2 out of it.
Well, I still think
You've got to take the runs at some point, but...
Yeah, I mean, Henry's not that bad a batsman that you can't expose him, I think, to a certain extent. I mean, there are some that you wouldn't want to in this situation. Kuldeep in, down the leg side. That's actually pretty well taken by Rahul, because it was very wide outside leg stump. I say well taken. He sort of grabbed it between glove and thigh.
He collapsed around it.
But he did just at least he got across to it quickly enough to prevent it running away for 4.
Yeah, to wide.
5 wide. So just the 1 instead of 5. In again. He waits for this one. He plays another controlled shot. He's unlucky there. Doesn't get it through. Henry has to run back. It's that man Kohli. They're giving him. They're kind of giving him the single, aren't they? In that offside. They've got a man at backward point and extra cover.
Will they allow him a single now for the last 2 balls?
Oh, he's thrown it wide, trying to get him stumped, and they've got wise to it now. India Jadeja runs round all and they've just got back for 2. Brilliant piece of fielding from Jadeja, as we so often say. Santner moves on to 25 from 28. But again, it was another lovely shot across the outfield. Has it just sped up a little bit, the outfield, maybe?
Well,
a bit of dew?
Do you see Jadeja? He was going to throw it to the other guy so he could throw it back, and then he saw he wasn't ready and just armed it straight to the keeper himself.
He could have ferried it, couldn't he, to his mate. They're going to take a single off the final ball. That's just nudged into the offside. The onside, where there is no mid-wicket. Santner looks quite tired, but he has kept the strike. Tony?
Right. 2 roads, our friend says. Rahul, he's gone all a bit Stanley Unwin, actually. Rahul is an apologu.
What the hell is
for
that?
a wicket keeper? Well, he does later clarify he means an apology.
Oh.
I quite like him being an apologu. You're an absolute apologu, KL Rahul. Yes. He was the man, says Drake Mongreen. He's referring to Roger Toos, but I don't quite know why.
Oh, Roger Toos, who was played over here, and then kind of made his name as a
pinch slogger.
Well, he was sort of for New Zealand.
Yep.
Was it Warwickshire?
Warwickshire's finest, originally from Devon.
Yeah.
Mark Clark,
along with all the torchards.
Seems like Santner replaced the big space Vittori has left. And some more, I would say.
Well, his batting has come on so much as well, hasn't it? I mean, he could hold up an end, but I don't remember him ever being such a.
He's always has long levers.
Well, he has got long levers, it's true. Maybe he just hasn't used them before, had the confidence. He's set off as he bunts that into the onside, looking to come back for the second. They're going to go for it. Throw comes in to the non-striker's end. Henry would have been gone, but it was coming a long way from Jadeja. It would have to have been something really special.
Jadeja misses stumps from 30 yards, shocker.
Well, it was more than 30 yards, I reckon.
More importantly,
45?
I think we should applaud the hurdle that Santner had to put in to actually clear the ball that was coming at him. He jumped superbly.
Chakrabarti over the wicket. He's bowled him. He's bowled him. It's game over. It's absolutely game over. He bowled him a really quick one, and he's knocked his stump out of the ground. And that is a shame, because it was shaping up to be a good one. And Santner was the main hope. I think all hope is lost now. 195 for 8. Fourth wicket for Varun. He's bowled utterly brilliantly today, hasn't he?
That's a skidder, isn't it? That it really is.
Did it turn?
Did it turn? I just
No,
think
I
it went
No,
on.
it's just gone straight on.
Oh, sorry, I thought you
I
said
did it didn't turn.
Oh, sorry, I thought you said turn.
It
Bit of
didn't
turn.
Just pushes it through.
4 for 39. He's got rid of the remaining danger man. And it looks like India are going to go through this group stage unblemished.
Well, we always say round about the time when England are collapsing and Adil Rashid comes in, and we go, well, Adil Rashid can bat. JYD has done that, only he's citing Jameson instead of Adil Rashid. Jameson can bat. Normally, when you have to say that, your backs are to the wall. Michael Clark says, Vittori was New Zealand's top batsman for a while, if you can believe this. And 2 roads says, fantastic bowling from Varun today. Yes, it has been, and we absolutely agree. He's an interesting bowler, is Varun Chakravarti. Certainly, I think he's very close to medium pace. He really, really pushes it through.
I would say he was Dob. If he didn't spin it, he'd be Dob. Anyway, out to the middle comes Carl Jameson with a best of 25 not out, an average of 20 and a strike rate of 81. I'm not sure what that tells you, but probably he's not going to win today. He's not going to win it for them.
And that's the story of how Carl
goes back to his first ball and he whips it away nicely, half stopped by Rowett, I think, diving away to his left at mid-wicket. Ends up dribbling towards long on, so
Did
just
that
the
take some
single
pad on the way through?
No.
Don't think so.
Some celebi figure in the cloud with a weird spiky haircut and a big pair of glasses.
Well, Henry has decided to go down in a
swing.
Blaze of glory. It's gone up in the air. It's been pouched by Virat.
Where's Virat Cam?
And
Get on.
Varun has a 5th. And
What
the game
an
is
effort that
almost
is.
done. And yet again, I come in here all day. I get to do ball by ball for 10 overs. I do all the heavy lifting. I'm lift so heavily that I have to have a sleep.
You need a pillow as well.
And then I get 5 overs ball by ball.
I'd have a word with the motor organiser.
Well, you know, I thought I ran this organisation. With other people.
The tail is wagging the dog.
196 for 9. Varun has 2 in this over, and he's bowled spectacularly well. Really has. And, if there's any justice, he will be man of the match. I'm sure he will be. I can't see who else would be, really.
Jeff Perkins says, always save Hendo for those final overs.
Yeah.
They want a full Hendo round. They don't want only the 15-minute one.
Exactly. You know, Tony's, he's just not thinking of the audience figures. 5 for 40. He's got 2 balls remaining in his allocation.
You might not even get your 5 overs of your 10 over stint.
You're absolutely true. Right. I mean, the other thing being, of course, that while Jamieson can bat a little bit in the Adil Rashid, O'Rourke cannot bat at all.
Well, he can defend.
Well, can he survive the wiles of Varun? Just about. Gets an inside edge. Had no idea where that was going. It's skewed away down to sort of fairly wide, long leg.
You've got taller and taller now at that crease.
Yeah, I mean, if in terms of height, New Zealand are winning this. Really, Jameson defends, but there is no mid-off, so he'll get a single. He jogs it, 198 for 9. Brilliant from Varun Chakrabarti. 5 for 42 from his 10 overs. Rohit comes across, shakes his hand and says, you've saved my bacon, to a certain extent, and India are massive favourites. Tony?
Well, I was about to say, unless the MCC laws of the game have been rewritten, you don't win by just being tall.
Do you not?
No, it'd be a nice idea though, wouldn't it?
I think
imagine poor old Temba Bavuna would never win a game. Would
well,
he?
I think that's good because tall people get far too many advantages in this life.
The Crow Brothers, Stars New Zealand, still win this. Don't quite know what Yellow ZZ is ingesting to come up with that. But
Kuldeep into Jameson, and he's launched it. I think he's got enough.
He's got all that. Yeah.
I think he has. He's got the long handle. He's got the long levers, and he's got 6 runs. 200 up. 200 up, and the 100th 6 of the tournament, which is something that we all look out for. We say, how many sixes have been hit in this tournament? And it means that 200 runs up, 20 kits are delivered again. The 11th person in those teams misses out. 204 for 9. Kuldeep over the wicket to Jameson, who squeezes this out on the offside. And I'm not sure it's necessarily the right decision to take the single and expose O'Rourke. I think Jameson has to take the bulk of the strike, because O'Rourke is, if he survives, it's a miracle. It's a miracle. If he actually gets runs, what's the next best thing to a miracle? Or even better than a miracle? I don't know. Kuldeep in, and he's bowled. There you go. That wasn't the right decision to take that run. And I've got 5.3 overs of ball by ball. And Kuldeep has taken his second wicket. He doesn't need to complete his allocation. 9.3 overs. India win by 44 runs. And, well...
sorry.
DJ Tony's on the deck.
No, I heard something bang next to me, and I realised it was the mouse had just fallen on the ground. And when I picked the mouse up, it somehow played the wrong jingle.
Oh, it played the 4 jingle.
Yes.
Well, probably Kiwis around the world are getting very excited that Will O'Rourke has hit a 4, but he hasn't. He's been bowled. He's hit all over that and all round it. And,
nice googly. It's hit the top of off stump.
Yeah.
But he has tried to play it. Basically, he yorked himself.
Yeah.
Well, you know, in a sense, you feel like, as well as India have bowled, that New Zealand yorked themselves a little bit, maybe, with that Bracewell non-review. If he could have stayed out there a little bit longer, it would have meant less pressure on Kane Williamson. He probably wouldn't have run down the wicket and been stumped
And kept
by
running.
15 yards. But there you go. You've got to give credit to this Indian side. They know what they're doing.
They do.
They've got a plan. And even when things go wrong, like they did first thing this morning, and they lost 3 quick wickets, they regrouped, they consolidated, they got themselves to 250, and 250 ended up being more than enough. Although 250, it was a bit of scoreboard pressure, wasn't it? I mean, if it had ended up being 220, New Zealand would have been,
Yep, I mean, Tony did you with the stats before the match of the scores at this ground, and 250 is decidedly above par.
Above par, and so it absolutely proved.
Well, I think 250 is above par, and 250, when you've got the bowling attack that India have in these conditions, is generally going to be more than enough for most teams.
Oh, well.
Quick question from Enrique Mentor wants to know, what does that mean for the semi-finals? It means India will play Australia
on
in
Tuesday.
Dubai on Tuesday. New Zealand will play South Africa in Lahore on Wednesday.
Well, the good thing about that is that we all get to see Australia lose on Tuesday, which will be fun. For us, maybe less so for some of our Australian supporters, but
you're very confident about that.
I cannot.
And then you think, then you look at the results that they've had in Dubai, and you think, actually, yes.
Yeah, it's in Dubai. If it was elsewhere, then I would say that Australia got a chance, but they haven't got their best bowlers.
They've got Zampa and as a spinner, and the spinners have been so important. And they haven't really got much else. They've got
Maxwell, they've got Head to bowl a few overs of spin, and they've got Short, but Short's injured and might be out of the tournament, I read earlier today. So we're on for an India-New Zealand rematch potentially in the final, or what would be a repeat of the T20 final, India-South Africa.
Yep.
Or going back further, Australia-New Zealand, which was the 2015 World Cup final, 50 overs. So there aren't that many teams, so it happens, doesn't it? I have to say it was a thoroughly entertaining game, really, because lots of skills were on display, and I don't know. I sat here and watched the Pakistan-India game, which wasn't so different, but I found
Pakistan never really got it to the chase, did they?
Well, no, Pakistan. Well, it was Pakistan set them.
Yeah.
They batted first, but they, losing those 2 relatively early wickets, and then the 100 partnership that they had. I don't know. There's just something that was just turgid to watch. It really was. It seemed more interesting what India were doing. Even though they didn't get that many more than Pakistan got last week. Shami is off injured, none for 15 off 4, Hardik 1 for 22, Axel 1 for 32, Varun 5 for 42, Kuldeep 2 for 56, and Jadeja 1 for 36. We shouldn't forget, of course, as we talk about how well Varun bowled and taking 5 for 42, that Matt Henry also took 5 for 42. In the India innings, Shreyas made 79, Hardik 45, Axel 42, Rahul 23. Williamson was a bit of a lone effort, really, in the end, 81. Santner with some good shots, 28 towards the end there. Young 22, Mitchell 17, but he took a bit of an age to get there, Mitchell, didn't he? But I was thoroughly entertained. Were you not? Were you?
Yeah,
chaps?
we were saying. Whilst you were probably just
having a bit of
snoozing, that it was an enthralling, absorbing game rather than an adrenaline-fueled ride, but was nonetheless an interesting game. And it only seemed to really fall apart towards the end for New Zealand. Possibly you're right about the Bracewell review, but I think the die was cast before then, to be honest.
Yeah, I suspect you're right, but, you just felt too many wickets went down in a short space of time, really.
Putting Varun up against lesser batsmen is just a no contest on this wicket.
Yeah.
And
anyway, it's probably time we should go.
Oh yeah, because you've got to drive me home.
Your carriage will await.
My carriage awaits.
Or rather, if we don't go soon, it won't await.
Oh fuck!
So there's your choice.
Right,
Shanks'
okay.
pony.
I'll call it an end. But do remember to join us. It's Tuesday and Wednesday for the semi-finals, and we don't have to worry because England have gone home. So we will just enjoy whoever loses. And we will be back at 8:50 a.m. on Tuesday morning. For the first of those, it's India v Australia in Dubai Wednesday, it is South Africa, New Zealand in Lahore. Please join us for both of those. Smash the like button on YouTube and give us your money. Until then, goodbye from all of us. What do we get today on the... oh dear. Only £8.45 on the Super
Chats.
Chats.
Better than nothing.
It's better than
I don't know about the GPL, but if anyone's won,
yeah, we'll
certainly let you know.
We'll
if
address
not,
it.
It will roll on, and there'll be more to be made for the
I'm
first.
sure Messi
semi-final.
Jez will tweet out.
Well, no, he won't. Where is Messi Jez?
He's there. He'll tweet.
Oh, is it? I thought he was going out into the wild somewhere.
He
Anyway.
is in the wild somewhere, but he somehow is always in touch.
Ah.
Goodbye, say lots of people. Thank you for your company. If you're new to us, well, welcome.
Tell your friends. And
tell your friends.
And tell your enemies.
We've enjoyed. Tell everybody. Keep your friends closer. No,
And
keep your friends close and your enemies closer.
Yep,
Whoever
that's
said
it.
that.
Right.
In the meantime,
Let's
thanks
go.
and goodbye.
Ta-da.
Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla.
Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they